Chapter 1427. He was dead. W.N. Kai, a powerful expert from 10,000 Origin City who was comparable to a high-level life form, died just like that. Moreover, he was killed with a single slash. W.N. Kai was an existence comparable to a high-level life form. He could fight 300 rounds with a high-level life form. How could he be killed with a single slash? The world was silent. At this moment, everyone's mouths were wide open as they looked at the scene in shock. Originally, there were people who said that Zi Chen could be on par with W.N. Kai. At this moment, the person who said this was already so shocked that he couldn't say a word. His face was full of disbelief. In the eyes of the crowd, this scene was simply unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of them. W.N. Kai was already dead. In the periphery, everyone who saw Zi Chen's attack was too shocked to say a word. However, there were still others on the battlefield who made a move. A powerful aura spread out from another direction. As this powerful and suffocating aura emerged, everyone who was still in shock turned their heads mechanically and looked in the direction where the aura was surging. A gigantic black shadow appeared in the sky. The shadow was like a gigantic mountain, but it wasn't a real mountain. It was the head of a hammer. If the head of a hammer was like a mountain, then the black hammer could be called a gigantic hammer. On the giant hammer, there was a dark energy. The terrifying and suffocating aura came from this giant hammer. The giant hammer tore through space and fell from the sky with a vast and powerful aura. It smashed towards a powerful existence comparable to a high-level life form in Miao Dongcheng below. Seeing Miao Dongcheng's existence, some cultivators' pupils shrank subconsciously. This was because they recognized this person. Miao Qiong, who was comparable to a high-level life form. Although he was lucky enough to pick up some scraps back then, his combat strength was undeniably powerful. This was because he once fought 300 rounds with someone of the same level. That person of the same level came in with a high-level life form. At that time, the other party said with great certainty that Miao Qiong had combat strength comparable to a high-level life form. Ha! Miao Qiong looked up at the falling giant hammer and shouted. His black hair danced wildly, and his body was surging with power. He held a long spear in his hand, and the spear's body was flashing with a red light. He used the momentum of man and spear to fly up into the sky and toward the giant hammer. The giant hammer was imposing, but the crimson long spear was also filled with a powerful aura. Seeing this, the owner of the giant hammer sneered coldly. Boom! As the giant hammer fell, the heavens and earth began to tremble. The moment the giant hammer fell, it brought the long red spear down towards the mountain peak below. With a loud bang, the mountain peak was instantly shattered. Immediately after, it fell towards the ground. In the midst of the surging energy, a huge crater appeared on the ground. In the deep pit, there were still ripples of power surging. As for Miao Qiong, he was nowhere to be found. Everyone was in a daze. The powerful Miao Qiong couldn't have been killed in one hit, right? They looked up and saw the figure. Like Zi Chen, he was wearing a black robe, but he looked much colder than Zi Chen. At this moment, he was holding a small black hammer in his hand. It was very difficult for the crowd to compare this black hammer to the enormous hammerhead from before. Some people recognized that this was the trash they were talking about, but it was something that was bought by the other party with 1,000,000 luck points. They didn't expect it to be so powerful at this moment. Their expressions became complicated. On the ground, in the bottomless pit, there was a blurry figure. It was said to be blurry because the figure was almost shapeless. One could barely recognize that it was a person. Next to the blurry figure was a broken weapon. It was the long spear that Miao Qiong was holding just now. As for Miao Dong himself, he was naturally not breathing. The battlefield completely stopped because of the giant hammer's movement. Everyone waited for a long time, but Miao Qiong didn't appear. Cultivator Miao Dongcheng's expression couldn't help but change. He had a bad feeling in his heart. In the sky, the heavy hammer said indifferently, "There's no need to wait. He's dead." Everyone was in an uproar. Another existence comparable to a high-level life form was killed in one hit. This time, everyone's faces were filled with horror. This was because on the side of the three forces, There were only 7 people comparable to high-level life forms. However, as soon as the battle began, 2 of them had died. The expressions of the cultivators of the 3 forces were very ugly, especially Wn Yuan Cheng and Miao Dong Cheng. Because of the loss of 2 powerful existences, they were very sad. However, at this moment, the arrow was already narked on the string. It had to be fired. The 2 sides were already at war, so there was naturally no such thing as reconciliation. Kill. A high-level life form said coldly. Swoosh. At this moment, Zi Chen had already rushed to the second powerful existence. Holding the long saber tightly, he exerted force with his right hand and pulled it out again. Clang. The blade light appeared once again, but it did not manage to kill the person. A long sword blocked the blade light midway. Although the powerful attack of 1 becomes 9 was neutralized and saved the life of the powerful existence, the owner of the longsword was forced to take 4 or 5 steps back. There was also blood on the part of his right hand that was holding the sword. This person was the leader of Wn Yuan Cheng. He wore a flaming armor and held a glowing sword in his hand. There was a hint of surprise in his cold eyes. Obviously, after fighting with Zi Chen once, he realized how powerful his opponent was. Swoosh. Zi Chen took a step forward and unsheathed the long saber in his hand. At the same time, a dragon shadow rushed out from Zi Chen's body and turned into a silver light that spread out in all directions. The dragon shadow silver light was naturally the dragon soul spear. At this moment, except for the reality that was still changing, Zi Chen had decided to use all his means to kill everyone. And he was also prepared to settle all his grudges here. In the distance, the people looked at the battle in the sky with shock. Although this battle wasn't as powerful as the high-level life-form battle, it was definitely far more tragic than that battle. Pu. 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 The dragon soul spear sometimes turned into a spear light, sometimes into a dragon soul, and swept towards the surrounding cultivators. Wherever the silver light passed, the cultivators' bodies were pierced and their souls were destroyed. The dragon soul spear was truly comparable to a high-level life form. After it rushed into the battlefield, it was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. It began to wantonly kill, and few people could stop its attacks. Looking at the dragon shadow that appeared, everyone couldn't help but be stunned again. It was too powerful. It was just a king-level spiritual weapon, but it was actually so powerful. While the dragon soul spear was wantonly slaughtering, Zi Chen and the boss of 10,000 Origin City were also engaged in a fierce battle. Light flashed between heaven and earth from time to time, and saber light and sword chi also appeared frequently, tearing the void and circulating with a terrifying aura. Peng! Wu Xie's body exploded, and in front of him, an existence comparable to a high-level life form laughed loudly. However, the laughter came to an abrupt end in the next moment. Wu Xie's body, which had just exploded, reformed again, and then a sharp blade pierced the opponent's chest. This was the 3rd high-level life form to die so far in the battle. A green sword light descended from the sky and killed several domain realm cultivators. The owner of the sword light was Shong Guanhong. On the battlefield, there were occasional beast roars, which were Dong Qing's summoned beasts, which were roaming the battlefield and killing. In this battle, the strength that Zi Chen and the others had displayed was still incomparably powerful. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this battle was also extremely tragic. Phut! In the battle, Zi Chen coughed up blood and flew backward. The shining saber light flashed and the boss of 10,000 Origin City had one of his arms cut off. There was a look of shock on his pale face. Dazzling lightning flashed and Zi Chen rushed forward again. His strong physique helped him neutralize many powerful and fatal attacks. At the same time, Zi Chen's reality world, which could be opened at any time, provided him with endless power. It could be said that Zi Chen was now a human-shaped machine, and he wasn't afraid of any consumption. Phut! Zi Chen coughed up blood again, and the lightning defense around him was shattered. His body flew backward again. This time, his strong physique couldn't protect him. He was injured, but the price he paid was to kill the boss of 10,000 Origin City. At this moment, the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City were like a pack of wolves without a leader. Just as Zi Chen cut down the 4th existence that was comparable to a higher life form, On the other side, the pitch-black sledgehammer stirred up a crazy power. Immediately after, the sledgehammer fell, and the fifth existence that was comparable to a higher life form was killed by the sledgehammer. This battle was very intense, and also very bitter. In the sky, a rain of blood fell. Zichen was injured, Sledgehammer was injured, Shong Guanhong was injured. Almost everyone was injured. The remaining mountains and rivers exploded, and the damaged mountain peaks were flattened. Deep craters appeared on the ground, and the energy of heaven and earth became even more chaotic. The battle was over. Zichen and the others had killed everyone from the three forces, and the price they had paid was varying degrees of injuries. This battle brought too great of a shock to the crowd. The cultivators who were still paying attention to the rankings of the cities were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Zichen stood in the air, and the lightning defense around him had already dimmed. Drops of blood flowed down the corner of his clothes. He had killed many people in this battle, and he was like a god of death. The world was silent, and there was only a strong smell of blood. On the ground, blood gathered in the low-lying areas like small lakes, rippling with a dazzling bloody light. The light flashed, and the 9 injured people gathered together and stood in the air. Zichen's cold gaze swept across the distance, and everyone avoided his gaze, not daring to look at him. The 3 forces were slaughtered, and Zichen believed that no other forces would dare to cause trouble for them. Hu Ping City's reputation would rise after this battle. Zichen had indeed intimidated everyone, and no one dared to look down on Hu Ping City. Suddenly, the space where Zichen was standing began to distort, and ripples spread out. Then, a light gate appeared in front of him. There was a layer of restriction outside the light gate, and no one could enter. Chapter 1428. The battle had ended long ago, but the world was still raining blood. Zichen and the others stood in the air. Their bodies were stained with blood, and their eyes were cold. Their bodies emitted an unconcealable murderous aura, like Azura killing gods. The people in the distance were all shocked. The world was unusually quiet, and no one dared to act rashly. If it ended like this, Zichen and the others would immediately find a place to heal. However, just as Zichen was about to leave, a door of light appeared in front of him. The door of light was so bright and eye-catching that it attracted everyone's attention the moment it appeared. Then, an object appeared from the door of light. The object emitted a bright light, brighter and more eye-catching than the door of light. Even through the door of light, everyone could still feel some characteristics of the luminous object. It was lively and full of vitality. The eyes of the onlookers, who were still in shock, lit up when they saw the luminous object in the door of light. Many people's eyes began to shine, and their breathing became rapid. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. Obviously, these people recognized the luminous object at a glance. That day, a battle broke out between the higher life forms because of this luminous object. At first, the higher life forms said that it was the psychic domain core. Later, they called it the psychic domain crystal. Among the crowd, the cultivators who had stayed until now exclaimed when they saw the luminous object. The others didn't know what it was, but they knew very well that the higher life forms broke out in a battle because of something and almost sank this level. An existence that the higher life forms were willing to risk their lives for was obviously something good. Therefore, the eyes of those who were originally shocked by the combat power of Zichen and the others and determined to befriend them reignited with fighting spirit. As the fighting spirit rose, the aura of this area became extremely oppressive. That's the psychic domain core. The moment he saw the luminous object, Hammer's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Zichen's expression froze. He had heard about the psychic domain core from Hammer. At this moment, looking at the luminous object, it was indeed lively and full of vitality. Manshur and the rest had puzzled looks on their faces. They did not understand what the common spirit region core was. Naturally, now was not the time to explain. Neither Zichen nor Hammer had any intention of explaining themselves. After all, the domain heart of channeling was not something that could be explained in a few words. Although they didn't hear the explanation, Manshur and the others understood that this was definitely a good item when they sensed the battle intent rising from all directions. The door of light appeared, but it did not solidify. Therefore, Chen was unable to obtain the object of light within. His heartbeat sped up, and he even had the thought of fighting for it. No, it's not the spirit linking domain core. From the looks of it, it should be some kind of crystal. Although it has a powerful effect, it can't be compared to the spirit linking domain core. Chong Chue said again. There was a trace of disappointment in his words. Chen was also a little disappointed, but that didn't stop him from wanting it. Immediately after, cries of surprise rang out from all around. Amidst these cries of surprise, Chen and the others also heard that such a thing had appeared before. What came next surprised them. The reason why this area was so dilapidated was actually because of this item. Even the higher life forms are fighting. Seems like it's indeed a good item. Wu Xie licked his lips, and the expression on his face became increasingly evil. Looks like we'll have to fight another fierce battle. Chen's gaze was still cold. He could feel the battle intent rising from all around him. Then, he slowly took out a few drops of king-level origin fluid and swallowed them. He said, Man Shu, Ji Yuwen, Yuan Shiqiang, the three of you go and clean up the battlefield. The three of them nodded and descended from the sky to clean up the battlefield. Chen closed his eyes and said indifferently, Heal. Behind Chen, Shongguan Hong and the others sat cross-legged in the air and began to heal their injuries. Gazing at Chen, who was standing in the air, as well as the other people who were sitting cross-legged behind him, the expressions of the leaders of those forces turned solemn. Clearly, Chen was making it clear that he was going to take the channeling realm crystal. In fact, he didn't need to show his attitude at all because no one was willing to miss out on such an item. Someone moved. He merely took a step forward. However, this one step triggered a chain reaction. Even more people began to move. Battle intent rose from these people and they began to close in on Chen and the others. Man Shu and the other two who were cleaning up the battlefield paused and looked coldly at the approaching humans. Continue. Chen's indifferent voice was heard. Man Shu snorted and ignored them. He began to clean up the battlefield as if there was no one else around. Many cultivators were approaching, but there were still some who remained where they were. These cultivators were either intimidated or had other thoughts in their minds. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, there were still many people like this. Why don't you let them go forward? In Xueran Cheng's direction, a middle-aged man looked at Xueming and asked. Xueming looked at Chen, who had his eyes closed, and said, I have been with him all this time and I have never been able to see through him. He has always been able to resolve a life-or-death situation. That's all. Do you think he can still snatch the psychic domain crystal in such a situation? The middle-aged man's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Xueming shook his head and said, Of course not. Most importantly, I know Chen. Although the psychic domain crystal is very attractive, if he has to choose between his companions, he will naturally choose his companions. Let alone the psychic domain crystal, even if something more valuable was placed here, he would give it up without hesitation as long as it involved the life and death of his companions. However, he didn't give it up at this moment. Naturally, he isn't worried about the life and death of his companions. Xueming's words ended here. Everyone was smart and didn't need to be too explicit. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Could it be that he still has some kind of trump card that allows him to ignore everyone? Xueming spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. After a short conversation, those people walked very far away, and their speed was getting faster and faster. However, just as they were about to step into the battlefield, Chen's indifferent voice rang out between heaven and earth. Those who step into the battlefield will be killed without mercy. Chen's eyes were still closed, but his tone was extremely cold. This was considered a threat, but it was also an underestimation. Many people were angry. Swoosh. A ray of light rushed out from Chen's body. It was a dazzling silver light. It was the Dragon Soul Spear that had previously slaughtered many domain realm cultivators. The Dragon Soul Spear manifested a dragon shadow in the air. This dragon shadow was actually the true Dragon Soul. At this moment, as the true Dragon Soul appeared, waves of dragon power spread out from it. This dragon power was very strong, but it wasn't enough to intimidate everyone. A cultivator took a step forward and looked at the dragon soul provocatively. Swoosh! The dragon soul opened its mouth and spat out a ray of silver light. The silver light was a long spear, and it turned into a ray of lightning that shot toward the cultivator. Puff! The provocative cultivator didn't even have the chance to react before the spear pierced through his glabella. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, provocative cultivators appeared in other directions. Several rays of spear light appeared and pierced through the glabella of several cultivators in different directions. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the leaders of the various forces changed. Obviously, Zichen's weapon had its own consciousness and was already sentient. Not only could it attack on its own, but it also had some powerful means of its own. Although such an item wasn't enough to kill everyone, once everyone charged forward, there would definitely be heavy casualties. Under such circumstances, if they wanted to move forward, only those who were comparable to high-level life forms could do so. While they were hesitating, Man Shi and the other two had finished cleaning up the battlefield. Not to mention the luck points obtained this time, just the items in the spiritual rings were enough to be sold for a very high price in the outside world. After cleaning up the battlefield, Man Shi glanced around coldly. Then, he returned to Zichen's side and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. As for Go Wen and Go Qiong, they were setting up a formation in the air. As the previous battle was mainly a long-range attack, the two of them weren't seriously injured. While they were hesitating, the leaders of the various forces communicated with their eyes. Then, they nodded and stepped forward. They stepped into the battlefield, their shoes stained with the blood of the three forces. Zichen opened his eyes at this moment. Two cold bolts of lightning flashed across his eyes. Those who step in must die. Zichen looked at them coldly with an indifferent expression. The long saber in his hand seemed to have sensed its master's killing intent and was trembling at this moment. In the sky, the giant dragon soul looked down at these people indifferently as if it was looking at dead people. There were a total of 13 people who stepped into the battlefield, which meant that all 13 of them were comparable to high-level life forms. The dragon soul didn't attack them, but those who weren't strong enough were killed by the dragon soul when they tried to step in. I don't believe that you can take on 13 people by yourself, one of the leaders said coldly. You'll know after you try, Zichen said coldly. At this moment, Hammer opened his eyes and stood up. The hammer in his hand was emitting a black light. Among the group, Zichen and Hammer were the strongest. Among the 13 people in the group, they were the most afraid of the two. Coincidentally, the two of them had finished healing their injuries. The 13 people looked at each other and nodded in tacit agreement. Next, they just had to wait. They were waiting for the luminous object to appear in the light gate, waiting for Zichen to take it away. Yes, they were waiting for Zichen to take the psychic region crystal. This was because only then could the 13 of them be united and attack Zichen without holding back. Only then could they kill Zichen and his companions. Zichen seemed to have guessed the 13 people's plan. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Suddenly, the light gate in front of him emitted a dazzling light. Then, the light gate appeared, and the psychic region crystal floated out of the light gate. Seeing the psychic region crystal, the pupils of the 13 people below shrank. However, they were wary and didn't step forward. Chapter 1429. The psychic region crystal was the size of a fist. It emitted a bright light and was very attractive. This was something that even the high-level life forms fought over. Although they admitted their mistake in the end, this did not affect the value of the psychic region crystal. It was said that under certain circumstances, the psychic region crystal would transform into a true psychic region core. Such a precious item had fallen into Zichen's hands without any surprise. Zichen held the psychic region crystal and then sensed a surge of vitality and rich spiritual power contained in it. He recalled the introduction of the psychic region core and found that the two were very similar. Seeing the psychic region core in Zichen's hand, Shangguan Hong's eyes shone. It is indeed a good item. Hammer nodded and said. The others also sensed the extraordinariness of this item. Zichen held the psychic region crystal in his hand and glanced at the 13 existences comparable to high-level life forms. It was as if he was saying, I've got it, you can make your move. The 13 people looked at each other again and did not immediately make a move. The others in the distance also looked at this side nervously and did not move forward. Zichen's eyes were full of sarcasm. Then, with a flip of his hand, the psychic region crystal in his hand disappeared. The 13 people did not immediately make a move, mainly because they were worried that Zichen would suddenly throw the psychic region crystal away. However, this concern did not exist at all because Zichen would not give away something that he had obtained for free. At this moment, after taking the psychic region crystal, this concern did not exist. The 13 people looked at each other again, and there was a cold killing intent in their eyes. Obviously, at this moment, they had decided to kill. Before the 13 people made a move, Zichen suddenly moved. He took one step forward, then another, and left his companions. Everyone could not help but look surprised. Seeing this, Shangguanhong and the others also wanted to follow. Zichen waved his hand and motioned for them to stop. "Don't worry, I will be fine. Big Brother Hammer will guard here. When the situation is bad, we will escape. But before we leave, Big Brother Hammer needs to protect the safety of the others." This was Zichen's voice transmission. Naturally, no one in the outside world could hear it. Zichen's words were firm and confident. Shangguanhong and the others couldn't refute him, but she couldn't bear to see Zichen go up and fight. Hammer, on the other hand, was looking at Zichen with eyes filled with admiration. Zichen took 100 steps forward and stood in the air. He swept his gaze around and said in an indifferent voice, "The channeling realm crystal is in my hands. If you want it, come at me. You can fight me one-on-one or as a group. If anyone dares to attack my companions, the corpses on the ground will speak for themselves." Many of the leaders narrowed their eyes. Clearly, this was a threat. However, as the leaders, there were many who agreed with this statement. The first 13 people were the same. After exchanging glances with their eyes, they rushed towards Zichen. Zichen was once again surrounded, but this time it was 13 existences comparable to higher life forms. It should be noted that Zichen had only managed to kill 3 higher life forms at the cost of his injuries. This time, however, there were 13 of them. The 13 people stepped forward, but they didn't say that they would spare Zichen's life if he handed over the channeling realm crystal. As for who the channeling realm crystal belonged to, that was a question they would have to consider after Zichen's death. Zichen's body released silver light, which instantly became dazzling. Then, a dazzling pattern of thunder and starlight appeared on his chest. 1-star Thunder King physique was displayed. His physical strength had reached the first stage domain realm. On Zichen's back, a dazzling silver light erupted. The heavenly thunder wings appeared. As the heavenly thunder wings flapped, an extremely strong aura emerged from Zichen's body. This aura directly raised Zichen's realm to the half-step domain realm. He was only 1 step away from the domain realm. Streaks of gold and silver power surged under the Thunder King physique. Thunderous sounds rang out from Zichen's body. The long saber in Zichen's hand trembled with joy and excitement. At this moment, Zichen displayed his powerful strength without holding back. He was going to face the next battle. He was going to face 13 people alone. When the cultivators outside the battlefield saw this scene, they were all shocked. However, in the next moment, everyone thought that Zichen had gone crazy. Although he was very strong and everyone acknowledged that, he definitely couldn't fight 13 people alone. Even though he had displayed a considerable amount of power, he would still die without a doubt. The companions behind Zichen were also very worried. The 13 of them did not give Zichen too much time to react. Just as he displayed his strongest power, they all moved. The 13 people rushed forward together, attacking Zichen's vital points. Facing the attacks, Zichen stood motionless in the air, allowing them to come at him. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't understand why Zichen was doing this. Could it be that he wanted to die? Zichen didn't move, but the lightning wings on his back were flapping rapidly. The frequency of their flapping was also increasing. As the 13 attacks descended, Zichen's body began to flicker. It was as if he was stepping on space veins. He took a step forward, then took another step back. Then, he took another step to the left, then another step to the right. Seeing this scene, the eyes of some of the leaders of the forces widened. Because the steps Zi Chen displayed at this moment seemed to have reached some kind of extreme. In this extreme movement, the attacks almost brushed past Zi Chen's body. Out of the 13 attacks, Zi Chen dodged 8 at an extremely fast speed. Then, he dodged 3 attacks to his vital points. The last 2 attacks broke through Zi Chen's defense. One of the attacks pierced through Zi Chen's shoulder armor, while the other cut open Zi Chen's flesh. Swoosh. When the attacks of the 13 people fell, Zi Chen returned to his original position, unsheathing the long saber in his hand. The shining light of the saber slashed across the neck of one person. The latter's pupils suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with horror, and his body rushed back at an extremely fast speed. But it was too late. Just as he retreated, a human head flew high into the air and fell into the distance. One of the 13 people died, and there were 12 left. The long saber returned to its scabbard. The 12 people had already moved away from Zi Chen. The wave of attacks had ended. On Zi Chen's shoulder, golden blood flowed out from the wound. On his back, there was another wound, and there was already blood on the wound. Zi Chen paid the price of 2 wounds to kill an existence comparable to a high-level life form. Swoosh. However, such an attack method didn't scare the others. Cold light flashed in their eyes, and they launched a new round of attacks. Zi Chen held the scabbard in his left hand. The thunder wings on his back flapped, and he began to dodge again. His eyes were calm as he stared at one person. That person felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by Zi Chen. His attacks were inevitably slower and weaker because he was afraid that Zi Chen's next target would be him. Therefore, he reserved his strength for defense. Puff. This time, Zi Chen's lower abdomen was slashed open, and his squirming internal organs could be vaguely seen. At the same time, a sword aura pierced his calf, causing his body to sway. Then, a saber light slashed across his face. A shallow blood mark appeared between his eyebrows. Fortunately, it was only a scratch. Zi Chen, who was bending backward, instantly stood up. A light flashed in his calm eyes. Then, his right hand that had already been on the hilt exerted force, and the long saber was unsheathed again. The saber light flashed, and the sound of the saber rang out. 9 fan-shaped saber lights unfolded and slashed across the neck of the second expert. Unfortunately, this was not the one that Zi Chen had been staring at calmly. As the dazzling saber light slashed across, everyone retreated again. There were 11 people left from the 12. The one who had restrained his attack was now glaring at Zi Chen with an ashen face. Zi Chen glanced at him, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery in his eyes. Obviously, he had been fooled. Kill. Furious, this person was the first to charge forward. The other 10 people followed closely behind. Puff. This time, the saber light appeared ahead of time. The 9 saber lights drowned this angry cultivator. The brilliance faded, and the attack ended. There were only 10 people left from the 11. 3 people had died, and Zi Chen had many wounds on his body. However, his eyes were still calm. On the other hand, the other 10 people's eyes were twitching involuntarily, and the corners of their mouths were twitching. A bolt of lightning sealed Zi Chen's lower abdomen. There were squirming internal organs there, and as the organs squirmed, golden blood could be seen flowing. The original Zi Chen was bathed in scarlet blood, and he looked very ferocious. However, at this moment, Zi Chen's body was filled with golden blood. The blood was glowing, and he looked like a golden man. The blood was all his own. There was a long sword stabbed into his chest. The long sword completely penetrated his chest and came out from the back. However, this sword could not destroy Zi Chen in time. The owner of this sword had become a headless corpse. At this moment, there were only 6 people left from the 13 people who had besieged him. The other 7 were all dead. Zi Chen was covered in wounds. There were very few places on his body that were intact. However, his black eyes were very calm. However, in this calmness, everyone felt a certain ruthlessness and decisiveness. Zi Chen had killed 7 people. The method he used was very simple, and that was to fight with his life. This was a fighting method that Zi Chen was very good at. He had used it many times, and it was always effective. This was because his life was tougher than anyone else's. Moreover, he was not afraid of exhaustion, and he was even more unafraid of death. The remaining 6 people were trembling in fear. They did not dare to attack. Zichen suddenly smiled. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He held the scabbard tightly in his left hand and said boldly, again. The 6 people were shocked and did not dare to attack again. Even if Zichen looked like he could collapse at any time. However, Zichen had been in this state for a long time. He had not collapsed. On the contrary, the people who tried to take advantage of the situation fell one by one. After waiting for a long time, the 6 people did not charge forward. Zichen's calm eyes had a hint of ridicule. Then, he put away his scabbard and turned to walk toward his companions. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed in one of the people's eyes. He rushed toward Zichen. Zichen did not seem to notice at all until a sharp sword light reached his back. Chapter 1430. This cultivator's battle prowess was naturally comparable to that of a higher life form. As he thrust out his sword with all his strength, his face was filled with malevolence and madness. Especially when he saw that Zichen was not using a saber, but a strange weapon, he felt a sense of joy and pride in his heart. This was because Zichen's attack was aimed at his heart. However, he had a strong defense around him, and his defensive armor was not damaged at all. Compared to his defense that had already been cut open, it was simply heaven and earth. He was confident that this attack could pierce through Zichen's heart, then shatter Zichen's body and kill Zichen. At the same time, he was also very confident in his own defense. He believed that Zichen's attack would not break through his defense at all. The sword light was very close, but Zichen's expression was still calm. The weapon in his hand that looked like a sword but was not a sword, with a long barbed tip, also pierced into the cultivator's heart. The expected scene of attack and defense did not appear. As the barbed tip moved forward, a hole in the void suddenly appeared outside the cultivator's defense. Then, the barbed tip pierced into the hole. Pu. A soft sound suddenly sounded, and the cultivator's body trembled. The barbed tip of the sword stopped 3 inches away from Zichen's heart, and the power contained in it dissipated. There was a hint of astonishment in his ecstatic expression. Then, he slowly lowered his head and saw a scene that made him feel disbelief. His defense was not broken at all, but his heart was pierced by a sharp blade. How is this possible? He raised his head again, unable to believe the scene in front of him. When he raised his head, he saw Zichen. Zichen's expression was still calm, but he used a bit of strength in his hand and pulled back the dragon-barbed tip. As expected of a powerful foreign race's weapon, this kind of attack that ignored defense was really terrifying. As the dragon-barbed tip was pulled out, blood spurted out from the cultivator's heart, and his body fell to the ground. Not far away, the others did not understand what had happened and why he died for no reason. As a result, they became more and more afraid of Zichen. This time, Zichen did not choose to move forward. Instead, he looked coldly at the others and said indifferently, again. He held the blade in his left hand and the dragon spike in his right. His whole body was covered in blood that glowed with golden light, as if he was made of gold. The rest of the people averted their eyes, and no one dared to step forward. Channeling region crystals were naturally good stuff, but compared to life was clearly more important. They wouldn't be afraid of Zichen if he was at his peak, but they couldn't kill him in this state of near death. Looking at the hesitant people in front of him, the mockery in Zichen's eyes intensified. With a knife in one hand and a spear in the other, he walked straight towards the people in front of him. His pace was slow, but each step was steady. When they saw Zichen walking over, their hesitant expressions turned extremely ugly. Obviously, Zichen was provoking them, provoking their dignity. It couldn't be considered a provocation, but a complete disregard. Because Zichen had disregarded them, their last bit of courage had completely dissipated after the previous cultivator had died under the dragon spike. Zichen walked forward and stopped in front of them. The few of them subconsciously opened up a path, completely choosing to avoid him. Zichen walked past them and walked out of the battlefield. At the same time, Shongguan Hong and the others followed. Although they were worried about Zichen's injuries, in the current situation, they could only follow behind Zichen with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They couldn't show the slightest bit of fear or worry. Zichen walked past them with his back to them. However, they no longer had the courage to launch a sneak attack and could only let Zichen leave. After letting one person go, they naturally didn't care about letting a few more pass. Thus, Zichen's companions also walked past them. They didn't look sideways, as if they weren't worried about these people's sneak attacks at all. Zichen slowly and steadily walked out of the battlefield and then walked towards the crowd. Everywhere he passed, everyone retreated and opened up a straight path. In this battle, Zichen's sharpness and decisiveness had shocked everyone. Seeing so many existences comparable to higher life forms die, the shock and blow to everyone's hearts was also extremely great. "Return my brother's life." Suddenly, a loud shout resounded out, and a cultivator charged out and charged towards Zichen, who was advancing forward. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly rang out. A silver dragon flew over from afar. The silver dragon turned into a long spear and pierced through the cultivator's body, nailing him to a huge rock. Everyone's heart trembled once again. Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation, only then did they remember that there was still an extremely powerful king-level spirit weapon eyeing them covetously. And to kill Zichen, only existences comparable to higher life forms could do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get past the king-level spirit weapon. Outside the battlefield, the cultivators were divided into two large groups. The innermost group was the group that followed their leader and wanted to kill Zichen. Following the death of their leader, these people also lost their courage and daring. There was no need to fear them. The ones who truly needed to fear were the cultivators who had chosen to watch from the sidelines. That was because there were still many existences comparable to higher life forms who hadn't made a move yet. Do you think he still has a trump card? Looking at Zichen walking over, the middle-aged man from Schwerin City asked. He was also shocked by Zichen's powerful battle strength. I don't know. Schwemming shook his head. As battle after battle occurred, he found that he couldn't understand Zichen at all. Zichen's current state was very bad. Other than his firm footsteps, there was nothing else to be proud of. The spectators on the sidelines didn't participate in the previous battle. So although they were shocked by Zichen's battle strength, they still had some thoughts in their hearts. Zichen chose a direction and walked. Those cultivators were also staring at Zichen. Zichen's eyes were calm as he walked forward. Man Shi and the rest followed behind him. When the two sides were less than 10 meters apart, a low shout was heard. The cultivators instantly separated and made a straight path. Obviously, at this moment, this side chose to retreat. Die! However, just as Zichen walked on the path, a cold murderous voice sounded. Then, a powerful existence comparable to a higher life form appeared. This existence should have been accumulating power for a long time. At this moment, with a loud shout, he had already flashed behind Zichen. The others also widened their eyes and watched the scene that was about to happen. They were looking forward to whether Zichen could kill the enemy in one strike again. If Zichen couldn't kill the enemy in one strike this time, then what awaited him would be more attacks. Perhaps more attacks than the previous 13 people. However, the battle didn't happen. The scene that everyone was looking forward to didn't appear. When the cultivator attacked, Zichen didn't move at all. It was as if he didn't notice that someone was attacking him. However, as the attack approached, the space within 3 meters of Zichen suddenly began to distort and surge. Then, the cultivator's figure disappeared under the distortion and surge of space. He was gone. He was gone just like that. There wasn't a single trace left behind. Zichen continued to move forward. Man Shi and the others didn't have any strange expressions and just followed him. How could this be? Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. They didn't understand why a person would suddenly disappear without a reason. Is it Zichen's doing or a coincidence? If it was a coincidence, it meant that Zichen was too lucky. However, if it was really Zichen's doing, it was too terrifying. One had to know that making a person disappear out of thin air was even more shocking than directly killing a person. Moreover, under such circumstances, it was hard to believe that it was a coincidence. The force that the powerhouse was from just now seemed to be using some kind of secret method to contact the other party. Unfortunately, there was no response. Zichen, who was moving forward, didn't care about what everyone thought at all. He was still moving forward and was already halfway through the straight path. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and attacked Zichen again. The strange scene from before appeared again. When the other party was 3 meters away from Zichen, his figure disappeared in the distorted space. The crowd couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into an uproar. Obviously, this time, no one would be stupid enough to think that it was a coincidence. 2 people disappeared out of thin air. This was even more shocking than killing many people. Zichen, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. The surrounding people's expressions changed and they subconsciously retreated. After stopping, Zichen didn't move forward anymore. Instead, he looked back at Man Shi and said calmly, "I forgot to take the spoils." Man Shi quickly understood and nodded. "Okay, I'll go clean up the battlefield now." While speaking, Man Shi flew back again and really went to clean up the battlefield. Zichen, on the other hand, stood in the same place. His gaze was still calm. This time, everyone was even more uncertain in their hearts. What little bit of hope they had completely disappeared because of Zichen's pause and calmness. Man Shi finished cleaning up the battlefield at the fastest speed and then walked over. Zichen had a smile on his face and asked, "The harvest should be good, right?" Man Shi said loudly, "It's not just good, it's very rich." "Then let's go." Zichen turned and left. Shangguan Hong and the others followed closely behind. The surrounding cultivators didn't dare to stop them. They could only watch as Zichen's group disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Terrifying, really terrifying. In this battle, we lost nearly 20 existences comparable to high-level life forms. That Zichen is so terrifying. Could it be that his strength has reached the level of a truly high-level life form? Zichen and the others left. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. After this battle, Zichen's name was destined to spread, and it was also destined that no one would foolishly use the fame of a faction to make a move against Zichen's group. Even if they did, they would only use their own names. This was because the people of the factions couldn't kill Zichen at all. Only the truly powerful ones could. The 3 factions had great confidence in themselves, and they didn't know that the city's ranking would drop because of the death of everyone. Moreover, this kind of thing hadn't happened for many years. Therefore, after Yanbo Castle, the 3 factions' ranking dropped again. This time, they had suffered great losses. The rules, which had been forgotten for many years, were brought up again because of the changes in the domain mana realm. Chapter 1431. There were 108 cities in the region where Shuntian Prefecture was located, and they were all ranked. This ranking had not changed for many years. Over time, everyone believed that they had to participate in the domain ranking held by Shuntian Prefecture if they wanted their cities to be ranked higher. As for the domain realm, it had been a long time since a city's ranking dropped after all the cultivators were annihilated, so everyone deliberately ignored it. This was because, on average, there would be close to 1,000 cultivators entering each city, but how could none of them survive? Northwind City's ranking was near the bottom, so it was inconspicuous that its ranking dropped. It took them a long time to figure out that the domain realm was the reason for its ranking to drop. However, Yanbo Castle's ranking immediately changed, which attracted the attention of other forces. Then, Miao Dongcheng, Liu Zongqing, and Wanyuan City's vitality was also forcefully taken away by 10%, which attracted a lot of attention. Many people were guessing what had happened in the domain realm and why the cultivators from the 4 cities who entered were all annihilated. There were all kinds of guesses, but no one suspected Hu Pingcheng. After 3 years, the current Huping city had undergone a great change. The vitality here was unimaginably rich. The domain realm, which was rarely seen in the past, could be seen everywhere now. Almost every day, there were cultivators gaining epiphanies and breaking through. There were also many immortal king-level technique inheritances. Now, the higher-ups of Hu Pingcheng were all looking forward to the end of the domain realm and waiting for the return of the young heroes. After the battle that day, Chen was severely injured, but he had shocked everyone and left calmly. After leaving, Chen and the others did not step into the next level. Instead, they found a dilapidated valley to heal their injuries. Almost everyone was injured in that battle. As for the other cultivators, since they had chosen to retreat when Chen was severely injured, they naturally did not dare to cause trouble for Chen. After the battle ended, they left this level and went directly to the third level. Several days later, Chen's injuries were completely healed. Due to the enormous amount of energy he had expended in this battle, the speed at which his reality world was collapsing had sped up, and his cultivation level had also increased by a large margin. After recovering from his injuries, Chen took out the spirit channeling domain crystal. Because of this item, he had almost lost his life. The psychic region crystal shone brightly, but it was not blinding. It contained a dense spiritual energy. Because of Chen's awakening, the others opened their eyes and looked at the psychic region crystal curiously. Only Guanhong didn't look so curious. This is called the spirit channeling domain crystal. What a rich energy. Once I absorb it, my power will undergo some changes. Of course. Once you absorb this, your spiritual energy will become more agile and easier to control. It will be as if it has been specially condensed, and the power of your attacks will also become stronger. Everyone stared at the psychic realm crystal and began to discuss among themselves. Man Shi's eyes lit up, and he said somewhat impatiently, "Since that's the case, Chen, hurry up and refine it. Then let us see the effects." Chen had risked his life to obtain this item, so it was natural for him to give it to Chen. No one had any complaints. Unexpectedly, Chen shook his head and said, "This item should be refined by the most suitable person." Most suitable? This item is most suitable for everyone. Man Shi was startled, and the others were also puzzled. Chen smiled and said, "I naturally know that. Unfortunately, we only have one piece, so we should use this psychic region crystal to its fullest potential." As he spoke, Chen looked at Guanhong and said, "You should be familiar with this item." Guanhong's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't understand how Chen knew that she had seen this item before. She nodded and said, "I've seen 2 pieces. You should have refined all of them, right?" Chen asked again. Guanhong lowered her head in embarrassment. She obviously misunderstood Chen's meaning. Chen smiled and said, "That's your opportunity. You don't need to blame yourself. However, you've refined 2 pieces. Although your strength has become more agile, it seems that you're still lacking a little. This one is for you. Give it to me." Guanhong raised her head, her beautiful face full of surprise. "At present, you're the most suitable one." While speaking, Chen handed the psychic region crystal to Guanhong. Along the way, although the 2 of them didn't talk much, Chen saw the changes in everyone's expressions. Guanhong's expression was not calm after seeing the psychic region crystal, but she had been suppressing it and didn't reveal it too much. In addition, Chen's keen perception could detect Guanhong's spiritual power. This spiritual power was very similar to the psychic region crystal, so Chen was sure that Guanhong had seen and refined it before. No one expressed any objection to this. Next, Guanhong began to refine the psychic region crystal, while the others began to cultivate. As for Chen, because the real world was collapsing on its own, he, who had nothing to do, chose to stand guard for everyone. At the same time, he also comprehended some combat techniques. A few days later, Guanhong's body was wrapped in a green light. The green light was filled with a strong vitality and spiritual power, like a living eggshell, carefully guarding Guanhong. Obviously, Guanhong's harvest this time was great. Another few days passed, and a surge of energy fluctuation woke Chen up. As he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that the source of the energy fluctuation was not Guanhong, but Hammer. Hammer's strength had already reached the peak of the 5th level, and he was only a step away from the 6th level. Along the way, Hammer had fused with his own weapon, and this had allowed him to break through to the next level. From the 5th level to the 6th level, in terms of realm, Hammer had already reached the peak of the 1st level, and was only a small step away from the 2nd level. However, Because his soul had not fully awakened, Hammer's combat strength had been greatly reduced. Even so, it was still very easy for him to kill humans who were comparable to higher life forms. Zichen guessed that when Hammer was at his peak, his strength should be comparable to a real higher life form. In other words, even if he encountered a higher life form at the same level, he would not be afraid. Hammer, who had successfully broken through, nodded at Zichen. There was an obvious look of joy on his face. The others opened their eyes and congratulated him. However, because of Hammer's breakthrough, everyone was stimulated, and this caused them to work even harder in their cultivation. Of course, at this level, breaking through was not something that could be done with just hard work. Man-Sha cultivated the mountain spirit tyrant body, which was a very powerful physique. In addition, Man-Sha's original body was a mountain spirit, so this cultivation technique was very suitable for him. When his strength reached a certain limit, he would be able to break through. Coincidentally, Man-Sha found a special power crystal in the spirit ring of a dead leader of a force. This crystal was very attractive to Man-Sha. After Man-Sha absorbed and refined it, he broke through to the next level as expected. Now, he could be considered to have officially stepped into the middle stage of the first level. According to the level of battle spirits, he was considered to be a fourth-level battle spirit. After Man-Sha's breakthrough, Wu Xie's immortal bloodline also changed. It was directly activated, causing Wu Xie's strength to increase greatly. Not only did he step into the fourth-level battle spirit in one fell swoop, but he also reached the peak of the fourth level, only one step away from the fifth level. A few days later, Dongqing, who had been in seclusion, also broke through. Following her breakthrough, a mysterious power was released from her body. This power was injected into the bodies of the battle beasts. Then, a series of beastly roars resounded. It turned out that the battle beasts had broken through together with Dongqing. This was the strength of a summoner. They could lead the battle beasts to break through. At the same time, they could also borrow the power of the battle beasts to break through themselves. Everyone broke through one after another. This was extremely good news for the entire team. Like a chain reaction, the following people also began to break through one after another. The green light surrounding Shangguan Hong's body was slowly fading. When it completely dimmed, it would be the time for her to awaken and break through. In the dilapidated mountain range, the sound of energy explosions could be heard from time to time. This was Man-Sha and Wu Xie sparring. After breaking through, the two of them had been fighting in order to adapt to their current strength. It was only in battle that they could quickly adapt to their strength. In this way, the battle continued for 10 days. The green light around Shangguan Hong's body finally dissipated. She sat cross-legged, her body emitting a faint green light. The green light was filled with a strong aura of life. She was like a holy goddess of life. Between heaven and earth, waves of colorful energy appeared from all directions and rushed towards Shangguan Hong. These colorful energies were the fused power of nature. They represented an extreme number. Like ribbons, they wrapped around Shangguan Hong's body. At this moment, within the power of nature, a strong power of wood emerged. That power made Shangguan Hong look even more holy. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, especially Wu Xie. His shocked expression carried a hint of jealousy. As these colorful lights entered her body, the holy aura around Shangguan Hong's body was also released. Soon, her realm broke through and reached the level of a fourth-level war spirit. However, all of this did not end. Her realm was still rising in a straight line. Soon, she reached the peak of the fourth-level war spirit. Then, she broke through again and reached the fifth level. She was the first in the group to break through to the fifth level. This was not only because of the psychic domain crystal, but also because of the previous accumulation. As she broke through to the fifth level, the rising aura around Shangguan Hong's body also slowed down. Other than Zichen, almost everyone's strength had broken through. Their battle prowess had increased by a large amount, and it was finally time to enter the peak of the third level. After familiarizing themselves with their battle prowess, everyone left this dilapidated mountain range. Then, they found an exit and stepped into another level. Chapter 1432. We've just arrived and we've already encountered a battle. Are we lucky or unlucky? Wu Xie shook his head and said as he looked at the crowd in front of him. It's not good or bad. As long as there are people, there will definitely be a battle, Zichen said calmly. Obviously, no one wanted to participate in the battle in front of them, even if there were two existences comparable to high-level life forms in the battle. After all, Man Shi and the others had broken through one after another. Their battle strength had also reached a level comparable to high-level life forms. Although they had yet to fight against a high-level life form, they were still stronger than Liu Yuan. Hey, what's that? Just as they were about to leave, Shang Guanhong suddenly exclaimed. Following her gaze, everyone saw a ball of light at the center of the battlefield. The ball of light was very bright, but not dazzling. They were all too familiar with that thing because Zichen had fought 13 existences comparable to high-level life forms for the same thing. It's the psychic region crystal. Yes, that's it. The psychic region crystal. It must be the psychic region crystal. Man Shi, Wu Xie, and the others' voices were filled with surprise and excitement. Zichen was certain that the ball of light in front of them was indeed the psychic region crystal. They did not expect to find the psychic region crystal as soon as they arrived. Swoosh. However, unlike before, this spirit channeling region crystal seemed to be even more sentient. This was because when those cultivators were fighting, they had also tried to snatch the spirit channeling region crystal away, but it had been evading them all this time. The psychic region crystal had been suppressed by everyone's energy, so it could only move around in a small area. However, because everyone was fighting, they couldn't use their full strength, so the psychic region crystal was able to dodge the giant energy hands. However, while it was dodging, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the psychic region crystal. Then, it broke through the energy defense and turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance. Damn it, don't let it escape. Chase it. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. They immediately gave up fighting and chased after the psychic region crystal. The escape of the psychic realm crystal surprised everyone. Man Shi and Wu Xie were even joking around. However, in the next moment, everyone stopped talking. Their eyes were filled with surprise as they looked in that direction. The reason for that was because the spirit-linking domain crystal was actually fleeing toward them. Should we catch them? Man Shi scratched his head and asked subconsciously. Wu Xie licked his lips and said, I'd be a fool if I didn't. After he finished speaking, Wu Xie transformed into a ray of light and charged forward. Man Shi was also unwilling to be outdone, and he charged forward violently. Stop, that's ours. That friend over there, you've crossed the line. Before the two of them could charge forward, the cultivators who had rushed over began to shout out. The two of them naturally paid no heed to such cries as they approached the psychic realm crystal from the left and right. Stop. Wu Xie was the first to arrive. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. The moment the energy left his body, it transformed into a large net and fell towards the psychic region crystal. The spirit-linking domain crystal arrived in an instant. It looked like it was walking right into the net. Wu Xie's face was filled with pride. As for the cultivators behind him, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Some of them even had a murderous look in their eyes. This was the way the world was. If you didn't like someone, you could just kill them. Swoosh. Just as the spirit-linking domain crystal was about to be completely enveloped by the energy net, the spirit-linking domain crystal glowed once again. Then, it suddenly accelerated and brushed past the energy net. Wu Xie's expression couldn't help but be stunned when his attack missed. Man Shi, who had arrived behind him, saw this scene and laughed loudly. He spread his hands forward and an even larger energy net appeared. This net almost covered half the sky and wrapped around the spirit-linking domain crystal. Then, the net began to shrink. Man Shi's laughter resounded throughout the world. Stop, that's ours. Stop, put that thing down. When the cultivators behind saw this, they shouted again and moved forward even faster. Man Shi curled his lips in disdain and prepared to pull the net. At the same time, he smiled proudly at Wu Xie. Puff. In the next moment, he heard a soft sound. Then, he saw the spirit-linking domain crystal break through the large net and escape quickly. Damn it. Man Shi's face was filled with anger. He wanted to chase after it again, but it was too late. Wu Xie's mocking laughter rang out from the side. The few people behind saw this scene clearly. Their eyes were filled with surprise. It was obvious that the spirit-linking domain crystal was extraordinary. This time, Zi Chen directly flashed forward. Just like before, the spirit-linking domain crystal flew toward Zi Chen at an extremely fast speed. It planned to escape at an extreme angle and speed when it reached him. However, just as it was 3 meters away from Zi Chen, its speed slowed down significantly as if it had fallen into a swamp. The spirit-linking domain crystal wanted to retreat, but it found that there was no way back. The space here was like a world of its own. It moved slowly and there was no way back. The spirit-linking domain crystal's fate was naturally in Zi Chen's hands. Seeing Zi Chen holding the spirit-linking domain crystal, Man Shi and Wu Xie returned dejectedly. As for the cultivators from before, they flew over one by one. One of the low-browed leaders said, "Friend, that thing is ours." Zi Chen glanced at him indifferently. The latter's expression changed slightly, and he said, "How about this? We'll buy it with luck points. How about 100,000? This time, without waiting for Zi Chen to reply, Man Shi shouted, "Do you take us for idiots? You only want 100,000 luck points for a piece of spiritual domain crystal? How much do you have? We're willing to exchange it for 500,000 luck points." The low-browed cultivator's expression became very ugly, and so did the others. However, they felt that this group of people was not to be trifled with, so they did not rashly step forward. "We're from number 37 Wild King City. May I know where you're from, friend?" The low-browed cultivator spoke again with a threatening tone. "Hupping City, number 108. Zi Chen smiled indifferently, put away the spirit-linking domain crystal, and turned to leave. Man Shi and Wu Xie snorted coldly at those people, then followed Zi Chen. As for the two groups of people, they stood there in a daze, letting Zi Chen and the others leave. They stood there for a long time without saying a word. This was the 3rd level of the Mana realm. There were true high-level life forms here, and each of them was extremely powerful and famous. However, these were all individual combat strengths, so they were not worth mentioning. If one were to talk about which city was in the limelight recently, it would undoubtedly be number 108, Hupping City. This was because this city, which had been in decline for tens of thousands of years, had made a huge turnaround this time. Although there were not many people, every one of them was a powerhouse. Among them, the leader Zi Chen had single-handedly fought 13 existences comparable to high-level life forms. He had killed several of them and forced the others to retreat. Under the gazes of many factions, he had calmly left. This news had spread nearly a month ago, and it was still circulating. Almost everyone knew about it. There were even rumors that Zi Chen's combat strength was not weaker than a true high-level life forms. At this moment, when they heard the name Hupping City, they almost subconsciously recalled the deeds of Hupping City. It really is the people of Hupping City. The person who just spoke is Zi Chen, the one who single-handedly fought 13 powerhouses. We are too unlucky. Why did we run into them? After a long time, the people of the two factions finally came to their senses. They shook their heads and secretly cursed their bad luck. Although there were many powerhouses in the city they were in, there were only 2 existences comparable to high-level life forms. In front of Zi Chen, these 2 people were obviously not enough. Forget it. Although the spirit-linking domain crystal is very rare, it has been appearing frequently in recent days. Perhaps we still have a chance. The people of the 2 factions tactfully left. Just as they had said 2 days ago, for some unknown reason, the spirit-linking domain crystal, which used to be very rare in this world, had been appearing frequently in recent days, causing many factions to fight over it. Zi Chen and the others moved forward. During this time, everyone was in high spirits. They had obtained a spirit-linking domain crystal as soon as they arrived. Perhaps they would be able to obtain other good things later. Sure enough, after a day, they once again found a spirit-linking domain crystal. This time, Wu Xie was not careless and directly went forward to collect it. After another 2 days, they obtained a 3rd spirit-linking domain crystal. Everyone agreed that these 3 spirit-linking domain crystals should be refined by Dongqing because ladies had priority. During this time, they also encountered some trouble. However, with the deterrence of their powerful combat strength, those people tactfully retreated. At this point, there were very few life-and-death battles between cultivators, unless the 2 sides were mortal enemies. In this place, the true enemies of humans were the battle spirits who snatched resources and the guardians in the ruins. We shouldn't be far from the trading place. Let's speed up. From the 5th level onwards, there was a trading place on each level. However, the trading place on the 4th level was completely destroyed, and the trading place also disappeared. Everyone came to the 3rd level. The trading place on the 3rd level was larger, and there were more things inside. After Zi Chen and the others arrived, they were also attracted by the items being traded by the battle spirits here. As soon as Shangguan Hong arrived, she found the 2nd move of the wooden heart sword. It was really a pleasant surprise. The group moved forward again in the trading place. During this time, they also found many things that tempted them. However, these were all external objects. It was very rare to find something that could really help them. What is this? Mansha walked to a stall and saw a drop of liquid. His face was filled with curiosity. He then squatted down to examine it. Chapter 1433. A drop of liquid was placed in front of the stall. The liquid was transparent and looked like a product of nothingness. Silver threads flashed through the liquid from time to time. The silver threads were like lightning and looked like a teardrop. It was a void thunder droplet, but it had several names, such as void teardrop and life teardrop. It was a product of the destruction of the void world. Like the teardrop, it contained the purest life aura of the world, but it also contained the violence of lightning. It seemed like lightning had destroyed the world and caused the owner of the world to shed tears of reluctance. However, even tears were eroded by the power of lightning. No one knew how the void thunder droplet was formed. There were only some legends circulating in the outside world. There was no way to verify the existence of the void thunder droplet. However, there was really a void thunder droplet in front of them. The void thunder droplet, the real void thunder droplet. Wu Xie, who had followed closely behind, could not help but exclaim when he saw the teardrop of nothingness. His exclamation attracted the attention of Zi Chen and the others. The few of them quickly walked over. When they saw the void lightning droplets, their faces were filled with joy. One of the main reasons they had come to the Mana realm was for the void thunder droplet. There was only an introduction in front of the liquid and nothing else. Many people obviously did not know what it was, so they were not interested in it. The stall owner was a war spirit. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed and looked calm. The price of the void thunder droplet in front of him was 1 million luck points. They looked at each other. This price was not expensive at all. The void tree was priceless. Everything in the world that had a price was not worth mentioning in front of it. If they could really revive the void tree, 1 million luck points would be nothing. Zi Chen was the only one among them who had 1 million luck points. Of course, Hammer had enough luck points too. Unfortunately, he was not interested in the void thunder droplet at all. Man Shi and the others were looking forward to it. Zi Chen also nodded and was ready to buy it. I want the void thunder droplet. However, before Zi Chen could say anything, an indifferent voice was suddenly heard. As this voice sounded out, the expressions of Man Shi and the others changed. They immediately turned their heads and looked towards the source of the voice. That stall owner also opened his eyes and raised his head. His eyes were filled with surprise. The one who spoke was a young man wearing a purple robe. On the front of his robe was the image of a dragon. The dragon's eyes were glaring angrily, and it was very realistic. As the young man walked, the dragon seemed to come alive. The young man was also very handsome and did not look very old. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and his eyes were slightly narrowed. There was an arrogant look on his face. He directly walked over, not bothering with the unkind gazes of Man Shi and the others. He glanced at Zi Chen and forcefully walked in front of the booth, saying to the battle spirit booth owner, I'll buy this void thunder droplet. Without waiting for the stall owner to reply, Man Shi said with dissatisfaction, we came first, so we should be the ones to buy it. The young man sneered, if that's the case, I've already been here yesterday. Withdrawing his indifferent gaze, he once again said to the stall owner, give it to me. The battle spirit booth owner looked at Zi Chen and the others. There was a flash of light in his eyes, but he did not speak. Man Sha wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Zi Chen. Zi Chen said, friend, we really need this thing. Can you part with it? If you need it, do you think I don't want it? The young man said coldly. HMPH, one battle to determine the winner. Man Sha snorted. Because this void thunder droplet was too important, he lost his composure. You think you can determine the winner with me, the golden gorilla? A golden light flashed in the young man's black eyes. His handsome face became a bit more ferocious because of the reflection of the golden light. The young man was called the golden gorilla. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the surroundings. The golden gorilla, the high-level golden gorilla. He is the high-level golden gorilla that is said to be able to slaughter all humans. Yes, he is wearing a special golden robe and his eyes are shining with golden light. He must be that high-level golden gorilla. It is said that the golden gorilla is dissatisfied with the title of being comparable to a high-level golden gorilla. Thus, he slaughtered nearly 20 human powerhouses in one day. From the uproar in the surroundings, it was not difficult to tell that the golden gorilla was a bloodthirsty and cruel guy. However, what surprised Zi Chen and the others was the other party's identity. He was a real high-level golden gorilla. The reason why they were called high-level golden gorilla was that they had great potential, a solid foundation, and strong combat power. They were a level higher than all other life forms. Although there were many existences comparable to high-level golden gorilla, they were only comparable. They were not really high-level golden gorilla. This was because once a high-level golden gorilla reached adulthood, his strength would break through to the higher realm in one fell swoop. However, humans who were comparable to high-level golden gorilla were not strong enough. Hearing the discussions around them, Man Sha and the others also knew that this guy was powerful and terrifying. Just by slaughtering more than 20 cultivators comparable to high-level golden gorilla in one day, he was definitely not someone they could deal with. It was better to avoid trouble. The void thunder droplet was precious, but the safety of everyone was more important. Man Sha and the others did not insist and prepared to leave. Zi Chen also had the same idea. The golden gorilla had spoken first, and there was no need to fall out with a high-level golden gorilla. They were already planning to leave. Perhaps they could find a second void thunder droplet here. However, when the golden gorilla saw them preparing to leave, he laughed mockingly and said, "You want to run after hearing the name of a high-level golden gorilla? What a bunch of trash. Humans are really a bunch of trash." Zi Chen's expression changed. Shangguan Hong and the others also had ugly expressions. As for the cultivators in the distance, they were also angry because of this sentence. "Let's go." Dong Qing tugged at the corner of Zi Chen's clothes, indicating that he should not cause trouble. "I won't see you trash off. Remember, don't let me see you next time. Maybe at that time, I will be annoyed to see you and slap you to death." The golden gorilla laughed again and turned back. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded, "I will pay 1 million for that void thunder droplet." The golden gorilla's smile froze. He slowly turned his head, looked at Zi Chen, and asked, "Do you want to die?" Zi Chen walked over, his indifferent expression carrying a touch of arrogance. He ignored the golden gorilla and looked at the battle spirit stall owner who had already stood up and said, 1 million luck points. This thing is for sale. Of course, I will sell it." The battle spirit stall owner nodded, not caring at all that he had offended the high-level golden gorilla. Zi Chen was not surprised by the battle spirit stall owner's attitude at all. This was because the latter stood up and looked like he was watching a good show. He was not afraid of anyone and was happy to earn some luck points while watching a good show. The golden gorilla's expression slowly turned ugly. He first glanced at the battle spirit stall owner, his fierce gaze seemingly saying, "Just you wait." Then, he stared at Zi Chen with murderous eyes. "What are you staring at? Do you want to make your eyes look big?" Man Sha also stared at the golden gorilla and said, "If you don't accept it, then make a bid. Let your master man see if your value matches that of a high-level life form. Master man, the golden light in the golden gorilla's eyes became even brighter and his handsome face became even more twisted. He was a high-level life form. In this world, only one person dared to call himself a master in front of him. That was his grandfather, another high-level life form. But this brainless fellow in front of him actually dared to call himself a master in front of him. He was furious. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. However, Mansha was not afraid. Since he had already offended the golden gorilla, he might as well offend him thoroughly. He said to the battle spirit stall owner, "Give me that thing. That poor bastard obviously can't afford any more luck points." Poor bastard. The golden gorilla felt his head buzz. He had a massive amount of luck points on him, yet he was called a poor bastard. Moreover, he was called a poor bastard by a group of human trash. However, he could no longer remain angry because Mansha was ready to take away the void thunder droplet by force. 2 million. The golden gorilla blurted out in a hurry. Zichen glanced at the golden gorilla and said indifferently, 5 million. Mansha also glanced at the golden gorilla and smiled at him. It was a very ordinary smile, but in the golden gorilla's eyes, it seemed to be mocking him for only adding 100,000. 8 million. The golden gorilla was angry and shouted again 2 million. Zichen said again, his voice very calm. At this moment, the humans around them were cheering for Zichen in their hearts. They had even made up their minds that if Zichen didn't have enough luck points, they were willing to contribute their luck points. Because Zichen's actions were for the sake of humanity. It was another way for humans to fight against high-level life forms. 5 million. The golden gorilla shouted again. Ha. Zichen smiled and said, 51 million. This was deliberately targeting the golden gorilla. However, Mansha continued, 5 million. You really know how to bid 3 million. The golden gorilla was angry and wanted to kill. However, as soon as he shouted the price, a person ran over from afar and whispered something in the golden gorilla's ear. The golden gorilla's angry face changed slightly, but he seemed to be hesitant. The person said again, and the golden gorilla could only snort coldly. He turned around and glared at Mansha and Zichen fiercely, saying, "Don't leave if you have the ability. Wait until I'm done with my business, then I'll come back and kill you." "What? Are you afraid?" Mansha provoked. 301 million, Zichen said indifferently. You wait." The golden gorilla was very angry, but he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he turned around and left as if he really had something urgent to do. The main character left, and the competition to show off his wealth was over. Not only Zichen and the others, but even the others felt very comfortable. They had vented their anger. The battle spirit stall owner said with a smile, 301 million. You can take it. Chapter 1434. It was originally worth 1 million, but the price was 3 times higher. Zichen didn't intend to renege on the debt, but he put forward an additional condition. That won't do. The battle spirit stall owner directly refused, leaving no room for negotiation. Zichen spread his hands and smiled. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was obvious. You want to cheat? The battle spirit stall owner's expression changed. Zichen shook his head and said, "Of course not. I also know you have suffered losses. How about this? I'll compensate you 200,000 luck points. You can go find that fellow just now and ask for your 3 million. You." The battle spirit stall owner stared at Zichen. What? Is there a problem? I'll compensate you 200,000 for nothing. Is that not enough? Zichen asked with a smile. Clearly, he wanted to cheat to the end. Do you know where this is? The battle spirit stall owner's voice became indifferent. Zichen nodded and said, I know, but you shouldn't punish me because of this. The battle spirit stall owner stared at Zichen, his eyes flashing with anger. Zichen calmly looked at the battle spirit stall owner, a faint smile on his face. Mansha and the others stood to the side, indifferent. They quietly waited for the outcome of this confrontation to be decided. This confrontation lasted for a long time. In the end, the battle spirit stall owner was defeated. Fine, you win. That thing is here. As he spoke, the battle spirit stall owner copied a map. On it was marked the place where the void thunder droplet could be obtained. Zichen took the map and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He nodded and said, "Thank you. Here are your luck points." As he spoke, Zichen really gave 3.01 million luck points to the stall owner. The battle spirit stall owner handed the sealed void thunder droplet to Zichen. A smile appeared on his face once more, completely disappearing from his previous anger. He was very happy to have made a business deal. He had made a big profit. Seeing that Zichen was also very happy, he deliberately provoked him. "Do you know that I did that just now to let you increase the price?" Zichen nodded and said, "Of course I know, but I really need this thing. Even if it's 4 million, I will give it to you. I didn't expect you to give away that area. Thank you very much." The battle spirit stall owner was stunned, but then he smiled and said, "You're welcome. Actually, it's not a big deal to tell you about that place, because with your strength, you can't enter at all. Let alone you, even higher life forms can't enter." Mansure and the others' expressions changed. Even Zichen's expression was somewhat unnatural. Sure enough, businessmen were all profiteers. How could it be so easy to take advantage of others? The battle spirit stall owner took in the changes in everyone's expressions. The pride on his face became even stronger, so he provoked them again. "There's no harm in telling you. No matter how strong you are, you can forget about entering that place. The reason I was able to enter was purely due to luck. That place is protected by endless thunder, and any one of those thunderbolts can easily destroy a human powerhouse that is said to be comparable to a higher life form." This provocation was to the extreme, directly dispelling everyone's thoughts. This battle spirit stall owner was really something. However, he did not expect that after he finished speaking, he would discover that the expressions of the few people who were originally very ugly changed in the next moment. Each and every one of them became very strange. "What? You don't believe me? There are countless thunderbolts there, and each one is extremely terrifying. If a higher life form enters, only death awaits," the battle spirit stall owner said again. The strange expressions on everyone's faces became even stronger. Zichen smiled and patted the stall owner's shoulder, saying, "This time, I really, thank you." After saying this, Zichen and the others left. Then, a group of people laughed. "There's something wrong with these people," the battle spirit stall owner muttered. "I just dozed off and someone gave me a pillow." "Zichen, you really should go and take a look at that place," Gong Wei said on the way forward. "Yes, we should go and take a look. If we're lucky, we might be able to get more void thunder droplets," Shangguan Hong added. Last time, everyone had broken through, but Zichen had not broken through at all. Not only did he not have a breakthrough, but his one-star Thunder King physique also did not make any progress. Moreover, his meteorite Thunder King fist did not improve at all. Now, what Zichen lacked the most was a place full of violent thunderbolts. Next, everyone walked around the trading area a few more times, buying some more useful things during this time. "Hey, Zichen, there are spirit gathering pearls here, and there are quite a few of them," someone suddenly exclaimed. Spirit gathering pearls were very common, but most of them were brought from the outer world. A powerful attack of a certain powerhouse was sealed in it, and it was used to save one's life at a critical moment. In comparison, there were much fewer spirit gathering pearls in the territorial prefecture realm. Moreover, many cultivators, such as high-level life forms and humans, did not bother to use spirit gathering pearls. However, spirit gathering pearls were extremely suitable for Zichen. They were like treasures, and the more the better. Everyone came to the front of the stall and saw that there were more than 20 spirit gathering pearls placed here. The price tag varied from 10,000 to 100,000, and the highest one was 100,000. The power contained within it was equivalent to the full power attack of a peak 6th level battle spirit. "These things are not expensive. You can buy them all." Hammer was the first to speak. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. The others also nodded repeatedly, deeply moved by this. Along the way, Zichen had killed many enemies, and the others had also killed many people and seized many things. However, Zichen did not want any of them except for the spirit-gathering pearls. He collected almost all the spirit-gathering pearls and gave them to Man Shu and the others so that they could charge the pearls. After charging them, Zichen spent a lot of time using his spiritual thoughts to change the energy in the spirit-gathering pearls so that they could be easily absorbed by him. Back then, when Zichen killed Liu Yuan, his saber strike was extremely powerful. That was because he had borrowed the great power of the spiritual gathering pearl. During this period, Zichen would let everyone charge the pearls whenever they had free time. Charging the pearls was a very monotonous and time-consuming process. Everyone was excited at first, but they lost interest in the end. Okay, I've bought them all, Zichen nodded and said, if you have any spare pearls, sell them to me too. Man Shu and the others were dumbfounded when they heard that. Obviously, they would need to charge the pearls again. After strolling around the trading area, the group decided to leave. Since they had a clear direction, they planned to go to the place mentioned by the battle spirit stall owner to try their luck there. However, as soon as they walked out of the trading area, they saw streaks of light flying toward them from afar. These streaks of light were very urgent. At first, Zichen thought that the other party had instructed the high-level life forms to look for trouble, but as the voices sounded, he knew that the other party had come to report. 10,000 miles away, there are high-level life forms confronting each other. It seems that a battle is about to break out. Let's go and see. The high-level life forms are about to fight. A battle between high-level life forms was undoubtedly earth-shattering. A battle between such existences was also worth watching. Many people inquired about the situation, and all of them flew towards the location of the confrontation. Let's go and see, Man Shu suggested. We don't have the confidence to win against such existences. Instead of wasting time watching them fight, we might as well look for opportunities to improve our strength, Zichen said lightly. Well, let's look for opportunities first, Man Shu said. High-level life forms, there are 3 of them. That bloodthirsty golden gorilla is also there. They're about to fight. A voice rang out from the heavens and earth once again. This voice caused Zichen and the rest to instinctively stop in their tracks. It's that guy. Man Shu gritted his teeth and said, he said that he had something urgent to do and left first. Could it be that he's going to find trouble with another high-level life form? There are 3 of them in total. It seems that it's 2 against 1. The golden gorilla is teaming up with one of them, Shangguan Hong said. Everyone stopped and looked at Zichen, waiting for him to make a decision. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's go and see. Zichen turned into a stream of light to follow the crowd. The distance of 10,000 miles was very fast. They didn't need to use the flying instrument. After arriving here, many people had already appeared in this world. These people retreated far away and looked at the sky. There were 3 people facing each other. Except for the golden gorilla, the other 2 looked like teenagers. The 3 of them stood indifferently. The golden gorilla was fighting side by side with one of the teenagers. The teenager had long flame-like hair and there was a touch of arrogance between his eyebrows. Since the other party was a high-level life form, it was obvious that they were not human. They just had the appearance of a human. On the other side of the 2 stood a young man dressed in animal skin. The young man looked very delicate and pretty, like a normal human. However, for 2 higher life forms to work together, no one dared to underestimate this young man dressed in animal skin. Wolf cub, no need to wait. No one will come, the red-haired teenager said. His words were full of pride and arrogance. The teenager glanced at the 2 of them. There seemed to be a flash of light in his dark and calm eyes. The teenager said, "Good plan." The red-haired teenager smiled faintly and said, "You also know that if we fight to the death today, you have no chance of surviving. How about this? Give me the thing and I'll let you leave." There was a touch of ridicule in the teenager's eyes. "You want to kill me with just the 2 of you?" Chapter 1435. The 2 sides did not deliberately suppress their conversation, so their words naturally spread. Whispers were heard all of a sudden. Hupping City. That young man in beast skin is from Hupping City. Isn't Hupping City known as the last of the 10 million years? Why is there a high-level life form here? There were many people and forces around, but not everyone knew everything about Hupping City. In fact, even the people from Hupping City did not know about it. Among the crowd, a cultivator from a city with a high ranking said, "It's true that Hupping City is known as the last of the 10 million years, but the top forces don't underestimate this city. Every time the prefecture realm opens, a true high-level life form will appear in this city. This high-level life form is very threatening, but they fight alone every time and never meet up with others, so not many people know about it. Perhaps even the people from Hupping City don't know about it. Sigh, what a pity. There's actually a high-level life form in the last of the 10 million years. If they work together, the people from Hupping City might be able to go further." Someone sighed. That's not necessarily true. It's said that a few incredible beings have appeared in Hupping City this time. It's said that the leader fought against 13 human powerhouses alone, a cultivator in the crowd said. Is that true? Someone said curiously. Someone sneered. It's just a rumor. Just take it as a joke. Why take it so seriously? Brother, you're mistaken. I saw the battle that day with my own eyes. That battle took place on the 4th floor. That Zi Chen intimidated many factions by himself, the person from before said seriously. When he mentioned Zi Chen, he was filled with admiration. Hehe, then where is he? Since he's so strong, why doesn't he come out? I think he's already reached this level. The reason why he didn't come out is probably because he wasn't there. But, even if he's here, he wouldn't dare to appear in front of high-level life forms. The discussion around them continued and grew louder. Zi Chen and the others felt a little confused after hearing what the red-haired young man said. He was sure that only 13 people had come to the prefecture realm this time. But why was there another one now? Moreover, judging from the conversation around them, it seemed that every time the prefecture realm opened, a high-level life form representing Hupping City would enter. What's going on? Everyone's face was filled with doubt. Even Shong Guan Hong, who grew up in Hupping City, was not sure. Just as they were discussing, the young man in beast skin spoke again. So what if I don't have an ally? Why would I be afraid of you? The red-haired youth said indifferently, fear represents one's feelings, but defeat is a fact. Jinmeng, why are you wasting your breath on a wolf cub? Let's join hands and kill him. The golden gorilla said coldly, that Hu Ping Cheng is already at the end of his lifespan. Even if there is a higher life form, he is only fit to be at the end of his lifespan. Let's kill that wolf cub first, then we will deal with the other one. Golden Gorilla's expression was very arrogant, and his tone was very cold. He naturally represented a faction, and there were also humans among his allies, but other than a few, he looked down on all humans. Even if it was a few forces, if anyone disobeyed him, he would still kill them without hesitation. The Golden Gorilla was very arrogant and annoying, but of course, it was also very powerful. Zi Chen and the others naturally felt uncomfortable when they heard him slandering Hu Ping Cheng. Zi Chen glanced at Manshur, and the latter also nodded. His eyes flashed with excitement, and then he shouted at the Golden Gorilla in the air, "Hey, the poor bastard called Golden Gorilla, we meet again. Do you still remember your master man?" Manshur's voice was very loud, like thunder. He spoke in such a high-profile manner and directly called out the Golden Gorilla's name. This caused the faces of the cultivators closest to him to change drastically, and they retreated as quickly as they could. Almost in an instant, only Zi Chen's group of 9 people were left in the group. Everyone's eyes fell on Zi Chen and the others. They wanted to see what kind of existence dared to speak to the high-grade Golden Gorilla in such a reckless manner. After seeing the group of people clearly, many people in the crowd exclaimed in a low voice. Some of them recognized Zi Chen, while some of them had seen the two parties arguing at the trading point. Subsequently, everyone's expressions became complicated. They admired the courage of Manshur's group, but they were also worried about their battle strength. There were also some people who didn't know what was going on. They looked at Zi Chen's group as if they were looking at dead people. Zi Chen's group didn't have any strange expressions. Manshur waved at the Golden Gorilla with a grin, then pointed at himself and said very enthusiastically, "Hey, don't you recognize me? Your master man, Your master man. The golden gorilla's expression changed little by little, and the golden light in his eyes became more intense. You know him? He's a distant relative of yours, the red-haired youth asked after hesitating for a moment when he turned around and saw the enthusiastic man Sher. This question caused the golden gorilla's expression to become even more unsightly. He was so ashamed and angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to this interruption, the young man in beast skin turned his head. When he saw Zichen and the rest, a strange glint flashed across his calm eyes. Soon after, his calm eyes landed on Zichen. You actually made it here. Looks like you have some skills, the youth in animal skin muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Zichen nodded kindly at the youth in animal skin from afar. At this moment, the golden gorilla also reacted. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's you damn guys." Man Sher's face was originally filled with joy, but when he heard this sentence, his face became dissatisfied. He said somewhat angrily, "I say, pauper, we're not showing off in front of you this time. We just happened to pass by here, so we decided to say hello to you. How is it? Your master man is very polite, right?" Everyone was stunned. How dare he talk to the golden gorilla like this? "Ah!" the golden gorilla shouted. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and a violent aura surged around his body. He stared at Man Sher and gritted his teeth. "You dare to call me a pauper? Then let me see how many luck points I can get from you after killing you. Also, if you dare to act like a master in front of me, I will beat you until you kneel down and call me master." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden gorilla turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Man Sher. Boom! In the sky, a torrential energy began to surge. The golden gorilla's body glowed, and a vast and terrifying aura surged around him. Such a powerful aura made the other people's expressions change, and they kept retreating. Man Sher's expression instantly became cold, and he shouted, "How dare you threaten your master man? Then go to hell." Man Sher's words were righteous and powerful. Everyone was a little doubtful. They didn't know where this powerful existence came from, and they couldn't help but guess that it was another high-level life form. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. After Man Sher finished speaking, he actually retreated far away with a shua sound. The crowd was in an uproar, and many people shook their heads in disappointment. However, in the next moment, their eyes focused, and they saw that one person didn't retreat. It was a young man in a black robe, holding a long saber with a scabbard in his hand. He stood on the ground like a tall tower. The golden gorilla rushed forward, triggering a violent energy storm. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, it turned into a violent ocean. However, in the center of the storm, the young man didn't move, and his eyes didn't blink. At this moment, everyone stared at the center of the violent ocean. Die! The golden gorilla approached and punched out. A dazzling light appeared, and this light broke through the violent ocean power and hit Zichen below. With a punch, the fist light instantly approached Zichen. At this moment, Zichen's eyes moved slightly, and a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. A clear sound of the saber being unsheathed rang out, and a shining light appeared between heaven and earth. Zichen pulled out the saber, and the blade turned into 9, like a perfect fan opening, and went towards the fist light. Boom! The blade collided with the fist light, and the energy there was completely violent, and the vibration was constantly heard. The violent energy began to sweep and spread. Zichen's body flashed with silver light, and he stood motionless in the midst of the violent energy. As for the golden gorilla who had punched out, he did not retreat a single step. However, within his golden eyes, there was clearly a hint of astonishment. The berserk energy transformed into a storm that swept out in all directions, turning that place into an ocean of storms. The red-haired man's originally indifferent face changed because of the moment the storm formed. Because he saw that the human had blocked the golden gorilla's attack. Although it wasn't the golden gorilla's strongest attack, such an attack was definitely not something that a mere human could block. A trace of a smile appeared in the depths of the young man's eyes. He thought to himself, "You do have some skills." In the distance, the crowd retreated until they were out of the range of the storm, and then they waited for the storm to disappear to see the outcome. That human should have been killed by one punch. The attack of a higher life form contains such a powerful force. That human will die without a doubt. Most of the people present were not optimistic about the human, because the higher life form was too strong, and this kind of consciousness had been deeply ingrained. Some people who knew Zi Chen and knew that Zi Chen was powerful had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. The violent energy dissipated, and the figures of the golden gorilla and Zi Chen appeared. Zi Chen's saber was attached to the golden gorilla's fist. As the energy dissipated, Zi Chen sheathed his saber, and the golden gorilla also withdrew his fist. The golden light in his golden eyes was dissipating. He snorted and said, "I didn't expect you to have some skills." Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for letting me win. You can block my attack, but you may not be able to block my second attack. You should know the gap between a higher life form and a human." The golden gorilla's voice became cold, and his aura surged again. Zi Chen's expression didn't change, and he still said faintly, "I'm willing to learn." Chapter 1436. While Zi Chen was talking to the golden gorilla, the surroundings were already in an uproar. They never would have thought that the human would actually be able to block the golden gorilla's attack. Although everyone could feel that it was not the golden gorilla's strongest attack, even if those humans who were comparable to higher life forms were able to block such a powerful attack, they would definitely be injured. At the very least, they would be forced to retreat. However, Zi Chen did not retreat even a single step. Furthermore, his complexion was rosy and he did not show any signs of discomfort. At that moment, everyone had to admit that the human was very powerful. "This has nothing to do with you. If you leave now, we'll pretend that nothing happened." In the sky, the red-haired youth who was originally full of confidence frowned when he saw that the human had actually blocked the attack. Then, he spoke to Zi Chen. Naturally, he would not take such a human to heart. Normally, if he dared to cause trouble like this, he would just slap him to death. However, today was not the case. He had planned for a long time before he managed to catch the wolf pup. He could not miss such an opportunity. Zi Chen raised his head and looked at the red-haired youth. A smile appeared on his face as he said indifferently, "Before you say that, I feel that you should first ask where I come from and which power I belong to." Once upon a time, a human dared to speak to him with such an attitude and tone. Disgust flashed through Jin Meng's eyes. That human was already on his must-kill list. However, after calculating the gains and losses, he could only choose to compromise for the time being. Thus, he asked, "Where are you from?" He thought that the human wanted to save face, so he decided to fulfill his wish. However, after this, the human would definitely die. However, who would have thought that the human would say, "I come from Hupping City, Hupping City, Hupping City, number 108? Whoosh. The originally quiet heaven and earth once again burst into an uproar. "Hupping City, from Hupping City. Earlier, you said that there was no one in Hupping City. I never thought that someone would really come. Furthermore, that person even blocked the golden gorilla's attack. What do you think? I've said it before. This time, some extraordinary existences have appeared in Hupping City. That person is called Zi Chen. He's the leader of Hupping City. Back then, it was him who fought against 13 human experts by himself. I saw it with my own eyes." Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Uproars rang out continuously. Everyone looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. They had never expected that such a powerful existence would appear in Hupping City this time. Jin Meng and Jin Ji's originally somewhat ugly expressions became gloomy because of Zi Chen's words. "So you're saying that you're determined to die?" Jin Meng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "You're wrong. You should say that we're determined to participate in this battle, but it's not certain who will live and who will die." Jin Meng coldly snorted and said, "You're quite confident." Zi Chen did not deny it and smiled. Then, he turned his head and looked around. His indifferent eyes turned cold in the next instant. He first clasped his hands towards the surrounding people, then said with a neither warm nor cold voice, "Everyone, I am Zi Chen from Hupping City. Today's matter is a grudge between my Hupping City. I hope that those who are interested in watching the next battle will take a step back so that there won't be any unnecessary bumps and friction during the battle. Today, it is Hupping City's honor that everyone is able to come here to watch the battle. Today, I, Zi Chen, will remember everyone because of this honor. When I have time in the future, I will definitely visit each and every one of you and get to know some friends. Just as Zi Chen was speaking, the sounds of discussion disappeared. After Zi Chen finished speaking, the entire world became silent. In just a few short sentences, Zi Chen had said a lot of important information. His words were very beautiful, but they also contained Zi Chen's unique threat. If they backed off today, they would be friends when they visited in the future. If they did not back off, they would probably have other intentions when they visited. This was a matter between higher life forms, so they naturally would not participate. Now that they heard Zi Chen's words, they also planned to back off. Why should we back off? Are you threatening us? Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out from the crowd. That's right. Who do you think you are? Why should we back off just because you want us to? Are we your subordinates or your slaves? Or do you think that the people of Hupping City think that you're stronger than all the other organizations? Another cold voice rang out. A smile appeared on Zi Chen's indifferent face. He smiled. Of course that's not what I mean. I just hope that everyone won't interfere with us resolving our dispute. Most people said nothing. They all stopped one after another, quietly waiting for the matter to continue. Since someone had started it, they obviously would not let it go. Resolve your dispute. Then you can resolve it. Why do you have to control where we stand? We can stand wherever we want, another voice rang out. However, this voice was indistinct, making it impossible to pinpoint the person's location. Tempage, a mere Hupping City at the end of its lifespan dares to order us around and act like a boss before us? Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy? A second voice rang out, coming from all directions. This was some kind of special method. Jin Ji and Jin Meng both looked at Zi Chen mockingly without saying a word. The young man in animal skin was also very calm. He did not feel the slightest bit of gratitude because of Zi Chen's appearance. The faint smile on Zi Chen's face disappeared and he regained his composure. However, this calmness was also filled with indifference. He clasped his fist again and said, I believe everyone should know very well what exactly is going on. With that, Zi Chen turned to Wu Xie and said, I'll leave it to you. Wu Xie nodded. After which, he smiled. His originally evil face became even more sinister. His eyes were closed, but the vertical pupil at the center of his brows was slightly opening and closing. What? You still want to attack? You want to silence us? But there are many people here. Can you? The voice rang out again, but this time, before he could finish speaking, Wu Xie opened his eyes. A ray of death shot out from his vertical pupil. The ray of light passed through the crowd and landed on a relatively short cultivator. The indistinct voice that rang out disappeared as a result, and the short cultivator fell to the ground. We have the right to speak and the right to stand. You can kill one person, but can you kill all of us? A second voice rang out. This person had hidden himself well, and believed that he had done a good job in controlling his voice, spreading it in all directions but not in his direction. Even so, Wu Xie still sensed it. The light of death descended, instantly killing this person. After killing the two people, Wu Xie closed the eye between his eyebrows. He looked at the crowd in front of him and said coldly, no one is a fool. If you have the ability, then continue to cause trouble. However, please send someone a little stronger. Ordinary people are really not enough in front of me. At the very least, they have to be existences comparable to higher life forms. Only by killing them can I feel some kind of pleasure. Everyone was a little shocked. In fact, the two people were not weak at all. It was just that Wu Xie was too strong. Moreover, some people had already recognized that the two people who died were from the powerful force. Everyone here was a cultivator. Which one of them was not an extremely intelligent person? When the two people first spoke, they had already guessed the other party's identity. Because in this situation, who would be stupid enough to draw hatred for several forces? Who would be stupid enough to offend higher life forms? Ch, you can kill everyone. Another voice rang out. Then, the person died. Wu Xie sneered and said, Send someone stronger. There are many powerful humans, but what are you? Another voice rang out. This time, the other party actually blocked Wu Xie's ray of death. Boom. However, in the next moment, the sky shook. A huge hammer fell from the sky and bombarded the cultivator's body. On the ground, a deep pit appeared. In the depths of the pit, there was a vague human-shaped imprint. This person was already dead. Everyone was shocked because this person's combat strength was said to be comparable to higher life forms. However, he was killed in an instant just like that. Moreover, the one who attacked was not Zi Chen, but one of the 9 people who retreated. In addition to Zi Chen, 2 more people from Hu Ping City's team attacked. However, the powerful strength that these 2 people displayed shocked everyone. Such a powerful deterrence caused the surroundings to fall silent. Jin Ju and Jin Meng, who originally had a joking expression, had become gloomy. There was no good show to watch. Everyone could only retreat. They did not leave just now because they did not intend to target them. They were just waiting to watch a good show. Those who thought they were spectators all retreated. Those who stayed in place were naturally those who were ready to participate in the battle. These people were also scattered in a circle. Previously, they played the role of spectators. In fact, there was a certain number of formation masters hidden among them. Everyone retreated. Looking at the remaining people, Zi Chen smiled faintly and said to the red-haired young man, Jin Meng, higher life forms are so powerful that it is difficult to kill them. Even trapping them is not easy. These people should be your backup. I think there should be many formation masters among them. Jin Meng's face was gloomy and ugly. Formation masters who set up formations in advance were extremely powerful. This was something that even higher life forms had to admit. This time, they were scheming against the wolf pup, so they naturally used formation masters. However, Zi Chen's arrival completely messed up the situation. That was because Zi Chen and the others were all outside the formation. Adding on the fact that they were quite strong, it wasn't difficult for them to kill the formation masters outside the formation. Once the formation masters were killed, they would naturally be unable to continue trapping the wolf pup. This time, their scheme would also end in failure. Just as Jin Meng was hesitating whether to charge out and kill those people himself, he saw those people who had just retreated suddenly scatter and fly in 8 directions. They did not attack, but appeared behind those formation masters. Their eyes were very cold. Chue, who had just attacked, stood behind a relatively important formation master. Chapter 1437. Man Shi and the others spread out and were ready to attack. Jin Ji and Jin Meng were not confident that they could kill the people of Huping City before the formation master died. The situation was in a stalemate. Zi Chen stood outside the formation and looked at Jin Ji with an indifferent expression. Jin Ji's expression was ugly, and so was Jin Meng. Especially the latter, in order to trap the wolf pup, he had made a careful plan and paid a great price in the process. But it was ruined by these people. The onlookers in the distance all held their breaths and remained silent. The atmosphere was slightly oppressive and there was silence. It could be seen that this time, the 2 high-level lifeforms were really in a difficult position and did not know whether to advance or retreat. The first to break the silence was Zi Chen. He glanced at Jin Ji and looked up at Jin Meng, saying, "Do you want to fight or retreat? Please give me a straightforward answer. I'm very busy and don't have time to stand here and play silence with you." When the cultivators in the distance heard this, they were all stunned. Sure enough, everyone in Huping City was different. They were all high-level lifeforms that did not hold back. Jin Meng stared at Zi Chen, his cold eyes seemed to want to tear him apart. "Do you really want to die?" Zi Chen said indifferently, "Your threat is useless to me. Or, do you really think you can kill me? Since you can scheme once, you should be able to scheme a second time. Instead of being schemed against by you again and again, why don't we settle our grudges today? What do you want?" Jin Meng asked coldly. He did not believe that if he did not make a move, those mere humans would dare to take the initiative to attack. "I, Zi Chen, don't like to cause trouble and don't like to kill, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of trouble and won't kill. As for what I want, of course, it's to kill. Zi Chen's indifferent eyes flashed with coldness. He shouted, "Kill." As soon as his voice fell, Man Shi and the others who were already prepared immediately rushed towards those people with powerful auras surging around them. Roar! Roar! The roars of the beasts rang out. The first to attack were actually the beasts that Dongqing had tamed. It was as if they had already expected a battle. As soon as Zi Chen's voice fell, they had already launched their attacks. Moreover, they were all extremely powerful attacks. These battle beasts all had the bloodline of high-level life forms. Their realms had also broken through to the middle of the first Heaven King stage. Their combat power was very strong. The red-eyed boar demon spat out its saliva. The corrosive saliva instantly broke through a domain realm expert's defense and began to corrode his body and strength. A shrill scream rang out. The Aurora Pegasus turned into a stream of light. The horn on its forehead released powerful bolts of lightning. Wherever it passed, the domain realm cultivators fell. Boom! The transformed Man Shi was like a steel giant as he charged towards the crowd in front of him. Numerous Profounders at the region held domain weapons in their hands within the crowd, and their expressions were filled with vigilance and nervousness. When they saw Man Shi arrive, they launched attacks successively. Bang! Man Shi, who was moving at high speed, was like a towering mountain peak. Numerous attacks landed on his body and exploded with clanging sounds. He ignored all the attacks and crashed into the crowd. Energy vibrations rang out, and the people there were already in a complete mess. Just as Man Shi broke through the crowd to find the array masters to kill, Wu Xie, who had the undying body, also rushed in. He was not afraid of death, so naturally, he was not afraid of close combat. Under his powerful attacks, cultivators fell one after another. There was a huge hammer in front of the heavy hammer. Wherever it passed, all the cultivators in its way were killed. Among the group, he was the most relaxed. A few other directions also had miraculous effects. Everyone was still in a state of shock because of Zi Chen's word. They had never expected that the leader of Hupping City, the one called Zi Chen, would actually dare to take the initiative to attack. However, he really did take the initiative to attack and took control of the situation as quickly as possible. Go to hell! Jin Gorilla was furious, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, Zi Chen, who was already prepared, only sneered and instantly drew his blade. A blade light more powerful than the previous one appeared. The blade light split into 9 and slashed towards Jin Gorilla in front of him. Jin Gorilla roared and threw a punch. Surging energy vibrated. This time, Zi Chen did not retreat at all. Instead, Jin Gorilla took several steps back. Such a scene almost petrified everyone. Once upon a time, humans had become so powerful that they could actually challenge higher life forms. Die! Jin Meng saw that the battle had already begun and roared angrily. However, he did not have a chance to rush out of the encirclement before he was blocked by the young man in animal skin. Your opponent is me, the young man in animal skin said with a smile. Looking at the young man in animal skin in front of him, then looking outside the formation and the echoing screams, Jin Meng's face turned pale. He was unwilling to accept this, but he had to admit that his plan had failed. To be precise, it had been destroyed. He had to admit defeat. Stop, all of you, stop! Jin Meng shouted, his voice like thunder. Hearing this, the formation masters who were guarding one side decisively retreated. However, they were caught up and a few were killed. Only when Zi Chen waved his hand did Man Shi and the others give up the chase. The array left its original position. The array that had not been activated in the first place no longer existed. The young man in animal skin chuckled and walked towards Zi Chen. Jin Meng and Jin Gorilla's eyes were fixed on Zi Chen. Looking at their expressions, it seemed that the hatred between them was even greater than that of the young man in animal skin. Zi Chen did not care about this. He just nodded at the young man in animal skin. Hu Pingcheng, right? Zi Chen, right? I hope you can still smile when we meet next time, Jin Meng said coldly. Of course I can smile. I'm just a little worried about you. I'm worried that next time, you won't be able to smile like today, Zi Chen said with a smile. Chimph, wait and see. Jin Meng snorted. I won't see you off. Zi Chen replied indifferently. Jin Meng and Jin Gorilla led their people away, not even bothering to care about the bodies of their companions. This time, their plan failed. Not only did they lose people, but they also lost face. Looking at those people leaving, many onlookers showed a gloating expression. Obviously, these higher life forms usually looked down on humans, but today they were humiliated in front of humans. "Thank you, I'm Langxing." The young man in animal skin stepped forward to express his gratitude. "You're welcome. I'm Zi Chen." Zi Chen smiled. "I know you, and I know you guys," Langxing said. "Oh, you know us?" Man Sure, who had finished cleaning the battlefield, stepped forward and asked doubtfully. Zi Chen began to introduce them one by one. Everyone nodded at Langxing. "I don't know you guys, but I know the 5 of you. I've seen you before, but you definitely don't know that I was watching from afar," Langxing said. At this moment, those battle beasts rushed over and surrounded Langxing, looking very intimate. Among them were the crimson-eyed boar demon, the Aurora Pegasus, and the battle beasts tamed from that strange jungle. "You're from there." Zi Chen came to a realization, looking very surprised. Langxing nodded and said, "That's right. I'm from Tiger God Mountain." Tiger God Mountain was the periphery of the jungle Zi Chen and the others went to. When the people from Yanbo Castle came, they also went to Tiger God Mountain, and there were some disagreements between the two sides. Therefore, after Langxing met the cultivators from Yanbo Castle by chance, he also slightly schemed against them. Tiger God Mountain was quite famous in the entire Shuntian prefecture, but unfortunately, the people of Hupping City didn't know about it. Tiger God Mountain. So the Tiger God Mountain recorded in the ancient books is in that area. Shangguan Hong looked very surprised. She was born in Hupping City and joined Hunter's Castle early. She had read many ancient books, and one of them introduced the origin of Hupping City. It was said that a faction called Tiger God Mountain built it, but for some reason, that faction disappeared later on. Shangguan Hong asked the question in her mind, and Langxing explained, Tiger God Mountain never disappeared, but it was isolated from the world and didn't want to participate in the disputes between other factions. They only come here every time the prefecture world opens. Usually, when people from Tiger God Mountain go out to train, they usually don't use the name of Tiger God Mountain. After chatting for a long time, Zi Chen asked Langxing where he was going. "I have a companion who should be in trouble. I need to rescue him," Langxing said. "Then let's go together," Zi Chen said. "No, I can handle it alone." When they were chatting just now, Mansha said that they were just passing by and were preparing to go to a secret place. Langxing obviously didn't want to waste their time. "Okay, then. Be careful." The two sides said goodbye and Langxing left. From beginning to end, Zi Chen and the others didn't ask Jin Meng why he was plotting against Langxing, and Jin Meng didn't tell them either. "Let's go and try our luck." After watching Langxing leave, Zi Chen turned and looked in a certain direction. Today, he encountered a high-level lifeform and was lucky enough to exchange 2 blows with it. It seemed that Zi Chen had the upper hand, but in fact, Zi Chen knew very well that there was still a gap between him and a real high-level lifeform. This was because he didn't rely on his own combat strength for the 2 attacks, but the power in the spirit-gathering pearl. This kind of power was very strong, but it couldn't be sustained. Moreover, he knew very well that Jin Meng hadn't used his full strength. Although the 2 of them fought fiercely and Zi Chen could guarantee that he wouldn't die, in terms of overall combat strength, he was weaker than Jin Meng. Moreover, Jin Meng's realm wasn't high. He was only at the early stage of the first domain realm. As for Langxing and Jin Meng's realms, Zi Chen didn't know, but it probably wasn't high. However, their combat strength was definitely very strong. Next, Zi Chen and the others took the flying device that they won and flew toward the place that the battle spirit stall owner had pointed out. The place was very far from the transaction place, almost 1,000,000 miles away. Even with the flying device's extreme speed, they still flew for a long time. When they arrived at the destination, Zi Chen and the others came down. After seeing everything in front of them, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. "Have we come to the end of the world?" Looking at the dusky world, Man Sha asked in shock. Chapter 1438. In the dim world, a fault appeared. Beyond the fault was pitch black, like an abyss. Occasionally, a silver light would flash past, illuminating the fault and the dark abyss of nothingness. This place was indeed like the end of the world. All kinds of power were distorted and there were no rules to speak of. Is this really the end? Looking at the scene before them, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. We are in Tongyu Tower. Even if this is the end, it is still the end of the tower and not the end of the world. The real world has no end. At the very least, no one has seen the end. Hammer's words woke everyone up from their shock. Indeed, this can only be considered the end of the tower, and it is limited to this level. Zichen nodded. Although it was the end of the tower, it was also the end of a space. It was the first time everyone had seen such a scene, so it was inevitable that they were shocked. The void lightning droplet is here. Shong Guanhong looked at Zichen with her beautiful eyes. Zichen nodded and said, "Let's continue." It's in the depths. When everyone stepped past the end of the level, their vision darkened, but it quickly became bright again. After passing through the fault, they came to outer space. The dark nothingness disappeared and was replaced by brightness. The brightness came from the lightning. There were many flashes of lightning here, and these lightning bolts were like huge dragons dancing in the air. The silver light was dazzling, but there was no vast thunder might spreading, nor was there any oppressive aura unique to lightning. Other than the lightning bolts, there was nothing else. It was very quiet, and there was even a hint of a peaceful aura. This place was really dangerous. Everyone was puzzled, and they could not understand. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the lightning. The moment he appeared, the lightning bolts swept past where he was. It looked like he had crashed into the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts swept past the cultivator, and his body began to glow, emitting streaks of lightning. These streaks of lightning were very bright, but they were not powerful or scary. However, in the next moment, everyone saw the cultivator's body explode. His body exploded, but there was still no sound around. It was very quiet, or rather, it could be said to be silent. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the few people could not help but change. It was clearly happening right in front of his eyes, but he felt like he was watching some kind of video. He had only just arrived and he had already encountered such a strange situation. This should be a shattered space. The space here is not stable. What we are looking at should be a fragment of a shattered space. Although it is very close to us, we are not on the same plane. Thus, we cannot hear anything, Hammer said as everyone was feeling puzzled. Not on the same level? What do you mean? Mansha was puzzled. The others didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Hammer pointed at the lightning bolts and explained, "This place used to be a piece of land. You can liken it to a mirror. One day, the mirror suddenly shattered. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it shattered into countless pieces. The land is like a mirror. Right now, we should be standing on a certain part of the mirror. Just now, we saw that cultivator die. Because we happened to see it from a certain angle, the cultivator might not even be able to see us." Following Hammer's explanation, Zichen recalled the scene that had occurred on the 9th floor. A broken mirror, a continent. Could it be that this is really a broken world, and that's why the void lightning droplet was born? Shangguan Hong's beautiful eyes flashed with doubt. This was something that no one, not even Hammer, was clear about. Regardless of whether this is a broken world or not, this place is very dangerous. When moving forward, we must be careful, Hammer warned. Everyone nodded one after another. In the end, Zichen took the lead. Sure enough, as Hammer had said, after walking for several hundred meters, they felt the space around them changing again. It was as though they had left one space and arrived at another. Here, space was the fragment, and the fragment was another space. Once again, they felt as though they were on solid ground. However, Zichen's group was not the first to arrive. When they stepped onto the fragment, there were already many cultivators standing on the platform. These cultivators were gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Their eyes were also looking up at the sky. There were many flashes of lightning there, but there was still no suppressive aura. The arrival of Zichen's group did not attract too much attention. After all, There would be people coming here every day. Up in the sky, flashes of lightning streaked across the sky. However, there was no terrifying pressure. At first glance, everyone seemed to be inside a huge transparent light shield. The flashes of lightning above their heads were just outside the light shield. There were many cultivators on the platform. Their eyes were fixed on the flashes of lightning. The lightning was in the space. When the lightning moved, it meant that the space was moving as well. These people's eyes were shining. Each of them seemed to be deducing something, waiting for something. Unknowingly, energy auras surged out from their bodies. These energy auras were very powerful, comparable to those of higher life forms. In other words, most of the cultivators here were comparable to those of higher life forms. Just as everyone was watching, they saw a cultivator suddenly soar into the sky and fly towards a huge clump of lightning. Seeing this, many people who did not know what was going on were shocked. They wondered if this person was courting death. There were also some people who stared in the direction that the cultivator was heading. Swoosh! The cultivator rushed out of the space and entered the outside world. Logically speaking, he should have directly collided with the lightning and died. However, this did not happen. When his figure reappeared, he was in another place. It was a safe zone, without the slightest trace of lightning. The two sides were not far apart. Zichen saw it very clearly. After that cultivator appeared, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. His expression was nervous and full of fear. Obviously, he had taken a gamble with that jump. However, he had made the right bet. In the next moment, the expression on his face turned into a touch of joy. As if he had discovered something, he walked forward and his figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. When the crowd saw this scene, sighs and disappointment appeared on their faces. I wonder how long we have to wait this time. Exactly. Just now, one person went in. I didn't expect another one to go in this time. There are only 3 spots in total. This is great. We can't see anyone. Everyone shook their heads, looking very disappointed. However, there were even more people who quietly watched the flashes of lightning and quietly deduced. Zichen, who wanted to continue observing for a while and was about to go in, had a strange expression on his face when he heard that there were 3 spots. Everything that had happened here was strange. Hey, friend, what do you mean by the spots you mentioned just now? Are there any restrictions to entering here? Mansha walked towards a frustrated cultivator and patted him on the shoulder. That cultivator turned around and glanced at Mansha. He asked, "You just arrived, right?" Mansha nodded and asked, "Are there any rules?" The cultivator pointed forward. There was a small circular platform there. At the moment, there was no one on the platform. Outside the platform, there were several humans. The cultivator said, "If you want to live, there are rules. If you are not afraid of death, there are no rules." What do you mean? This place is caused by the shattering of space. Beneath our feet is the center of all the fragments. This place did not shatter along with it. At the same time, it is connected to the other fragments in the surroundings. However, it is easy to enter the other fragments, but it is very difficult to return. Coincidentally, there are 3 tokens here. Each token has one function, which is to return to the original place. Return to the original place? What if you die halfway? Mansha asked. The tokens will automatically return. The cultivator said, there are a total of 3 tokens. Only 3 people can go in at a time. As for the others, they are waiting. Of course, if you don't want to come back, you can go anywhere. Mansha thanked him and expressed that he understood. There was no need to tell them when they came back because they had already heard it. Looks like we can only wait. Shongguan Hong was worried that Zichen would enter rashly, so she said. Everyone nodded. Wu Xie said, "It is better to wait. I think there will be a big battle later." Indeed, those who obtained the spots would return safely. Plus, there were no other rules here. There would definitely be a fierce battle. However, those who dared to come here were basically experts. They were very confident in their own battle strength. Most of them came with their companions. While they were talking, a ray of light rushed out from the lightning and landed on the platform. Dead, another one died. Everyone let out cries of surprise. The cultivator who had been waiting outside the small platform grabbed the token and stepped onto the platform. Then, he charged forward and disappeared. He died. He must have been too greedy. Indeed. If he wasn't so greedy and came back directly, he shouldn't have died. Everyone was discussing. They were still waiting patiently. Zichen's gaze was fixed on the lightning. His eyes flashed as he continued to deduce. Just like that, the tokens flew back one by one. Then, one by one, the cultivators rushed into the sky. Most of these cultivators were very confident. After taking the first step, they would definitely be able to survive. However, after a while, the tokens would automatically return. On the platform, the number of cultivators was decreasing. However, there were still some cultivators filling in. Most of them were like Zichen, staring at the lightning and deducing. Those lightning bolts are very scary. Even if an existence comparable to a high-level life form rashly enters, he will die. Some cultivators were still discussing. As for Zichen, who was gradually deducing, his pitch-black eyes lit up. Swoosh. Everyone was still deducing. The tokens had yet to return. However, Zichen's figure soared into the sky and directly rushed towards the lightning bolts. Do you have a death wish? Seeing this scene, a cultivator's face was filled with shock. Chapter 1439. Zichen leaped into the air abruptly. Shong Guanhong and the others exclaimed, their faces full of worry. Was he looking for death? Some people raised their heads to look at Zichen, who was soaring into the sky. Everyone had different expressions. At this moment, Zichen's voice sounded in everyone's mind. It'll be fine. As soon as the voice sounded, Zichen appeared outside the space. Then, he went straight ahead and encountered a ball of lightning. He plunged into the lightning and disappeared. It looked like he was swallowed by the lightning. Idiot, there's no need to rush to die. Could it be that he suffered a blow and couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide? Hehe, that's very likely. When the others saw Zichen disappear, they sneered and mocked him. However, they seemed to have overlooked one point, which was why Zichen was moving in a straight line. Why was he able to move in a straight line? Zichen leaped up suddenly. Naturally, he was mentally prepared. As a thunder warrior, he was very familiar with lightning energy. Therefore, when the others stood there, they couldn't sense anything, but Zichen could. He could sense which space had weak lightning energy and which space had strong lightning energy. At the same time, he could accurately sense the real location of the nearby spaces. Zichen plunged into the lightning. In the eyes of the others, he was looking for death. Indeed, if an ordinary person entered, they would die. However, Zichen was a thunder warrior. The power around him was lightning. When he controlled lightning, he had a great immunity to lightning. Zichen rushed into the lightning. To the outside world, there was only one dragon. In fact, the entire space was filled with lightning and was full of destructive power. Zichen's body flashed with lightning. He activated the Thunder King body. Lightning raged, but it didn't attack Zichen. Zichen stood in the middle of the thunderbolts and felt the terrifying might of the thunderbolts. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Then, he began to move forward in the lightning, as if to check if there were any void lightning droplets. Zichen did not use the previous void thunder droplet. He was worried that a single droplet would not be enough to revive the void tree. Zichen quickly walked to the end of this space. He didn't find anything, but he wasn't disappointed. This place really isn't big. Previously, he had been searching for something and also measuring the size of this space. As Zichen had sensed earlier, this place was not very big. Zichen walked back to the center of this space, where the lightning was the most violent. If a human comparable to a higher life form were to come here, he would probably be blasted into pieces in an instant. Zichen sat there cross-legged. Lightning flashed around his body, and a shining Xingchen gradually appeared on his chest. When lightning Xingchen appeared, the lightning in this area went completely berserk. Around Zichen, within the flickering lightning, a suction force appeared. The surrounding lightning was pulled towards Zichen by this suction force. Lightning flashed as the power of lightning started to temper his body. Just like how Chen had tempered his body countless times with sky lightning, the 9-star Thunder King body was more thorough. The 9-star Thunder King body, coupled with Chen's perfect body, made the tempering process even more perfect. The lightning in the surroundings was not infinite. As Chen absorbed it, the lightning in this area became thinner and weaker. In the end, it completely disappeared. At Chen's chest, a clear mark appeared on the shining lightning Chen. This mark was like a unique mark that was deeply imprinted on Chen's body. Chen's constitution also became stronger as the mark became clearer. When the mark became clearer, Chen's physical body started to grow from the initial stage of the first-grade domain realm. Once the second mark appeared, Chen's physical strength would also reach the mid-stage of the first-grade domain realm. In the mana realm, the higher life forms did not have high cultivation realms. However, they were strong because of their physical strength and unique special abilities. Every higher life form could fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. Even after the lightning in this area completely disappeared, Chen still did not manage to carve a second inscription. He was slightly disappointed by this. But relatively speaking, his growth rate was already very fast. 8 days passed quickly. During these 8 days, Shangguan Hong and the others were filled with worry. As for the others, they had already forgotten about the guy who had committed suicide. Occasionally, they would think of him as a joke. Because of this, Mansha had gotten into conflict with others more than once. During these 8 days, the token had returned a few times. However, no one had come back alive. From this, it could be seen how dangerous this place was. As for that battle spirit stall owner, he was extremely lucky to be able to leave this place alive and even bring back a void lightning droplet. 8 days had passed and no one had come back. Although they were very confident in Chen, they could not help but feel worried. Will Big Brother Chen be okay? Ji Yuwen muttered. I don't think so, Ji Yuwen whispered. Chen was the backbone of everyone. Naturally, nothing could happen to him. Everyone was very worried when they did not see him for a long time. However, in the next moment, Shangguan Hong's worried eyes lit up. She exclaimed, "He's out. Chen is out." Following this exclamation, the crowd once again lifted their heads, only to see that Chen was standing in a very spacious and safe area. That area was in fact the area that had previously been filled with lightning. When everyone saw Chen, they started to cheer loudly. However, Chen did not react. He can't hear us. He can't see us either, Hammer said. Regardless of whether he could see or hear them, Chen was still alive. Everyone was relieved to know that. It's him. He's not dead. How is this possible? I clearly saw him dive into the lightning. How can he still be alive? Did I see a ghost? A person who should be dead is actually still alive. The other cultivators who saw Chen dive into the lightning were in disbelief when they saw Chen alive. At this moment, Chen did not notice the existence of others. He looked around again and carefully sensed other places. He stood there for an entire day. Why is he standing there? He's been standing there for an entire day. He's not coming back. He doesn't have the token. He can't come back at all. Even if he's alive, he'll die in the end. During this day, the token did not appear. Everyone's discussion about Chen did not stop. Under everyone's gazes, Chen suddenly moved. He took a step forward and left the safe area. In the next moment, he arrived at another fragment area. That's lightning. He actually encountered lightning again. This time, he's dead for sure. He definitely won't be so lucky this time. He's dead for sure. The lightning this time was much stronger than the previous one. In everyone's opinion, it should be more dangerous than the previous one. In fact, that was not the case. It was just that this fragment was bigger and the lightning energy was denser. Although it was very easy to kill humans who were comparable to higher life forms, the power was not much stronger than the previous one. This time, Chen checked around again. After finding nothing, he sat down cross-legged again and began to absorb the lightning energy here. He's dead. He died just like that. He's lucky. He's just too stubborn. If he had the token, he could have come back alive. Everyone sighed. Of course, there were some people who were mocking him. However, when they met Mansha's cold eyes, they obediently shut their mouths. In these few days, Mansha had used his fists to prove his powerful battle strength to everyone. Time passed again. The token flew back on its own. Still, no one could come back alive. Shong Guanhong and the others waited here for Zichen. No one tried to enter this fragment. As more and more cultivators died, the number of cultivators who dared to enter this fragment decreased. More and more people chose to deduce the safe area. Zichen stayed in the middle of the sea of lightning, absorbing the power of the lightning. On his chest, the imprint became clearer and deeper. Once the imprint reached a certain limit, a second imprint would appear. As the lightning in the second area became thinner, the mark on Zichen's chest finally reached a limit. Immediately after, the rune stopped expanding. Below it, an extremely dim and even illusory rune appeared. With the appearance of this mark, a powerful aura surged around Zichen. This aura belonged to the middle stage first domain realm. Zichen's physical body realm had a breakthrough at this moment. With the breakthrough of his physical body, his battle strength had also increased tremendously. With Zichen's breakthrough, the remaining lightning in this area gathered crazily towards Zichen. In an instant, they were completely absorbed by Zichen. With the breakthrough of his physical body, Zichen's absorption power had also increased tremendously. Feeling the powerful energy around him, Zichen nodded with satisfaction and walked forward. As his figure reappeared before everyone's eyes, the people on the safety platform once again exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked at Zichen in disbelief. He's not dead yet. Not only is he not dead, but he seems to have become stronger. His body is flashing with lightning. He has actually absorbed the lightning energy. No wonder he could live for so long. It's said that the lightning energy can only be absorbed under certain circumstances. I didn't expect this person to be so lucky. If he's still alive after so long, he must have gained a lot. The shocked crowd was also discussing spiritedly. At the same time, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Mansha and the others were disdainful of these people's inner thoughts. At this moment, Zichen seemed to be stronger than before. He should have broken through. These people were simply courting death if they had any ideas about Zichen. After the breakthrough, Zichen's perception of lightning had become more sensitive. This time, he did not stay in the same spot for long. Then, he took a step forward. His figure disappeared and reappeared. Zichen came to an empty area. There was no lightning in this area. Zichen's pupils shrank subconsciously. This was because he saw something in this empty area. It was a teardrop that seemed to be void but flashing with lightning from time to time. Void lightning droplet. P.S. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Day in advance. Farewell to 2014 and welcome 2015. I wish everyone a happy new year. I hope everyone will be in a good mood in the new year. Your career and studies will be thriving. Thank you to the friends who are still supporting Lei Wu. Thank you for your companionship. I hope you are healthy, safe, and happy. Chapter 1440. In front of him, there was only one void lightning droplet. It completely attracted Zichen's attention. It was rumored that the void lightning droplet was the product of a world's collapse. It contained the destructive power of lightning, the vitality of the world's collapse, and the despair and unwillingness of the world's creatures. Zichen looked at the void lightning droplet in front of him, but he did not take the initiative to approach it. Out of caution, he did not think that it would be so easy to obtain a treasure. Zichen's black eyes turned gold and silver. This was the yin-yang eye, which had the same effect as the delusion breaker eye. Under the yin-yang eye, everything became clearer. Around the void lightning droplet, there would occasionally be slashes. These slashes could not be seen or sensed under normal circumstances. Seeing these slashes, Zichen's pupils could not help but shrink. This was because these slashes left marks in the air. Clearly, they were very powerful. These slashes did not have any pattern. Zichen could only carefully move forward and avoid them. Soon, Zichen arrived in front of the void lightning droplet. With one hand holding the saber, he grabbed at the void lightning droplet with the other. A sudden change occurred. A sharp spike suddenly appeared in the air and pierced towards Zichen's heart. This stab was fast and ruthless. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it, and even if they did, they would not be able to react. Fortunately, Zichen was not an ordinary person. Just as the sharp spike was about to reach his chest, a scabbard blocked it. Ding! In this empty space, a soft sound suddenly rang out. The spike was blocked by the scabbard. It blocked the attack, but the powerful thrust of the attack caused Zichen to involuntarily retreat. Zichen's unchanging expression changed drastically as he retreated. Almost without any hesitation, his body began to flash with lightning. Thunder roared continuously from within his body. His heart began to beat violently, transmitting a powerful force. A lightning chen appeared in his heart. On this lightning Xing chen, there were 2 marks, one deep and one shallow. He had reached the 1-star, 2-vein lightning king physique. Kai, just as the Thunder King physique was revealed, a spatial tear streaked across Zichen's body, instantly breaking through one of his lightning defenses. A gash appeared and golden blood flowed out. In just 3 short steps, Zichen had suffered dozens of slash attacks. His body was also covered with dozens of wounds, each of which had blood gushing out. After 3 steps, Zichen steadied himself and retreated to a safe area behind him. He had only seen the attack, but he did not see what it was. Swoosh! However, before Zichen could reply, a black figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him. Soon after, the spike that had just disappeared appeared once again. Pu! Zichen's chest was instantly pierced through. Immediately after, a human figure appeared. However, this human had the head of an eagle and a pair of eyes as sharp as lightning. He was not a human, but a battle spirit. Looking at the human figures that were gradually dispersing, the smile that had just stretched on the corner of the war spirit's mouth slowly froze. Then, its eyes became cold and stern. It was an afterimage. This was the first time he had failed to assassinate a human. Most people died after 1 attack. Very few people could make him use a second attack. However, this guy in front of him had blocked 2 attacks. To be precise, it was 3 attacks. Because the spatial tear was also counted. Zichen appeared dozens of meters away. The heavenly thunder wings on his back were flapping. In the face of the sneak attack just now, he had displayed the Thunder King physique and quickly used his extreme speed to dodge the attack. After this sneak attack, Zichen finally understood why so many cultivators came here but so few returned alive. He was already very vigilant and used his yin-yang eyes. However, he still fell into the trap. If it were not for the fact that his Thunder King physique had broken through to the 1st level and blocked the spatial tear and that he had the fastest footwork in the world, he would have died just now. Human, you're not bad. The eagle-headed battle spirit stared at Zichen indifferently. Although it was praising him, there was no appreciation in its eyes. Zichen looked at the other party without saying a word. He was shocked. The eagle-headed battle spirit's expression suddenly changed and it exclaimed, "No, you're not human. You're from the Thunder Clan. What's the difference?" Zichen asked curiously. "Thunder Clan? Haha, you're actually from the Thunder Clan. This is great." The eagle-headed battle spirit laughed. Its laughter was filled with carefreeness and comfort. It was obvious that it was very happy to see Zichen. However, Zichen was not happy at all. This was because there was an undisguised killing intent in the other party's laughter. Sure enough, the eagle-headed battle spirit stared at Zichen and said coldly, "I don't need to stay in this broken place after killing you. I've been waiting for a long time and killed many humans. However, it's not enough. Since you're here, it's enough to just kill you." "What do you mean?" Zichen asked with a frown. "Hee." The eagle-headed battle spirit sneered and said, "You'll understand after you die and turn into a battle spirit. However, you're not even in the domain realm. You probably won't have the chance to turn into a battle spirit. So, die." After saying this, the eagle-headed battle spirit rushed towards Zichen. It actually ignored the spatial tear. Under the yin-yang eye, Zichen saw that the other party did not ignore it. Instead, it dodged at an extremely fast speed. Looking at its skillful movements, It was obvious that it had practiced for a long time. The spike in the other party's hand was actually a long and sharp sickle. The blade flashed with a cold light as it stabbed towards Zichen. Clang! Zichen did not draw his blade. Instead, he slashed forward with the scabbard. This was his beheading blade. It was very familiar and very powerful. This blade blocked the eagle-headed battle spirit's attack. Zichen's figure swayed slightly and dissolved the force. Previously, he had not been prepared and had suffered a loss. Now that he was prepared, the eagle-headed battle spirit, which was not very powerful, was no longer a threat to Zichen. The eagle-headed battle spirit seemed to have realized this. After the attack, it stopped attacking. Instead, it retreated and entered the many spatial tiers. It looked coldly at Zichen. Its figure changed slightly. The spatial tiers that were approaching passed by it. They did not even touch the corners of its clothes. Seeing this scene, Zichen was a little surprised, but he was not surprised. The other party had been here for a long time and was familiar with everything here. It was familiar with the trajectory of the spatial tiers. It was normal for it to have a premonition. "Do you think you'll be fine if you hide inside?" Zichen asked with a faint smile. The eagle-headed battle spirit's face turned ugly. It shouted, "Hide! I'm a supreme existence. How can I hide from a lowly human like you? Despicable human. You must have been from a foreign race when you were alive," Zichen sneered. "We are from the god race," the eagle-headed battle spirit emphasized. Its tone was firm and proud. "All right, god race, I'll send you on your way now." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, he drew his saber. A shining saber light appeared. The saber light split into 9. The first beam was in front of Zichen, but the 9th beam was in front of the eagle-headed battle spirit. Wherever the saber light passed, the spatial tiers were cut open. Zichen did not believe that the other party had a physical strength comparable to his. When the eagle-headed battle spirit saw this saber, its eyes immediately widened. There was a look of disbelief in its eyes. It could feel danger from this saber. It was the danger of death. This was the first time it had felt such danger in so many years. This saber had sealed off all its escape routes. It could only move forward and attack. It gritted its teeth and shouted. It took a step forward. The ground trembled. The scythe in its hand released light and a powerful aura appeared. The scythe and saber light met. PFFF, the glowing scythe wasn't able to block Zichen's saber light that split into 9. The saber light instantly passed through the scythe and then the eagle-headed battle spirit's body. The scythe's light dimmed and the scythe itself dissipated into energy. The eagle-headed battle spirit's expression froze in the next moment. Its body split in 2 and then fell backwards. After its body fell to the ground, it also dissipated. In a more accurate sense, a battle spirit didn't have a corporeal body. Everything was condensed from energy. After killing the battle spirit, Zichen cautiously approached the void thunder droplet and then put it away. However, he had some doubts in his heart. Why did the battle spirit say that he could leave after killing him? Besides the void thunder droplet, there was nothing else here. Zichen carried his doubts and moved to the next fragment. Next, Zichen saw that the fragments were no longer empty. There were some ancient buildings on some fragments. However, these buildings had long been damaged and the arrays were all broken. There was nothing valuable left. There was a lot of thunder energy here. To others, this was a very dangerous place. However, to Zichen, this was a cultivation treasure. The thunder energy here could be used for his cultivation. While cultivating, it could also help him comprehend battle skills. On the platform, Shangguan Hong and the others were still patiently waiting. Now, they were no longer worried that something would happen to Zichen. This was because Zichen had appeared many times. The 3 entry tokens were placed on the small platform. After that, no one stepped onto it. Everyone seemed to be studying the fragments around them. In fact, they were waiting like Shangguan Hong and the others. They were also waiting for Zichen to come out. Then, they would rush up and snatch the other party. This was because Zichen had appeared many times. In everyone's opinion, he should have obtained a lot of good things. There were also some people who were trying to summon other companions. They felt that these people wouldn't be easy to deal with. Man Shi and the others knew what the people on the platform were thinking. However, they didn't care. Zichen didn't know what was happening on the platform. He had been cultivating and comprehending the meteorite Thunder King Fist. Then, he searched for void thunder droplets. He already had 5 void thunder droplets. Zichen decided to give it a try. He wanted to see if the void thunder droplet could revive a void tree. However, at this moment, Zichen arrived at another fragment. There were many buildings on this fragment, and some of them were extremely well preserved. Zichen could still feel waves of pressure from these buildings. In addition, when Zichen arrived, he saw a scene. This scene seemed to be the reason why this world had shattered. Chapter 1441. The scene was filled with lightning. Bright lightning, vast amounts of lightning, endless amounts of lightning. This was an ocean formed by lightning. Zichen looked at the sea in front of him and secretly guessed that this should be the scene before the world completely collapsed. But he found that he guessed wrong. This sea of lightning was filled with endless lightning. However, these lightning bolts were not violent, nor were they terrifying. In fact, they even had a trace of a peaceful aura. In this sea of lightning, sometimes there were people riding on swords, sometimes there were people riding on beasts. They shuttled freely in the lightning and did not suffer any attacks. As the figures flashed, the sea of lightning also surged. Then, Zichen saw that there were people and beasts cultivating in this sea of lightning. There was a strange beast with 2 horns on its head breathing in the sea of lightning. There was a crystal ball emitting lightning in front of it, which seemed to be its inner core. There was also a cultivator using this lightning to temper his body. The surface of his body was surging with lightning. When Zichen saw the several Xingchen flashing lightning at his chest, his expression changed instantly. This was a body tempering technique that he was very familiar with, the 9-star Thunder King body. The other party was using the 9-star Thunder King body, which proved that he was from the Thunder Clan. In other words, this world filled with lightning should be the world where the Thunder Clan lived. The scene changed. The sea of lightning disappeared, and rows of towering buildings appeared. These buildings also emitted lightning. It was very bright but not dazzling. Next, Zichen saw a cultivator practicing his footwork. It was the world's fastest speed, 9 lightning flashes, which Zichen was very familiar with. However, the former's attainment was obviously much higher than Zichen's. With every step the other party took, his figure was constantly disappearing, as if he was teleporting. The other party had completely merged the power of space with the extreme speed footwork. Seeing the other party practicing his footwork, Zichen was a little embarrassed. His 9 lightning flashes was not complete, and the other party's was not complete. The difference between the two was not big, but Zichen could barely reach that level of disillusionment by relying on the heavenly thunder wings. He was still far from being able to do as he pleased. Zichen calmed himself down and released his perfect spiritual senses. He began to pay attention to the changes in his opponent's footwork and imprinted these changes in his mind. Zichen had completely memorized these footwork changes, but he found it very difficult to imprint them in his mind. It was as if these images could not exist in this world. Even if they were engraved with a perfect spiritual sense, they were still blurry. The footwork that he had just memorized also gradually became blurry as the spiritual sense engravings became blurry. In this kind of situation, it was as if there was a kind of resistance from the unseen world that prevented him from engraving and remembering. It was as if he was just a passerby who didn't need to leave any traces here. Just as Zichen was trying to figure out what was going on, he saw the cultivator performing the extreme speed footwork change again. This time, it was even more exquisite and profound than before. As he took a step forward, the stable space around him suddenly began to distort. His footsteps caused the space around him to change. With his body as the point, he caused the space around him to tremble. Zichen's eyes widened when he saw this scene. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This time, the other party was just practicing, but Zichen could sense from the distorted space that the speed he was about to show was definitely the true extreme speed. This was because the space in front of him became unstable. It was like a distorted mirror that was divided into many regions. As long as he wanted to, he could step into other regions at any time. This extreme speed had already surpassed teleportation, the Earth-shrinking technique, and the speed that everything in the world could achieve. This was because he was crossing space, crossing regions, and even crossing worlds. This was obviously the true 9 deaths of thunder and lightning, the most complete 9 deaths of thunder and lightning. Zichen widened his eyes and carefully observed the cultivator's changing footwork. The perfect spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness was also copying this footwork over and over again. The cultivator from the Thunder clan wouldn't realize that there was a descendant who appeared many years later and was spying on him. In the next moment, his footwork changed again. This time around, the spatial energy around the other party calmed down. The spatial energy was no longer distorted. However, his body became extremely blurry. Waves of extremely mysterious energy appeared on the surface of his body. Zichen widened his eyes and wanted to see the next change in the footwork clearly. However, he couldn't see it clearly at all. Even as he analyzed it with his spiritual sense, he felt dizzy. He couldn't tell which was which and which was which. This feeling was very contradictory and strange. Zichen wanted to vomit, but he couldn't. He couldn't express it with words either. It was like, the wrong time had passed. Yes, the wrong time had passed. Time was chaotic. Zichen's eyes widened to the limit, and his face was filled with shock. He exclaimed, "Time, yes, it's time." The cultivator's body became blurry because his surroundings were filled with the blurry power of time. What changed in the end was actually time. Oh my God, the world's fastest speed. So this is the true meaning of the world's fastest speed. Zichen's mind was shaken. He lost his composure and exclaimed. His voice echoed in this world. What was the world's fastest speed? Shrinking the Earth into inches. Teleportation. Stepping on space meridians to move forward. Crossing space, crossing regions, crossing realms. No, it wasn't anything. It was to change the change of time, change the flow of time, and change the direction of time. From there, it could accelerate time, stop time, or even reverse time. The world's fastest speed. This was the true world's fastest speed. At this moment, Zichen finally understood why his perfect spiritual sense couldn't successfully copy this footwork. It was because this footwork was too shocking, too heaven-defying, and couldn't be tolerated by the world. At this moment, the power of time around the cultivator disappeared. He stood quietly in the field, but his eyes were filled with doubt and contemplation. Could it be that this footwork hasn't been perfected yet? Seeing the other party pondering, Zichen couldn't help but guess. However, in the next moment, Zichen found that the other party suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Zichen couldn't see the other party's face clearly. He could only see a pair of eyes. It was a pair of eyes as bright as Xing Chen's. Those eyes seemed to have gone through the baptism of endless time, as if they had crossed over endless time and seen the future from the past. In Zichen's eyes, there was only this pair of bright eyes left. He was deeply attracted by this pair of eyes. Suddenly, a ball of golden light shot out from those bright eyes. This golden light passed through the obstacles of time and space, passing through the past and the future, and headed toward Zichen. Zichen saw the golden light and also saw a figure in the golden light. It seemed to be a figure who was displaying the world's fastest footwork. Around this figure, time and space were in disarray. He was crossing through space and time. This is an inheritance. Zichen's eyes were wide open, and his breathing became rapid. He was completely awake, but he couldn't move his eyes away. He could only look directly at the pair of bright eyes in front of him. It was as if the eyes of the two connected a passage from the past to the future. Buzz. At this moment, the world trembled, and a vast aura emerged. This aura was like the might of the heavens. It forcefully descended from the sky and fell into the passage that connected the past and the future. Then, a beam of destructive light appeared and shot toward the golden figure. Around the golden figure, the power of time and space surged even more violently. His figure became even more illusory. Every step he took, he passed through endless time and space. Clearly, He was speeding up in the long river of time. However, this beam of destructive light was even more terrifying and faster. It represented the might of the heavens and the rules of the world. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It landed on the golden figure and instantly shattered it. No! Zichen shouted. The passage that connected the two disappeared the moment the golden figure shattered. Golden blood flowed out of Zichen's eyes. However, just as the passage disappeared, there was still a small dot of light that successfully entered Zichen's eyes. Although this dot of light was so small that it could be ignored, it was like a seed that was buried in Zichen's heart. As long as there was enough opportunity, this seed would gradually germinate until it fully matured and bloomed. Zichen was very upset that the inheritance was destroyed. However, he didn't know that the entire 9-story Tongyu Tower trembled the moment the beam of destructive light appeared. This tremor seemed to shake the foundation of the entire Tongyu Tower. Many buildings collapsed, and many formations outside the ruins collapsed. Many inheritances that should have been hidden deep in the ruins also appeared one after another. The Thunder Clan is indeed one of the ancient clans. They are indeed extraordinary. To be able to see a corner of the future from the past and forcibly pass on a technique. But they were still detected. In the end, they didn't succeed. This kind of otherworldly technique is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. It shouldn't exist in the world. If it appears, it will probably lead to a bloodbath. But even if it doesn't appear, a bloodbath will eventually come. Sigh. I wonder who will be the one to carry the flag this time. No one could hear the conversations in the void. At that moment, the cultivators in the Domain Manor realm all rushed madly toward the ruins that had appeared. Things like the spirit-channeling realm crystals also appeared frequently, causing a frenzied scramble for them. Even the high-level life forms found some things that they were interested in and then traveled through the ruins that had revealed a corner. They seemed to have made a major discovery. As for Zichen, he watched in astonishment as the buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. What had caused all this was merely the remnant power of the light beam of destruction in the tunnel. However, this remnant power had destroyed everything in this place. If Zichen hadn't erected his own reality space at the critical moment to defend himself, he would have been destroyed along with the buildings. This trace of power had destroyed everything, including the image. Zichen had lost the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. However, the image reassembled in the next moment. Just as Zichen was pleasantly surprised that the inheritance was still there, he saw an even more shocking scene. Chapter 1442. The peaceful lightning was disturbed by a mysterious aura. This aura descended from the sky. It was very sudden. The cultivators in the lightning and the Thunder Clan didn't notice it at all. This mysterious aura wasn't the aura of the heavenly Tao that Zichen encountered earlier. It was another type of aura. This aura was similar to the law of destruction that Zichen comprehended. It didn't come from this world but from another world. This aura broke through the void and landed in the Thunder Clan, forming a passageway that connected heaven and earth. The passageway was bright and dazzling, emitting a vast aura. The people of the Thunder Clan sensed that something was wrong. They rushed out from the lightning and attacked the passageway. In an instant, Zichen saw many powerful spells belonging to the Thunder Clan. Someone summoned divine lightning, and it descended from the sky, blasting towards the passage. Someone summoned a lightning dragon. The lightning dragon emitted a powerful aura and attacked the passageway. In the sky, the void broke open again. Huge rocks appeared one after another. These rocks emitted lightning and were dazzling. It was unknown whether they were meteorites or meteorites. They whistled and smashed into the passageway. In an instant, many people of the Thunder Clan launched their attacks. Many powerful techniques were displayed. Only a few of these techniques were recognized by Zichen. He had never seen or heard of the others before. However, when the attacks landed on the passageway, they only caused small ripples. From this, one could see how sturdy the passageway was. Until a powerful existence appeared. As he struck out with his palm, a palm imprint appeared in the sky. This palm imprint filled the entire sky and then moved towards the passageway. The entire passageway began to tremble violently. However, before the palm imprint could destroy the passageway, A beam of light rushed out from the passageway. This was a dazzling light. It directly penetrated the palm imprint and arrived in this world. The beam of light transformed into a figure. He held a sword in his hand. The sword was very bright and his body was also emitting light. Zichen couldn't see the sword or the figure's appearance clearly. Following that, more beams of light appeared. These beams of light transformed into figures. These figures were glowing and the aura around them stirred up the space here. Following that, a great battle broke out. Many silhouettes of light charged towards the cultivators from the Thunder Clan and one by one, the cultivators from the Thunder Clan fell. However, there were also some silhouettes of light that disappeared. Every silhouette of light represented a cultivator. Just as Zichen was guessing who the light shadow was, he saw a familiar weapon in the light shadow. It was a weapon that looked like a scythe. It was thin and long, and it was held in the hands of the light shadow. The silhouette of the silhouette flickered, its speed was extremely fast. With a ruthless slash of its scythe, the cultivators from the Thunder Clan were killed one after another. Zichen was very familiar with that scythe. It was the weapon that the alien war spirit had previously used. Moreover, it was an illusion. Naturally, the identity of the light shadow was also obvious. The outsiders had arrived. The battle was still going on, but the image had disappeared. The remaining energy in this place was no longer enough to maintain the image. This region was completely destroyed. The outermost space began to collapse. This place was about to collapse and disappear. Not being able to see the final image, Zichen could only leave even though he was unwilling in his heart. In the next region, Zichen encountered lightning once again. However, this time, he was focused on the aftermath of the image. He no longer had the heart to cultivate. With a flip of his hand, a large cauldron appeared. This was the everlasting pill cauldron that Zichen hadn't used for a long time. After the everlasting pill cauldron landed, it grew in size. It was like a huge mountain, exuding a simple and ancient aura. Following that, a strong suction force appeared from the cauldron and began to absorb the lightning here. Zichen now knew that this lightning wasn't some destructive lightning. It was the lightning that belonged to the Thunder Clan. Originally, they were very orderly and gentle. Zichen wasn't clear about the process of that battle. However, he could already guess the result. The world of the Thunder Clan had collapsed and turned into this. A huge vortex appeared out of thin air. All the lightning was sucked into the vortex. After collecting the lightning, Zichen left this fragment. After stepping into 3 fragments, Zichen finally saw another image. When that image appeared, it was also lightning. Following that, he saw a person practicing a technique. However, it wasn't the 9 lightning deaths. Instead, it was an extremely powerful lightning technique. It seemed to be able to summon lightning from the void. However, just like before, this technique couldn't exist in the world. Zichen's spiritual sense couldn't copy it at all. Because he didn't have insight into the past and future, there was no forced transmission of the technique this time. However, the next battle image clearly showed the degree of tragedy of that battle. The people of the Thunder Clan were very powerful. All kinds of powerful lightning techniques dazzled Zichen. However, the foreign races who came prepared were even stronger. One of them was holding a trident. He turned into a light shadow. Wherever he passed, many cultivators of the Thunder Clan died. Another one was the sword-wielding shadow who rushed out at the beginning. The shadow's sword light turned into a line. Wherever this line passed, even space was cut open. The powerful defense of the Thunder Clan was nothing in front of this shadow. Another one was holding a saber. He was tall and the power of his saber seemed to be able to split the sky. Of course, there were also powerful existences in the Thunder Clan. They weren't weaker than those 3 experts at all. The foreign races also suffered heavy casualties. The battle was very fierce. The shockwaves were very strong. In the end, it caused this world to completely collapse. Except for a few people of the Thunder Clan who rushed out, the others were all killed by the collapse of this world. When the world collapsed, a mysterious power appeared. This power was illusory and contained rich life essence. This was the foundation of this world's vitality. Some of them dissipated with the collapse of this world. Some changed after encountering the power of lightning. They floated in the void. Sometimes they were illusory, sometimes they were crystal clear. They were like drops of despair and unwillingness. The void lightning droplets were formed. It wasn't formed by the destruction of all things. Instead, it was caused by the destruction of the thunder world. Looking at the disappearing image, Zichen's mood was very complicated. He was Lei Wu and could be considered a member of the Thunder Clan. At this moment, seeing the Thunder Clan collapse, he naturally didn't feel good. Zichen discovered this scene several more times. However, each time, the scene was different. Clearly, the Thunder Clan's world wasn't a single one. Back on the Martial Heaven continent, it was rumored that the Thunder Clan's destruction was due to resisting the invasion of the Devil race. Seeing the destruction of several of the Thunder Clan's worlds, Zichen guessed that the Martial Heaven continent was just a branch of the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan's true foundation was still on the Martial Heaven continent. The Thunder Clan's world had collapsed here. Then the people who had created the Domain Manor worlds had merged this world with the Serene Tower. Then it was easy to explain the Thunder Clan's inheritance on the 9th floor. The broken wordless stone stele should have been the work of the foreign races. Many of the Thunder Clan's worlds had been destroyed. That was something that had happened many years ago. Zichen quickly adjusted his mood and put away his emotions. He once more began to absorb the Thunder Force to increase his strength. Other than remembering the reason for the Thunder Clan's destruction, Zichen was also filled with anticipation for the various techniques of the Thunder Clan. He wanted to try his luck here and see if he could find one or two of the Thunder Clan's techniques. He didn't find any. Even when Zichen's physical strength reached the peak of the first level, he still didn't discover any other battle techniques. Fat. A battle spirit was beheaded. Zichen indifferently put away his saber and looked at the void lightning droplet in front of him. The battle spirit that had died had been of a foreign race. It had been excited to see him. Now Zichen understood the origin of that excitement. The destroyed Thunder Clan world had been reformed into a training ground. However, the ones guarding it were all battle spirits of other races. After they killed a certain number of humans, they could leave this place and regain their freedom. However, they had to kill a lot of humans. If they killed too many, it would be very difficult to accomplish. However, once they killed a Thunder Warrior, they would immediately regain their freedom. As Zichen discovered that the number of void lightning droplets had increased, the number of foreign race battle spirits he had killed had also increased. Zichen's eyes were cold. After learning the reason for the Thunder Clan's destruction, he attacked the foreign race battle spirits whenever he saw them. He didn't even bother to talk to them. The destruction of the Thunder Clan back then was too sudden. Although the Thunder Clan ultimately dealt a heavy blow to the foreign race, and the Thunder Clan played a major role in the establishment of the Manor Realm, they still took what happened back then to heart. That's why they left behind so many images that can only be activated when someone from the Thunder Clan arrives. Yeah. Look at that little guy. Although his expression didn't change much, he's obviously become more ruthless when he attacks the foreign race battle spirits. Although the Manor Realm has nothing to do with the Thunder Clan now, this region is still changing under the influence of the Thunder Clan. The strange beasts in the Thunder Sea are very powerful, but when someone from the Thunder Clan appears, those strange beasts actually disappear on their own. It's indeed unbelievable. A conversation could be heard in the void. After a month of this state, Zichen finally came to his senses. He had already obtained quite a number of void lightning droplets. It was time to test the effects of the void lightning droplets. After walking into the Thunder Sea, Zichen's figure flashed as he entered his own reality space. The reality space was shrinking as the collapse continued. The energy floating in the air was somewhat chaotic, but it was much purer than before. Zichen waved his hand and a withered void tree appeared in front of him. It took root in the void, but it was deathly still. Zichen took out a void lightning droplet and placed it on the roots of the void tree. The void lightning droplet landed on the roots of the void tree. The lightning within it began to spread, and the dense life energy also surrounded the roots of the void tree. The roots instantly absorbed the life energy as if they had been waiting for a long time. Wisps of silver light spread from the roots of the void tree. The void tree, which had no life energy, started to grow after absorbing the lightning droplet of life. However, the growth was very small. It was like a flickering candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. Chapter 1443. In order to revive a void tree, Zi-Chen had used 3 void thunder droplets. Of course, the current void tree was not like the 2 fully revived void trees in Zi-Chen's reality space that had started to absorb the power of the void to fill up his reality space. After the 3 void thunder droplets were absorbed, the roots of the void tree clearly showed signs of life and started to recover. Although the roots were still yellow, it would not be long before the void tree would truly recover and be full of vigor. After seeing the miraculous effect of the void thunder droplets, Zi-Chen began to shuttle through the fragments. On one hand, he used the power of thunder to comprehend battle skills. On the other hand, he also collected the void thunder droplets. Just like that, half a year passed in a flash. In this half a year, Zi-Chen's physical strength had increased to the limit of the first grade 2 vein realm. Soon, he would break through to the first grade 3 vein realm. At that time, Zi-Chen's physical strength alone would be comparable to a late-stage first grade domain realm existence. In addition, Zi-Chen's meteorite Thunder King Fist had finally reached the entry level, and he had also obtained many void thunder droplets. Apart from not obtaining any other battle skills, which disappointed Zi-Chen was very satisfied with the rest of his gains. It's time to leave. I'm really reluctant. Looking at the fragments that contained thunder, Zi-Chen could not help but sigh. He had gained a lot, but he still had not explored all of these fragments. He had not even explored 1/10 of them. After all, this was caused by the collapse of several ThunderClan realms. This place was very big and contained almost endless thunder power. Shangguan Hong and the others were still waiting. Half a year was the limit of this place. During this half a year, the number of cultivators on the platform had increased. The 3 entry tokens were placed there. These people no longer fought for them or went deeper. They were also waiting for Zi-Chen to return so that they could snatch them. Although they felt disdain in their hearts, Manshaw and the others maintained their silence. They were also waiting for Zi-Chen's return. That guy has already been in there for half a year. He must have gained a lot during this period. He still won't come back. Is he not afraid of losing his life because of greed? The last time they saw Zi-Chen's figure was a few days ago, so they weren't worried that Zi-Chen would die. There were nearly 100 cultivators present. Among them, there were more than 50 existences comparable to higher life forms. Of course, there were 2 types of high-level life forms here. The first situation was when one's realm was high. Late-stage first domain realm could be said to be comparable to a high-level life form. There was also another situation where one obtained a powerful technique, which was said to be comparable to a higher life form. As Manshaw and the others were special existences, they were already comparable to high-level life forms when their strength broke through to the middle stage of the first domain realm. Everyone was whispering to each other, wondering when Zi-Chen would return. It's here, it's here. Someone exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and saw Zi-Chen's figure on one of the fragments. Is he going to search for other fragments this time? Someone asked. Apparently, they had seen Zi-Chen appear many times in the past 6 months. However, this time, Zi-Chen did not go to the next fragment. After carefully sensing it, he took a step to the left and disappeared into the fragment. Sigh, he left again. This guy is really greedy. He is indeed greedy, but this is also good. The more greedy he is, the more advantageous it will be for us. Of course. Screams sounded, full of shock, giving those around them a fright. Why are you making such a fuss over nothing? Someone said discontentedly. He. The cultivator pointed at a small platform in front of him and began to stutter. What him? Who is he? The cultivator followed the direction and turned his head. When he saw the figure on the platform, his expression changed and he exclaimed, "You actually came out." This cry startled the others. The instant they turned around, they saw Zi-Chen standing on the small platform. For a time, cries of surprise rang out continuously. Soon after, the eyes of the crowd flashed with a greedy light. "Hand over your harvest and we'll spare your life," a cultivator shouted. That's right. Hand over your harvest or we'll kill you without mercy. Not only will you die, your companions will die as well, another cultivator shouted. The reason why they did not kill Man Shu and the others was because they were waiting for this moment to threaten Zichen. Following these words, many cultivators began to close in on Man Shu and the others. Their eyes were filled with hostility. Man Shu and the others were pleasantly surprised to see Zichen. They had guessed that Zichen must have returned with a bountiful harvest. However, they had also stood here for half a year in vain, wasting a lot of time. Thus, in an instant, everyone actually made the same decision, and that was to take a step back with some kind of panic on their faces. This was clearly an act. Seeing this, the approaching cultivators laughed coldly. They surrounded these people but did not kill them. Their intention was clear. If the kid did not know what was good for him, they would kill him. Zichen, who had just appeared, was surprised to see so many people on the platform. He looked at the crowd in shock, wondering why there were so many people here. Were they not afraid of death? However, after seeing the greed and threats in the crowd's eyes, Zichen understood that there were so many people here. They were waiting for him to rob him. Hand over all your harvest. A cultivator looked at the dazed Zichen and said coldly. He thought that Zichen was scared silly by such a big lineup. His gaze swept past these people and looked at Man Shu and the others in the distance. After seeing that they were fine, Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Man Shu and the others pretending to be frightened, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Hand over your harvest and we'll spare your life. Seeing that Zichen did not respond, the cultivator could only shout again. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Zichen looked at the crowd again with a helpless expression. In the past half year, he had gained a lot. His battle strength was close to that of a high-level life form. He was not interested in these people. However, these people were like flies, surrounding him. He could only drive them away. You really want my harvest? Zichen asked. Of course, all of it. The cultivator emphasized. Zichen smiled faintly and said, You definitely can't eat all of it. I'll just give you a few to taste. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen pointed forward. As he pointed, a bolt of lightning appeared from Zichen's fingertip. This was the lightning from the fragments. It was very powerful. When it appeared, there was only one bolt of lightning. However, when it left Zichen's fingertip, it split into 5. Like 5 thick lightning pythons, they rushed towards the cultivator. Seeing this, the expressions of the surrounding people changed and they subconsciously retreated. As for the cultivator who spoke, he was locked on by the lightning and could not retreat. He could only face the lightning head-on. Previously, too many cultivators had used their lives to prove the power of the lightning. This time, it was the same. Rumble. The lightning raged and instantly drowned the cultivator. A miracle did not happen. When the lightning disappeared, the cultivator became a charred corpse. The surroundings were dead silent because of this. Luck points turned into a light ball and floated out from the corpse, heading towards Zichen. Zichen looked at the crowd indifferently and said, The only thing I gained in there is a lot of lightning. If you want it, come up. However, I'll make it clear in advance. There aren't many lightning bolts. Each person can only get at most 5. This was a blatant threat. Everyone's expression changed. HMPH, you want to scare us? Someone snorted. Zichen smiled faintly and pointed a finger at the sky. On his fingertip, the lightning began to flash and distort. Obviously, when this lightning appeared, someone would die. There were many cultivators present and no one dared to step forward. Come, make way. Everyone, please make way. The quiet atmosphere was broken by a voice. Man Shu squeezed out from the crowd. When the cultivators who surrounded Man Shu and his group saw Man Shu suddenly appear outside the encirclement, their expressions changed. This was because they did not notice that Man Shu appeared outside the encirclement. Man Shu rudely and arrogantly pushed through the crowd and walked towards the battlefield. His target was the corpse. Obviously, he wanted to clean up the battlefield. Man Shu was unprepared. His back was facing the crowd. Many people saw this scene and their eyes flashed with surprise. "Come here." A cold light flashed in one of the cultivator's eyes and he rushed towards Man Shu. It was obvious that he wanted to sneak attack Man Shu and capture him. However, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the indifferent Man Shu. His fist glowed with a pitch-black color, and his entire arm instantly enlarged. His fist also enlarged by several times. He turned around and punched out. Boom! The incoming cultivator also threw out an attack. However, his attack was too weak compared to Man Shu's. Man Shu's punch broke the opponent's attack and hit his chest. The latter coughed out blood and flew backwards. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. "Isn't it just cleaning up the battlefield? Why did you launch a sneak attack?" Man Shu looked at the opponent and said. Then, he bent down to collect the items on the dead cultivator. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all dumbfounded. Previously, the lightning in Zichen's hand was very intimidating. However, they did not expect this weak-looking guy to be so powerful. He could seriously injure an existence comparable to a high-level life form with a single punch. Idiot! Not everyone in the crowd had the intention of robbing Zichen. After recognizing Man Shu and his group, they guessed that the one who went in was Zichen. However, they did not announce it and continued to stay here to watch the show. Unfortunately, they could not watch the show this time because no one dared to take the initiative to step forward. Zichen put away the lightning at his fingertips and shook his head. He walked towards Shang Guanhong and the others. Chapter 1444. Zichen walked forward with a calm expression. He was not vigilant at all. Everyone had different expressions and different thoughts in their minds. They all stared at Zichen and watched him walk forward. As Zichen walked toward the crowd subconsciously parted. Obviously, they were very afraid of Zichen. The power of the lightning just now was really powerful. However, there were also some people who had strange looks in their eyes. They were also thinking. Seeing this, Man Shu also said, "Hey, don't disturb him. He's very powerful." It was fine if he did not emphasize it. However, at this moment, he deliberately emphasized it. In many people's eyes, he was bluffing. Indeed, Zichen did not look special. As for his powerful strength, he did not show it. The only thing he relied on was those lightning bolts. Those lightning bolts were indeed terrifying. However, if he attacked in advance, he would not have time to summon the lightning bolts. In an instant, the number of cultivators who had other thoughts in their minds increased. Zichen walked forward with a faint smile. That smile was also full of confidence. However, in the eyes of others, he was just putting on a show. Put on a show. Go to hell. A cultivator who thought he was strong shouted coldly and rushed towards Zichen. He held the domain weapon and stabbed it with all his strength. Surging energy began to surge, and the power of space began to oppress him. Zichen, who was smiling faintly, did not change his expression. However, his body began to flicker with lightning. He clenched his fist tightly and lightning surged. Boom! He punched out, causing the void to shake. This punch was full of power. It was not weaker than the previous lightning bolts. The void distorted. The fist light moved forward in a straight line and collided with the domain weapon. Crack! With a loud sound, the domain weapon shattered. The fist light moved forward in a straight line and hit the cultivator. The cultivator's body shook violently. His eyes, which were full of confidence and mockery, lost their luster in the next moment. His body fell backward, and his vitality was gone. One punch had killed an existence comparable to a high-level life form. In the surroundings, the expressions of the cultivators who originally had strange expressions on their faces changed drastically in the next moment. Heh, I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. Man Shu chuckled as he walked over and began to plunder the belongings of the dead cultivators. His gloating expression made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable, but at this moment, no one dared to express their dissatisfaction. To destroy an existence comparable to a higher life form with a single punch, this was no longer a matter of pure luck. With such powerful strength, apart from higher life forms, who would dare to recklessly approach? Just like that, Zichen made his way through the crowd. Even when he was in front of Shangguan Hong and the others, no one dared to make a move. Man Shu was more or less dissatisfied with this, and he muttered, "Can all of you have some backbone and courage?" Backbone and courage. Everyone was relatively speechless. When facing such a powerful existence, apart from higher life forms, who would have the courage and backbone? This was purely courting death. Everyone came to an understanding when they saw Man Shu's expression. Earlier, the few of them had pretended to be fearful, and it was purely an act to disguise themselves as pigs to eat tigers. It was truly exceedingly detestable. "Let's go." Coming closer, Zichen smiled faintly and said. Everyone nodded, but they didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, as if they had forgotten what had happened before, and followed Zichen away. As they watched Zichen leave, voices rang out from the quiet platform. What an idiot. Of all the people to find trouble with, he actually went to find trouble with Zichen. That's right. Before Zichen's strength broke through, he was able to fight against 13 existences comparable to higher life forms. Now that his strength is obviously stronger, finding trouble with him is purely courting death. He is an existence who dared to draw his sword in front of a higher life form, the golden gorilla. Finding trouble with him is purely looking for trouble. After Zichen left, there was no good show to watch. Those people also said one after another. When others heard this, they also felt a little uncomfortable, especially after knowing about Zichen's deeds. They were all very angry. It turned out that they already knew about it, but they didn't say anything. Obviously, they were waiting to see a joke. How was the harvest? After leaving this place, Wu Xie couldn't wait to ask. The last time he went with Huan Long, he had gained a lot. He had several void trees that were about to wither, waiting to be resurrected. The others also looked at Zichen expectantly. The harvest was okay. Zichen smiled faintly. Everyone's faces were also filled with joy. Shi Guowei and Chong Chue didn't understand the true function of the void lightning droplet. They just felt that it was a precious treasure, so they didn't ask much. 3 droplets will do. While speaking, Zichen took out 3 void lightning droplets and gave them to Wu Xie. Then, he gave 3 droplets to Man Shu, Shangguan Hong, and Dong Qing each. Ji Yu Wen and Ma Ringqiang also guessed something, but they didn't say much. The value of the void trees was too high, and it was too important, so no one explained. After giving each of them 3 droplets of the void trees, Zichen saw that they didn't react. Their void trees might be in the real world, and in the mana realm, this space couldn't be opened yet. After that, Zichen gave each of them 3 droplets. Not only could it resurrect the void trees, but the vitality in it was also a precious medicine for healing. It was a rare treasure that could save one's life at a critical moment. After half a year, other than Zichen, the others didn't gain much. Next, they decided to look for some opportunities. Because of the tremor, many ruins in Tongyu Tower were revealed, and many people were fighting over them. As soon as they left the area, before they could enter their flying artifacts, they saw the space in front of them distort. Then, a door of light appeared. The door of light emitted a bright and gentle light, and it was very attractive. The cultivators who walked out after them were also surprised when they saw this scene. In the bright door of light, there was a bright object. It's the channeling region crystal. It's the channeling region crystal. It's really the channeling region crystal. Everyone exclaimed and then flew forward. However, before they arrived, they saw several figures around the door of light. It was Zichen and the others. It's them again. When someone saw Zichen and the others, he gritted his teeth and said. They were just shocked, so they didn't dare to rush forward. They just stood in the distance and looked at them unwillingly. Zichen glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "We found this thing first, so it should belong to us. Of course, if anyone is not convinced, feel free to come forward." Everyone's expression changed, and they hesitated. The surroundings were silent. There are still many opportunities here. If you don't want to fight with me, then go find other opportunities, Zichen said again. His tone was calm and confident. When some of the cultivators saw this, they cupped their fists at Zichen and turned to leave. The cultivators who were hesitating had to leave. Let's go. The channeling region crystal was a good thing, but it said that the channeling region core is on this level, so there are many channeling region crystals here. That's right. I also heard that the channeling region core appeared in advance. Many people are looking for clues, and they found some. They just need to verify it. So what if there's news? Since it's a good thing, it should belong to those higher life forms. It's not like we have a share. These people left one after another. During this time, some of the cultivators who were ranked very high in the city were also discussing the channeling region core. When Hammer heard these words, he frowned and looked at Zichen. He saw that Zichen's expression had also changed. If the channeling region crystal was a good thing, then the channeling region core was even better. There was only one piece, and it had incredible effects. Even if one refined 10,000 channeling region crystals, it couldn't compare to a single channeling region core. The channeling region core was like the void tree. It was a true treasure that everyone needed. Seeing Zichen's strange expression, Hammer said, "The channeling region core is a good thing, but it's said that there's only one of it. Relatively speaking, the channeling region crystal is what we need the most." This was Hammer's suggestion. His meaning was clear. With so many high-level life forms around, the possibility of seizing the Tongling region core was too small. Rather than that, it would be better to obtain some Tongling region crystals and refine them. Zichen nodded. He understood Hammer's meaning. After waiting for a while, the channeling region crystal appeared and was in Zichen's hand. Now, Zichen had several channeling region crystals on him. He took them all out and didn't give them to Manshur and the others. Instead, he gave them to Hammer. "Give it to me." There was a look of surprise on Hammer's face. Obviously, it wouldn't be his turn no matter what. "For now, you're the most suitable one," Zichen said. This was because he wanted the channeling region core. Once they met, only Hammer would be able to help him when fighting for it. The others didn't have any objections. They continued to move forward. Hammer entered Zichen's real world and began to refine the channeling region crystals. As for Hammer, when he saw that Zichen's world could be opened, he too was shocked. Along the way, the group found a few more channeling region crystals. After obtaining them, Zichen gave them to Manshur and Wu Xie to refine. Light flashed between heaven and earth. Many more channeling region crystals appeared. Many cultivators were fighting for them. Along the way, Zichen and the others saw the most channeling region crystals. The amount of spirit-linking region crystals was so high that it was almost overflowing. This made people wonder if the true spirit-linking region core was about to appear. Many higher life forms had made a big move recently. They began to mobilize their experts to search for information about the channeling region core. Zichen and the others prepared to go to the trading ground again to see if they could find anything else. Halfway there, they saw a familiar figure. When he saw Zichen and the others, he couldn't help but be happy. He also flew towards them. "I've been looking for you for a long time." When he arrived, he said, "Looking for us?" Zichen was stunned. "You saved me last time. This time, I'll return you a great opportunity." "What opportunity?" Chapter 1445. The one who spoke was Wolf Cub. He was a true high-level life form. "Psychic core. You have news about the psychic core." Zichen's eyes flashed. "I'm not sure yet, but I'm 80% sure. I'll need a few days to confirm it." "Come with me then," Wolf Cub said. "Only the psychic core?" Manshur asked. "It's a huge ruin. It's the biggest ruin in Tongyu Tower. It's divided into many levels. I can only take you there. It's up to you to see if there's anything else." There was no reason to refuse such a thing. Zichen nodded. "All right, but it'll take a few days." 3 days. "If I don't come to you in 3 days, you can go to this place to find me." Wolf Cub gave them a jade slip. There was a place marked on the jade slip. "Okay, see you in 3 days." Wolf Cub didn't stay and quickly left. Zichen and the others also headed to the trading place. There were more cultivators at the trading place than last time. Obviously, they had heard about the psychic core and were preparing to equip themselves before heading there. The Battle Spirit stall owner still occupied the trading place, and there were many good things for sale there. When Zi Chen and the others stepped into the trading place, Hammer had finished refining. His realm hadn't increased, but his power had become more condensed and agile. His battle strength had also increased greatly. There were many king-level vitality origin fluid for sale in these stalls. Zi Chen and the others also bought some. "Look, there's a psychic domain crystal here," Shangguan Hong exclaimed. "There's a psychic domain crystal here too." On the other side, Dong Qing made a discovery. "I have one here too," Man Shi shouted. Next, Zi Chen and the others also found pieces of psychic domain crystals in front of other stalls. The abundance of psychic domain crystals meant that the psychic core was about to appear. This was a publicly known secret. Many of these stalls were selling spiritual region cores. It could be said that there was a flood of them. However, the price was not cheap at all. It was as if they had discussed it in advance. Each spiritual region crystal was worth 500,000 luck points. Such a price also scared away many envious cultivators. Refining a single piece was not very useful. One would need to refine several pieces in a row. This would require a lot of luck points, which ordinary people could not take out. As for those battle spirit stall owners, some of them had already refined several pieces and transformed once, and the remaining pieces weren't enough to transform again, so they decided to sell them. There were also some who had only obtained 1 or 2 pieces, which were useless to them, so they decided to sell them. Yes. Seeing this, Zi Chen didn't hesitate at all. With the exception of Hammer, everyone else used their luck points to buy channeling region crystals. During this time, Zi Chen had the most luck points, and he bought more than 10 channeling realm crystals in one go. It had to be known that in the half-year that the world had collapsed, Zi Chen had killed many foreign battle spirits. And when these battle spirits died, Zi Chen had also obtained a considerable amount of luck points. In addition, the slaughter along the way was one of the important reasons why his luck points had skyrocketed. While Zi Chen and the others were purchasing the channeling region crystals, Hammer walked over to a crystal ball that was worth 1 million credits. He looked at the crystal ball in a daze. "What is this?" Man Shi came over. After seeing the introduction on the crystal ball, he was also surprised. "This is a memory. What kind of memory is it?" "It's worth 1 million credits." Man Shi stared at the battle spirit stall owner and asked. The battle spirit stall owner replied, "To be precise, this is the memory of a remnant soul." "Remnant soul? Whose remnant soul?" Man Shi asked again. The battle spirit stall owner shook his head and said, "I don't know. This memory can't be viewed because it contains a remnant soul. Once viewed, either the remnant soul will fuse with it or refine it. This thing is simply trash. Are you sure someone wants it? And it's worth 1 million credits. Do you know that 1 million credits can buy 2 channeling region crystals?" Man Shi said again. Now, he only had a few dozen luck points left, so he naturally thought that 1 million credits was a sky-high price. Zi Chen and the others heard the news and came over. After hearing Man Shi's explanation, their faces changed. During this time, Hammer did not say a word. Zi Chen looked at Hammer and said, "Brother Hammer, you can be sure that this remnant soul will be useful to you. This thing was useless to ordinary humans. As for the memories inside, what was the use of it? It was like gambling. Using 1 million luck points to bet that there would be a major discovery in the remnant soul's memories. However, the remnant soul's memories were from before the mana realm was established. It was useless to the current mana realm unless the remnant soul still remembered a few powerful techniques. Under such circumstances, humans would naturally not gamble because 1 million luck points was enough to buy the combat techniques they wanted. The appearance of this thing was clearly not targeted at humans, but at battle spirits. Zi Chen could see the desire in Hammer's eyes at a glance. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that I'll regret it if I miss out on it," Hammer said. "It's only 1 million luck points. Just buy it. However, the prerequisite is that the remnant soul inside won't retaliate," Zi Chen said. "This remnant soul isn't strong. It doesn't have any offensive means, so it won't retaliate," Hammer said. "Then buy it." Hammer's last bit of hesitation was dispelled by Zi Chen's words. He took out his last 1 million luck points and bought the remnant soul. After the remnant soul was bought, the battle spirit stall owner turned and left. Zichen looked at him thoughtfully. Next, everyone left after spending all their luck points. Hammer was reading the remnant soul's memories. Zichen and the others also took out the psychic region crystal and prepared to refine it. The psychic region crystal contained a powerful wave of spiritual energy that was close to psychic. Zichen sat cross-legged and held a psychic region crystal in his hand. A suction force came from his palm and the energy in the psychic region crystal was forcibly extracted and integrated into his body. After the energy entered his body, it fused with his own energy and triggered a change in his own energy. It was as if some living substance was injected into the rigid energy, causing the rigid energy to gradually become lively. With the change in the energy, Zichen clearly felt that the energy was more condensed and agile than before. He also punched out. At this moment, the energy contained in the punch was more than before. It was more concentrated and naturally stronger. The psychic region crystal was quickly refined. However, Zichen's energy had only transformed a part of it. If he wanted to transform his energy completely, he would have to continue refining it. Fortunately, Zichen had a lot of psychic region crystals on him. Completing the first transformation wasn't a problem. 3 days passed quickly. The wolf cubs didn't come looking for them. It was obvious that the place was real. Zichen and the others also came out of seclusion 3 days later. When everyone appeared, they gave off the same feeling. A psychic aura surged around them, and the power around them underwent a transformation for the first time. They became agile and powerful. Man Shi and Wu Xie were full of confidence because of the transformation of their energy. However, they didn't dare to challenge Zichen, who had undergone the same transformation. The two of them could only exchange blows to test each other's strength. 3 days later, Zhong Chue also appeared after fusing with the remnant soul. He wore a black robe and was surrounded by the light of energy. He looked even more mysterious. "How is it?" Zichen asked after seeing Zhong Chue. In fact, Zichen didn't need to ask. He could guess that the remnant soul was very useful to Zhong Chue. "It's my soul when I was alive." There was an unconcealable joy in Zhong Chue's words. "Congratulations." Zichen's eyes lit up. Zhong Chue nodded and said, "It's indeed worth congratulating. After fusing with this remnant soul, my strength has recovered a little. Even if a higher life form comes, I'm confident that I can beat it away." At this moment, the increase in their combat strength was definitely good news for the entire team. 3 days have passed. "Let's go find Lang Wei." The wolf cub's name was Lang Wei. Following the guidance of the map and flying artifacts, the group arrived at the designated location in less than half a day. Lang Wei seemed to have been waiting for a long time. After seeing Zichen and the others, he quickly walked up and said, "I thought you guys weren't coming." As he spoke, a light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the group. Obviously, he had also noticed the changes in the team in just 3 days. There were some delays on the way. Zichen explained. "Let's go. The news has been confirmed. The psychic domain core is here." The wolf cub led the group forward. Along the way, they saw many cultivators. However, these cultivators could only stay in the distance. Their eyes would occasionally look into the depths with desire, but they didn't take the initiative to approach. Zichen noticed these people and a puzzled look appeared on his face. The wolf cub saw Zichen's puzzlement and explained, "There are no high-level life forms in the cities they are in, so they are not qualified to be the first to explore. This place was discovered by high-level life forms. Only high-level life forms and the forces they belonged to had the ability to get a share of the benefits. As for other forces without high-level life forms, they were not qualified at all. Keep a low profile when the time comes because there are too many high-level life forms here." Lang Wei instructed as they moved forward. "There are many high-level life forms like Golden Gorilla," Man Shi said. "Golden Gorilla?" Lang Wei's eyes flashed with disdain as he said, "He is indeed a high-level life form, but he is the weakest among them." Then, he said solemnly, "Among the high-level life forms, you need to be careful of those who haven't reached the domain realm because they are very strong and very confident. The reason they haven't broken through is because they want the psychic domain core. They want to get a perfect baptism and let their domain realm grow perfectly. Although these people haven't reached the domain realm, their various divine powers and physical bodies have already reached the peak of the domain realm. They are very strong. As he explained, the group went deeper. Along the way, they saw many human cultivators. Among these people, the weakest was comparable to a high-level life form. Chapter 1446. Lang Wei led the group through a huge canyon. The canyon was huge, as if it had been cut open by a sharp weapon, revealing a huge abyss. This canyon was caused by the tremors caused by the descent of the heavenly Tao. A cultivator had found a relic here. He had thought that it would be a small relic, but after entering it, he found that the relic was so huge that it was beyond his imagination. Later, the cultivator's fate was unknown, and the place was occupied by a high-level life form. After some investigation, he concluded that it was a relic within a relic. At the end of the canyon was an abyss that looked like a bottomless hole. Lang Wei led Zi Chen and the others to the abyss and jumped into it. "Be careful, the windshield here is very strong." Lang Wei reminded them kindly, but his body was soon swallowed by the darkness. On the surface, the abyss looked normal. However, as they jumped in, a powerful wind shield wreaked havoc in the abyss. The wind shield was so strong that an ordinary human cultivator might not be able to resist it. Not only is there a wind barrier here, but there are also some living creatures in the wind barrier. Among humans, only those who are comparable to higher life forms or those who are at the late stage of the first domain realm can pass through it. Lang Wei's voice sounded in their sea of consciousness. Lang Wei only said this now because he knew that they were not weak, so they should be able to dive in smoothly. Along with an ear-piercing shriek, a rustling sound came from the windshield. Then, a large number of glowing bodies appeared and rushed toward them. These glowing bodies were the life forms born in the windshield. They looked like bats with green eyes and long, bloodthirsty fangs in their small mouths. "Set up your defenses and ignore them. You won't be lucky if you kill them." Lang Wei's voice rang out again. In fact, there was another reason for not killing these life forms, which was to prevent other weaker life forms from coming. Weak life forms were only relative. Ants were very weak, but once they gathered together, they would be very powerful. These high-level life forms had great combat power, but they did not want to be disturbed by a group of ants at certain moments. Zi Chen and the others naturally wouldn't break the rules. They raised their own defenses as instructed. During this time, Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang followed closely behind Zi Chen. Zi Chen also raised a defensive light barrier to protect the two of them. The creatures arrived in an instant and engulfed the few of them. After that, a series of crackling sounds rang out. During the collisions, the bloodthirsty fangs of these creatures continuously gnawed at the light barrier, causing the originally bright light barrier to dim bit by bit. If they couldn't reach the end of the tunnel for a long time, the defensive light shields that everyone had put up would eventually shatter, including Zi Chen's. Fortunately, this situation did not last for too long. As a dazzling light shone through the light barrier and into everyone's eyes, those creatures screamed and scattered. A huge colorful barrier appeared in front of Zi Chen and the others. "It's here." Lang Wei pointed to the front and took a step forward. "How did we find such a place?" Looking around, Man She's gaze finally fell on the colorful barrier in front of them. Man She wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Zi Chen and the others also felt that it was very strange. After passing through the colorful barrier, they arrived in another space. This space looked like a real world. Green vegetation could be found everywhere. Ancient trees towered into the sky, their luxuriant leaves blotting out the sky and the sun. Occasionally, the roars of beasts could be heard from the forest. The roars of the beasts contained angry roars, and the shockwaves of battle could be felt. There is a strange ancient tree here that can bear a colorful fruit. Its effect is even better than king-grade origin liquid. Lang Wei pointed to the ancient forest in front of them and said, "This is the first layer. It was opened 2 days ago. Apart from a few people who are still in the forest, the others have already gone to the second layer." Zi Chen and the others had a lot of king-grade origin liquid on them, so they naturally wouldn't stay here. Under Lang Wei's lead, they went in another direction and directly arrived at the second layer. Many cultivators had already gathered there, so the sudden arrival of Zi Chen and the others attracted a lot of attention. Some people recognized Lang Wei at a glance, and their expressions involuntarily changed. Some people also recognized Zi Chen and the others. Hu Ping City's people are here. They were the ones who challenged Lord Golden Gorilla last time. How dare they come here again? They're courting death. Mph, how dare they offend Lord Golden Gorilla and Lord Jinmeng? They're dead for sure this time. As they moved forward, discussions broke out all around them. Hearing these discussions, Lang Wei curled his lips and said, "Don't pay attention to them. Moreover, there is no need to pay attention to Jin Xian and Jin Meng here. Even if you give them a few guts, they won't dare to make a move. What you need to pay attention to here are the people from the top few cities. Shuntian City ranked first, Destiny City ranked second, Hidden Fog City ranked third, and Goldleaf City ranked fourth. As the top 4 factions, they had the most experts here. Compared to the 4 forces, the Golden Gorilla, Jinmeng, and so on were completely inferior. Of course, this also included the 108 Hu Ping Cheng represented by Lang Wei. "Wolf Cub, come here quickly." As they approached, a clear voice rang out. It was a young girl waving at Lang Wei. "It's one of us. Come, let's go over." As soon as they approached, the young girl said with dissatisfaction, "What took you so long? Is this the person you were talking about?" As she spoke, the young girl began to size up Zi Chen and the others. After seeing the 2 beauties in Zi Chen's group, a strange look flashed across her eyes. She then swept her gaze across the others. After pausing for a moment on Hammer, her attention finally fell on Zi Chen. While the young girl was sizing up Zi Chen, the others were also looking at her. She looked very young, even younger than Lang Wei, but she naturally exuded a pressure. She had a very cute face. Although she was very young, it wasn't difficult to see that she would have a face that could topple countries when she grew up. In terms of appearance, she was the most beautiful person Zi Chen had ever seen in the Zhonwu continent. She was even more beautiful than Dong Qing and Shong Guanhong. If a comparison had to be made, only Su Mengyaro could be compared to this young and beautiful girl. "You must be Zi Chen." Just as Zi Chen was secretly comparing in his heart, the young girl suddenly spoke. Her voice was clear and pleasant, but there was a trace of dignity in it. Zi Chen nodded. "That's right. I heard that you saved my little brother. I thank you on his behalf. If you need help, you can go to Tiger God Mountain," the young girl said again. When Lang Wei heard this, he quickly explained, "She's called Wu Shuang. She's my companion." When Wu Shuang heard this, she raised her eyebrows and said with dissatisfaction, "What companion? You're my little brother. We grew up together. She's a few days older than me." Lang Wei smiled awkwardly. Which Wu Shuang snorted and looked at Zi Chen again, saying, "I've heard that you're not weak and have gained the appreciation of many people. Since that's the case, you're free to do whatever you want. As for the others, I'll take care of them." Zi Chen didn't speak during this time, but from Wu Shuang's tone, he could tell that she didn't like him. Zi Chen thought that since it was the first time he met her, there shouldn't be any hatred. Moreover, he helped Wolf Cub. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be treated like this. "We'll follow Zi Chen." Man Sha responded indifferently. "Follow him. He's just a gigolo. He can protect you all." Wu Shuang's voice was raised a lot, and her gaze towards Zi Chen was a little more unfriendly. "Young lady, watch your tone." Shang Guanhong was dissatisfied when she heard Wu Shuang ridicule Zi Chen. Wu Shuang glanced at Shang Guanhong and withdrew her gaze from Dong Qing. She looked at Zi Chen again, and her gaze became more and more unreadable. Then, she said in a strange tone, "I didn't know that a gigolo like you was so popular." Even if Zi Chen had good self-control, his face became unnatural after being ridiculed like this. He looked at Wu Shuang and said, "Young lady, I don't think I've offended you." "You didn't." Wu Shuang suddenly gritted her teeth, and her gaze became extremely bitter. She looked like a little wife who had been bullied. Zi Chen was startled, and then looked at Lang Wei. He saw that Lang Wei's face was red. Obviously, he was holding back his laughter. "What does she mean?" Zi Chen asked. Lang Wei couldn't help but laugh. "Try laughing again," Wu Shuang said coldly. Lang Wei's smile instantly stopped, and then he looked at Zi Chen and said seriously, if it's someone else, I really didn't offend her. But you, I don't even know her. How could I have offended her? Zi Chen was very confused. You don't know her, but she knows you. This young lady is extremely famous in our Tiger God Mountain. Everyone in the younger generation has to lower their heads in front of her. She's the true big sister of the Tiger God Mountain's younger generation. Everyone's face changed when they heard this. To be able to make a higher life form give such an evaluation, this young lady must be very strong. However, it's also because she's too strong that no one can subdue her. Last time, she coincidentally caused trouble and was reprimanded by the elders of the Tiger God Mountain. At that time, you all went to the outer area of the Tiger God Mountain and were training there. So, the elders of the family said that if she didn't listen to them, they would marry her off. Of course, in the Tiger God Mountain, no one can subdue her, and no one dares to marry her. So, the elders of the family said that they saw that the human wasn't bad. Chapter 1447. Zi Chen naturally recalled the scene that day when many king-level battle beasts had appeared to deal with him. At that time, he had thought that he had gone too far and angered everyone, causing the king-level battle beasts to collude with each other. Only now did he know that it was this girl who had been secretly causing trouble. He suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, thinking back, when they had gone to the periphery of Tiger God Mountain, the powerhouses there had probably already known their true purpose. That was why Zi Chen had succeeded in capturing many descendants with high-level bloodlines and then entered the Manor Domain. After all, Tiger God Mountain only had one quota each time. This time, they had made an exception and sent 2 people. Judging from Lang Wei's words, there were probably other high-level life forms in Tiger God Mountain. While not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Zi Chen also felt a little uneasy. Back then, he had been watched by so many powerhouses, but he hadn't noticed at all. After he had benefited, he had even been complacent. But why would those people pay attention to him? Why would they pay attention to him? In fact, the reason was very simple. Zi Chen was the leader of the group. His cultivation level was the lowest, but his combat power was the strongest. This was one of the main reasons, but the other reason was Zi Chen's subordinates. Man Shi was transformed from a mountain spirit. To be precise, he wasn't human at all. He was considered a high-level life form. Wu Xie had an undying body that was extremely rare among humans. Among those of the same level, it was extremely difficult to kill someone with an undying body unless they had some special means. Shong Guanhong had an innate spiritual body and was born with the ability to sense the power of nature. Dong Qing was an extremely rare beast tamer among humans. These people were all extraordinary. Even if they had not obtained the true inheritance and could not be compared to the true higher life forms, they were definitely the best of the best among those of the same level. However, Zi Chen's level was lower than theirs, yet he was able to make them follow him willingly. Obviously, he was also extraordinary. However, marrying Wu Shuang to Zi Chen was actually a joke made by the elders of Tiger God Mountain, but the latter took it seriously and wanted to teach Zi Chen a lesson. In the end, he was stopped by the elders of his family. This was because Zi Chen's cultivation level was still very low at the time. If the 2 of them had fought, Zi Chen might have been severely injured. That would have been extremely disadvantageous for their journey to the Domain Manor. Wu Shuang was very angry that he didn't deal with that human on the spot. This was also the reason why Zi Chen was targeted the moment he arrived and called Zi Chen a gigolo. Zi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but the others burst out laughing when they heard this. You used to be very weak. I didn't expect you to be so weak now. The peerless girl gritted her teeth. Clearly, she cared a lot about that joke from before. Am I being unjustly implicated? Zi Chen felt bitter. Wu Shuang, don't underestimate him, Lang Wei was about to speak for Zi Chen, but he was met with Wu Shuang's cold gaze. The latter said word by word, Little Wolf, what did you just call me? Sister. Wu Shuang. Lang Wei was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Ch. Wu Shuang snorted angrily. Not only did she not look dignified, but she was also very cute. Once again, She attracted laughter. Sister Wushuang, I told you before that Zi Chen is very strong. The scene when he drew his sword at the golden gorilla shocked me. Lang Wei put on an exaggerated expression. What's there to show off by drawing his sword at the little gorilla? He's also a high-level life form. Or do you think that's enough for your sister? Wushuang first curled her lips in disdain. Then she looked at Zi Chen and said, if you want me to like you, you have to kill at least one high-level life form. The others looked at Zi Chen mockingly and snickered. Zi Chen was very helpless. He couldn't stand Wushuang's personality. He could only say, sorry, you're not my type. What? Wushuang's beautiful eyes widened. She said angrily, you mean you don't like me? Zi Chen was very embarrassed. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Obviously, no matter how he answered, it would be wrong. I say, Wushuang, are you worried that you won't be able to get married? Indeed, with your personality, who would dare to marry you? Why don't you follow me? I'll definitely treat you well. A voice sounded. Then, a person walked over. There was a pressure coming from the other party. It belonged to a high-level life form. Get lost, who do you think you are? Wushuang glanced at the other party and said coldly. Lang Wei, who originally had a very kind smile, had his face sunk in the next moment. He said indifferently, Tyrant Bear, you dare to talk to my sister Wushuang like that? Are you looking for death? Tiger God Mountain, others might be afraid of you, but my Demon Bear Caves people aren't. Tyrant Bear said with a sullen face. From the name, one could guess the other party's original form. Lang Wei's original form was a wolf. Tyrant Bear's original form should be a big bear. Of course, it was definitely not an ordinary beast, but a real high-level life form. I'm not afraid. Just come at me. I can fight two of you. Lang Wei took a step forward. The aura around his body surged violently. A great pressure appeared. When a high-level life form released its aura, the surrounding people's faces changed. They subconsciously retreated, obviously not wanting to be affected. Tyrant Bear was very afraid of Lang Wei, but he was not willing to be outdone. He snorted and said, the battle hasn't started yet. My big brother asked me to inform you guys. If you want to form an alliance, hurry up. If you're late, there won't be any spots. You guys will have to fight alone. Suddenly, Tyrant Bear saw Zi Chen and the others. A hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, oh, I forgot. You guys won't be fighting alone this time. There are these people, following you. I heard that one of them is your husband. I don't know who it is. Wushuang's face became abnormally embarrassed. At the same time, she fiercely glared at Zi Chen. Zi Chen was helpless. Obviously, he was unjustly implicated. However, it was fine that Wushuang targeted him. Why did a random guy dare to target him? Did they really think that he was a cat or a dog? Zi Chen frowned slightly. He seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Human, is it you? You're Wushuang's husband? You don't look like much. How much power can that little body of yours withstand? I can probably break 10 of your heads with one punch. Tyrant Bear sneered. Tyrant Bear, that's enough. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Lang Wei said angrily. The others were clearly angry too. Of course, this included Zi Chen. Zi Chen slowly took a step forward. Looking at Tyrant Bear, he said, I say, Shaking Bear, whether I'm Wushuang's husband or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. As soon as Zi Chen's voice fell, Wushuang's laughter rang out. Shaking Bear, haha, a very nice name. Yen, it's also very appropriate. I'll call you Shaking Bear from now on. Tyrant Bear's face became extremely ugly. As a member of the mountain Shaking Bear bloodline that was famous for its strength, he was a true high-level life form. Wherever he went, those humans would not welcome him warmly. Since when did humans dare to call him Shaking Bear? Moreover, he was a high-level life form. He could not be compared to those Shaking Bears who were not even mutated beasts. You want to die. Tyrant Bear's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Zi Chen looked at him and said calmly, Shaking Bear, your threatening expression looks very funny to me. You should say that if you want to die, I promise to fulfill your wish and kill you. Phut, Wu Shuang laughed again. Obviously, she did it on purpose. In just 2 short sentences, she found that the pretty boy was more pleasing to the eye. You. Tyrant Bear was angry. A powerful aura surged around him. Then, a huge beast shadow loomed behind him. A terrifying pressure swept out. The people in the distance changed their expressions and retreated again. However, Zi Chen and the others did not change their expressions in the face of this pressure. Only Go Wen, Yuan Qiong, and Jiyu Wei, who were slightly weaker, turned pale. Scram. Zi Chen's calm eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly to Tyrant Bear, "If you don't scram, you'll die. You're courting death." Tyrant Bear was finally enraged. He took a step forward and sent a palm at Zi Chen. The power of this palm caused the void to distort. Then, the sky darkened as a huge palm fell from the sky. Zi Chen's body flickered with lightning as he activated his Lightning King physique. He clenched his fist and punched. Boom! The sky shook, and the power of lightning rampaged. A fist light soared into the sky like a furious dragon, fiercely smashing towards the incoming palm. Rumbling thunder resounded across the sky in the next instant. The palm imprint and fist glow dissipated amidst the energy vibrations. However, the powerful aftershocks caused Tyrant Bear to take 2 steps back. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage in this collision. His expression became extremely ugly. He felt very embarrassed, but before he could continue, he saw that the person in front of him had disappeared. At this moment, a cold voice rang out behind him. "You only have 1 chance. If you scram now, you can still live." This voice was just a few feet behind him. Tyrant Bear was shocked because he didn't notice it at all. Fine. I came here to form an alliance with you. I didn't expect that you would join hands to scheme against me. This time, the alliance is over. You guys can fight alone." This Tyrant Bear was tactful. After leaving behind a vicious sentence, he left with his tail between his legs. The humans in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that human to be so strong. Among the humans, few could understand what had just happened. They thought that Zi Chen was too strong. Only the higher life forms understood, and their expressions became extremely strange. The higher life forms on the other side of the Demon Bear Cave, as well as their allies, had very unnatural expressions. Although it's a small trick, it's also a kind of wisdom. Your performance is very good. I approve of you. But if you want to be my husband, you're still far from it. Seeing Xiong Ba leave with his tail between his legs, Wu Shuang walked over and patted Zi Chen's shoulder, acting like a big sister. Zi Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. If it weren't for his powerful physical body, an ordinary person's body would have already fallen apart. The aura exuded by this higher life form's every movement was just too strong. As for scaring Tyrant Bear just now, it was just a small trick. It was just that Tyrant Bear hadn't been able to see through it. Zi Chen had just used his clone, and the one who had spoken was also his clone. In this kind of situation, he naturally wouldn't take the lead and display his own power. Although he had intimidated Tyrant Bear, the others didn't care. That was because Zi Chen had just used a trick. Just like that, Zi Chen was ignored. Only Tyrant Bear, who had learned the truth, was furious. He glared at Zi Chen with killing intent. Chapter 1448. Outside the second layer of restrictions, there were many Formation Masters breaking the restrictions. These Formation Masters' abilities were comparable to high-level life forms. They were much more powerful than Go Wen and Hui. In fact, the 2 of them were not weak. On the contrary, the talent they displayed in formations along the way made everyone click their tongues. In terms of talent, the 2 of them were naturally not inferior. The only thing they lacked was the inheritance of formations. They had been exposed to king-level formations for a long time, but the 2 of them only learned of their existence after entering the Domain Mansion realm. Along the way, although they had some opportunities and obtained several powerful king-level formations, they were still lacking compared to the factions that had more people. The Formation Masters breaking the restrictions came from the 4 factions. They represented the top 4 of the 108 cities in Shuntian Prefecture. They were close to the restrictions and occupied the best positions. After the array masters, there were the powerful existences among the 4 forces. There were higher life forms and also humans. Of course, the humans who could stand here were all existences that were on par with higher life forms. They were equivalent to true higher life forms, not the previous ones who were comparable to higher life forms. Of course, there was no lack of uniqueness in these people's combat power. Apart from the formation masters, there were other high-level life forms here. Of course, there were also humans. The auras surging around these humans were extremely agile. No one knew how many times they had used the psychic region crystal to transform. The 4 factions did not show any signs of cooperation. However, as the people of the 4 factions stood there, no one dared to step forward, including the high-level life forms of the other factions. The top 4 of Shuntian Prefecture's 108 cities were really too strong. Any random human leader that walked out was equivalent to a genuine higher life form. As for their city ranking, it had not changed for tens of thousands of years. All the powers were very afraid of them. Even the high-level life form Golden Gorilla, who had always disliked humans, did not dare to behave atrociously among the 4 factions. This was because there were many humans in the 4 factions who could fight against him. It could be said that the cultivators present, including those in the front positions, were all powerhouses. After the 4 factions were the high-level life forms of the other factions. At this moment, almost all of these high-level life forms had gathered together and temporarily formed an alliance to resist the 4 factions. The number of people in this alliance was not weaker than the 4 factions in front of them. In comparison, Hu Pingcheng's group of 11 people seemed a little lonely. Hu Pingcheng's group was currently in the 3rd stage. They could see everyone in the first 2 stages. Golden Gorilla and Jin Meng, who once had a conflict with Wolf Cub, were both in the 2nd stage, but the 2 were no longer as flamboyant as before. They seemed to be very low-key. He had no choice but to keep a low profile. The Golden Gorilla had once said that he did not put all humans in his eyes. However, today, more than 90% of the young powerhouses of the Shuntian Prefecture were here. There were also many people who could kill him. "Let's not act rashly and just wait and see," Wu Shuang said. She seemed to have become the big sister of this small team. In truth, not everyone was here for the channeling domain crystal. After all, there was only one piece of it, and only one person could obtain it. Most people were here to try their luck. "That seal is about to break," Lang Wei said. The formation in front of them began to tremble violently, showing signs of collapsing. Man Shu and the others looked at Zi Chen. Obviously, they only trusted Zi Chen. Zi Chen said in a low voice, "After we go in, it's more important to stay alive." Tch Wu Shuang looked at Zi Chen with disdain. Obviously, the good impression she had just now had dissipated because of Zi Chen's fear of death. Zi Chen did not say much, because the formation in front of them was even more distorted, as if it could collapse at any time. Boom! Finally, the formation collapsed in the trembling. The moment it collapsed, streams of light rushed in. Swoosh! Swoosh! As these people rushed forward, 4 rays of light fell. These rays of light shrouded the array masters below, and instantly sucked them in. These array masters have high attainments in array formations. They took them in because they were worried that something would happen to them, Lang Wei explained. They did this to protect the array masters, but the sacrifice was too great because these array masters were destined to not be able to obtain any opportunities here. At best, they could only be broken by those high-level life forms. However, compared to the priceless existence of the channeling domain crystal, these array masters' opportunities were nothing. The experts of the 4 forces were the first to rush into the broken formation, followed by the high-level life forms in the 2nd stage. "Let's go." Following Wu Shuang's light shout, Zi Chen and the others were like arrows released from a bow, entering at lightning speed. Then, the human cultivators comparable to the high-level life forms entered. After passing through the formation, Zi Chen and the others' eyes lit up. Then, they lost their balance and directly fell to the ground. Before landing, Zi Chen saw that this was a huge and boundless mountain range. Giant peaks were connected to each other, and the peaks were towering and endless. This is the forbidden airspace domain. When everyone appeared, they fell to the ground. This was because they were restricted by the forbidden airspace domain. After landing on the ground, Zichen and the others didn't stop. They immediately rushed towards the mountain range. Because they could vaguely see the figures of many cultivators flashing in front of them, it was obvious that everyone was rushing towards the mountain range at the first moment. Among the four forces, a human cultivator was moving forward. After seeing the surrounding mountain range, a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, he released a powerful spiritual sense. Roar! Ayo! In the originally quiet mountain range, in the next moment, the roars of beasts rang out. The roars shook the sky like thunder, resounding through the mountain range. Then, one by one, war beasts appeared. These war beasts emitted powerful auras. Their eyes were filled with madness, as if they had lost their minds. A beast tamer. This human was actually a rare beast tamer. The four forces really had a deep foundation. With a thought, many war beasts were controlled and moved to the periphery. Zichen and the others were attacked by many war beasts. The ground trembled. These war beasts seemed to have gone mad, attacking them crazily. Zichen and the others had already used all their strength to kill, but there were too many war beasts in the mountain range. At first, they could still see the figures of the first and second stage cultivators. But as more and more war beasts rushed over, they could no longer see them. The distance between the two sides was also pulled apart. Among these war beasts, there was no lack of existences comparable to high-level life forms. Zichen could not abandon them and leave alone. We are already here. You can go first. Zichen looked at Wushuang and Lang Wei in front of him and said. At this moment, the power that the two of them displayed was also extremely powerful. All the battle beasts that came were almost instantly killed. If it was any other day, these battle beasts would have already retreated when they saw such powerful existences. However, they had already lost their minds today and were not afraid of anyone. Even the powerful aura released by the higher life forms could not completely suppress them. Do you think we are such people? After killing a war beast with a palm, Wushuang turned and looked coldly at Zichen. I just don't want to be a burden to you. Zichen explained. HMPH, boring. Wushuang snorted and continued to move forward, killing to open the way. As for Lang Wei, he spread his hands, obviously having no intention of leaving. Zichen. Dongqing suddenly called out softly. Zichen turned and looked at Dongqing. There are too many war beasts. Let's try releasing the dragon soul. Dongqing said. Zichen slapped his forehead and suddenly said, yes, dragon soul. The last time Kung Wn used this move, it was the dragon soul spear that resolved it. There were too many war beasts around. It was like a beast tide. The earth was shaking, and the ancient trees collapsed in the tremors. They were trampled into pieces by the war beasts. In addition to the roars of the beasts, there were more screams of humans in the mountains. The battle had just begun and it had become extremely tragic. Looking at the gradually increasing number of war beasts, everyone felt the pressure. Roar! Suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded. A silver light appeared from Zichen's body, and then it shook and turned into a dragon shadow. A powerful dragon aura spread out. After feeling the sudden appearance of the dragon aura, a deep fear appeared in the depths of the war beasts' souls. Their movements became sluggish, and their red eyes gradually became clear. This is the dragon aura of the dragon clan. As high-level life forms, Lang Wei and Wushuang's perception were very sharp. The moment the two of them felt the dragon aura, their faces changed instantly, and then they looked up at the dragon soul that released the lightning. You actually refined a dragon. Wushuang's beautiful eyes stared at Zichen, her eyes were full of disbelief. This is a dragon soul, a real dragon soul. How did you refine it into a soldier soul? Lang Wei was also surprised. This was a long story, and it was naturally not the time to talk about it. Zichen could only say, I'll explain it to you later. In this mountain range, the dragon aura could only spread out 2 miles, and the war beasts within 2 miles had recovered their clarity. And when they recovered their clarity, their eyes were full of fear. because there was not only the dragon aura here, but also the aura of high-level life forms. Both sides were considered superior, and the aura suppressed them to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. They were clearly awake and scared, but these war beasts had no intention of retreating. There was still some hesitation and struggle in their eyes. That's not right. After they woke up, they should have moved away. Dongqing discovered something strange. They're not under control, but they're not retreating. Could it be that there's something here? Shang Guanhong was also keenly aware of something. Let's go deeper and have a look. Zichen and the others were also energized, and they headed forward. These war beasts were still struggling. When Zichen and the others passed by, they did not attack. However, there were also some powerful existences that were not afraid of the pressure and rushed towards Zichen and the others. These war beasts naturally only had one result, and that was death. Zichen and the others left, and the war beasts that had recovered their clarity had their eyes turn red again. They fell into madness again, and then rushed towards the other humans. Chapter 1449. Puff. In the mountains, many war beasts panicked. Facing the dragon might and the pressure of the high-level life forms, they were in a dilemma. Some of them attacked Zichen and the others, but they were all easily killed. I'd like to see what is causing trouble. Wu Shuang had been walking at the front. Among the group, she had killed the most war beasts. It could be seen that although she was beautiful, she had the common problem of high-level life forms, which was bloodthirsty. Above the sky, the thunder dragon released its dragon might, intimidating the war beasts. The two high-level life forms moved forward, killing the war beasts that tried to attack. Everyone's speed increased a lot, but the attacks they encountered along the way also increased. In the end, the dragon soul lost its effect. All the war beasts seemed to have gone crazy, launching fierce attacks at Zichen and the others. Puff! Puff! The dragon might no longer pressured them, but turned into a dragon spear and began to shuttle through these war beasts, piercing the heads of war beasts one after another. Zichen and the others no longer hid their strength and frequently displayed their killing moves. After such a crazy slaughter, after moving forward for dozens of miles, the war beasts finally disappeared. Behind everyone was a ground full of war beast corpses. However, among all the cultivators, Zichen and the others were the fastest. The traces of the war beasts disappeared, and what appeared in front of everyone was a huge castle. Outside the castle, there were rows of brown stone steps, nearly 100 of them, spreading downwards. On both sides of the stone steps, there were two neat rows of beast sculptures, mighty and ferocious. This is a ruin. Everyone looked at the huge castle in front of them with some shock. The dark gate of the castle was tightly closed, and there were no other footprints around. Obviously, they were the first to discover the existence of the castle. However, before this, there were clearly many humans ahead of them, so why didn't they discover this castle? Or, after discovering the castle, they felt that there would be nothing good in it, so they turned around and left. The answer was obviously the former, because no one was sure what was inside. Let's go and take a look. Wu Shuang seemed very interested and took the lead in walking towards the castle. The others also followed with curiosity and surprise. We've only just arrived and we've already found a castle. Looks like our luck is pretty good. Wu Xie licked his lips, appearing somewhat excited. As soon as Wu Shuang stepped onto the stone steps, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the eyes of a beast statue beside the stone steps. The beast eagle is alive. Sister Wu Shuang, be careful. Lang Wei shouted. In the eyes of the beast eagle, light shot out in all directions, but it was not completely resurrected. A glowing beast shadow rushed out from the beast eagle and rushed towards Wu Shuang. Swoosh! The beast eagle's figure flashed and disappeared. Wu Shuang stood still. Behind her, the others looked at Wu Shuang worriedly. Sister Wu Shuang, Lang Wei shouted. Wu Shuang slowly turned her head. Her bright eyes were filled with confusion. Are you all right? What was that beast shadow? Zichen asked. Wu Shuang shook her head, indicating that she did not understand. Because the beast shadow flashed and disappeared, she did not notice its attack. Could it be an illusion? Or perhaps it was an illusion. Everyone did not understand. Wu Shuang continued to move forward. As she took another step, the second beast eagle opened its eyes. Its eyes were shining, and then another beast shadow rushed towards Wu Shuang. This time, Wu Shuang still did not notice it. How could this be? Everyone was puzzled. Could it be a simple illusion? Man Sha whispered and then walked forward. He stepped onto the stone steps. The beast eagle that had just calmed down flashed its eyes again. Then, a beast shadow rushed out and rushed towards Man Sha. The beast shadow flashed and disappeared, but Man Sha's face instantly turned pale. It's an attack, a spiritual sense attack. Man Sha's low voice sounded. When it came to spiritual sense attacks, Man Sha was all too clear. Back then, that move of controlling 10,000 uses had nearly killed him. Spiritual sense attack. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard it. Then, Lang Wei also walked up the stone steps. As a higher life form, Lang Wei's spiritual sense was stronger than Man Sha's. As the beast shadow flashed and disappeared, he did not notice anything. The beast shadows flashed and disappeared in front of Zi Chen, but Zi Chen did not notice it. His eyes were fixed on the gate of the castle in front of him. These beast eagles should be a test of spiritual sense. Maybe the things in the castle are related to spiritual sense, Dongqing said. Among the group, Dongqing was the strongest in terms of spiritual sense. As a beast tamer, her spiritual sense was incomparably strong. The reason why the castle had appeared was because it had sensed the powerful spiritual will of the beast tamer. Unfortunately, those people were too fast. Before the castle completely appeared, they had already rushed into the depths of the mountain and brushed past the castle. At the same time, in other parts of the mountain range, other inheritance ruins also appeared. These ruins appeared because of some kind of energy. Unfortunately, after successfully drawing out the ruins, they had already entered the depths of the mountain range. Zi Chen and the others did not know about this situation. After guessing that this place was related to spiritual sense, Man Sha, Wu Xie, and the others who were not good at spiritual sense attacks retreated from the stone steps. At this moment, there were still 4 people climbing the stone steps. 2 higher life forms, Zi Chen and Dongqing. There were a total of 99 stone steps, extending all the way to the front of the castle. As they moved forward step by step, the beast shadow's attacks became stronger. It was like a test. Lang Wei's expression gradually turned solemn as he moved forward. His speed also slowed down. Wu Shuang's pace also gradually slowed down. There was a trace of pain in her bright eyes. Zi Chen and Dongqing did not change their pace. Soon, the 2 of them overtook Lang Wei. A strange look flashed in the latter's eyes. Beast shadows flitted past the 2 of them, but the 2 of them were very calm, as if they were taking a stroll. When Zi Chen arrived in front of Wu Shuang, she bit her lip and said, "How can your spiritual sense be stronger than mine?" Zi Chen just smiled and walked past Wu Shuang. The latter was so angry that she gritted her teeth. At this moment, in Zi Chen's sea of consciousness, a golden figure appeared. This figure held a sheathed golden saber in its hand. As soon as a beast shadow rushed into the sea of consciousness, the golden figure immediately pulled out the saber. The shining saber light illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. This was the unique privilege of Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense. He could manifest any attack. This privilege was not even available to higher life forms. As for Dongqing, because her spiritual sense was extremely strong, she also knew some attacking methods. Naturally, she was very relaxed at this moment. When she reached the 78th step, Dongqing's figure stopped, and her face began to turn pale. This situation meant that Dongqing was about to reach her limit. Sure enough, after 2 steps, Dongqing's mouth began to bleed. She had reached her limit. Zi Chen walked in front of Dongqing, patted her shoulder, and said, "Don't hold on. I'll take you on the rest of the road." Dongqing turned around, her face extremely pale. Swoosh. The next moment, Dongqing's figure disappeared. "Hey, I know you're here for the Dongqing, but are you sure you can reach the end? Be careful not to die." A shout came from behind. It was from Wu Shuang. The 99 steps were very harsh on spiritual sense. Even powerful higher life forms couldn't enter smoothly, and it was even more impossible for ordinary people to enter. In this way, It was easy to guess what kind of inheritance was in here. Beast tamer. In this case, only a beast tamer had the strength to pass the 99 steps and reach the gate of the castle. Coupled with the hesitant and struggling expressions of the previous battle beasts after they woke up, everyone was almost certain that the inheritance here belonged to a beast tamer. This was also the reason why Lang Wei and Wu Shuang no longer tried to go forward. Since it was the inheritance of a beast tamer, the spiritual sense test here was naturally targeted at beast tamers. And this kind of spiritual sense test could lead to death. At this moment, everyone's eyes were also staring at Zichen nervously, their faces full of worry. That fool, is he courting death? Wu Shuang murmured, looking at Zichen with a complicated expression. When Zichen stepped on the 85th step, his body shook slightly, and he almost fell. Exclamations came from all around. Shangguan Hong and others shouted Zichen's name. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned back and smiled at everyone, saying, "I'm fine." His face was as pale as paper. The beast shadow just now directly destroyed the golden figure's attack and almost smashed the golden figure. Zichen took another step forward, his body shook again, and this time he coughed up blood. Then, he staggered 2 steps forward, leaving a trail of golden blood on the steps behind him. What a fool. Looking at Zichen, who was on the verge of collapse, Wu Shuang murmured, but she was very touched. Obviously, Zichen's action was not for himself, but for his companions. No wonder he's chosen by the elders of the family. He's really different. Lang Wei nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Zichen walked on the 90th step, only 9 steps away from the gate of the ancient castle. But these 9 steps were like 9 mountains in front of Zichen. The beast shadow's attack had already scattered the golden figure. At this moment, Zichen could only gather all his spiritual senses and passively form a defense. At this moment, he was dizzy and on the verge of fainting. Taking another step, Zichen coughed up blood again, and the beast shadow was broken. Zichen felt that the scene in front of him was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. This was the true state of reaching the limit. His spiritual senses could collapse at any time. Zichen. The shout behind him woke up Zichen, who was about to faint. His vision became clear again. At this moment, he was only 8 steps away from the gate of the castle. No, the last 8 steps. I can't fall. Zichen turned around and saw Shangguan Hong, who was crying. He saw Wu Shuang, whose eyes were slightly red. He saw his companions, who were filled with worry. He smiled at them, then turned back and rushed forward. Chapter 1450. Previously, the beast shadows had appeared one by one and attacked one by one. Even so, Zichen had been severely injured and had reached his limit. However, in the next moment, he rushed forward quickly. By doing so, it seemed that Zichen would step out of the stone steps as quickly as possible. However, in the meantime, he would be attacked by many beast shadows at the same time. As the light flashed, the beast eagles opened their eyes one by one. Their eyes shone brightly. Then, the beast shadows rushed out of the beast eagles and entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen's sudden action shocked everyone. In this way, Zichen seemed to have succeeded, but in fact, he was not far from death. He had chosen to help Dongqing by committing suicide. Swoosh. Zichen successfully took a few steps and reached the front of the castle. As soon as he rushed out, he fell down and did not get up again. Zichen. Shouts came from behind. However, due to the existence of the stone steps, no one could successfully reach this place. More than a dozen beast shadows rushed into Zichen's sea of consciousness one after another. They began to wreak havoc, trying to destroy Zichen's sea of consciousness. The roars of the beasts resounded, bringing with them powerful vibrations that caused Zichen's entire sea of consciousness to tremble. The beast shadows rushed in and immediately found Zichen's soul, which was in full defense. This soul was golden, but it was not bright. It formed the last line of defense and looked like it could be destroyed and dissipated at any time. More than a dozen beast shadows arrived in an instant and began to wreak havoc on the golden defense. Bang! Bang! The beast shadows were powerful and domineering. They instantly tore the golden defense into pieces. Zichen's entire soul was revealed. This was a golden-clothed Zichen. At this moment, he looked very weak. The golden light was dim, but his golden eyes were very bright. He raised his head and looked at the beast shadows. There was no panic on his face. His expression was calm. In his hand, a golden ball was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden ball contained a powerful force. This force was absorbed by Zichen and then transferred to the scabbard in his left hand. The originally dim scabbard burst out with a dazzling golden light in the next moment. This golden light seemed to make those beasts extremely uneasy, and they suddenly launched an attack. Zichen's right hand was already on the scabbard. In the next moment, the long saber was unsheathed. Whoosh! The resonant sound of the saber resounded, and the shining saber light filled the entire world. The originally dim world of the Sea of Consciousness was instantly illuminated. A circle of irregular saber light bloomed like a flower and scattered in all directions. The saber light swept past the surrounding beasts, causing them to dissipate one after another. Zichen lay on the ground, motionless. The shouts from afar never stopped, but Zichen did not react at all. Because it was a battle in the Sea of Consciousness, no one could tell whether Zichen was dead or alive. After a long time, Zichen's fingers trembled slightly, and his eyelids began to tremble. Gradually, he opened his eyes. As expected. When he opened his eyes again, Zichen was still very weak, but his eyes were very bright. Of course, he would not sacrifice himself. In fact, when he was moving forward, he already had a plan in mind. Sure enough, that final saber strike, which used all his strength, killed all the beasts. He's awake. Zichen is awake. Zichen is still alive. Seeing Zichen gradually move, everyone's eyes lit up with joy, and then they cried out in surprise. This liar really scared me to death. Wu Shuang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and snorted. This is really a challenge of the limit. Lang Wei sighed in his heart, and his admiration for Zichen grew. As for Manshur and the others, they obviously did not think so much. When they saw that Zichen was still alive, they also cheered loudly. Zichen stood up and glanced at the crowd with an apologetic expression on his face. At this time, he was still very weak and needed to recover his exhausted spiritual sense as soon as possible. However, before that, he released Dongqing from his own reality world. After coming out, Dongqing's face was still covered in tears. Then, she threw herself into Zichen's arms and began to cry loudly. This guy is really bad. He clearly knows that he won't die, but he wants to use this method to trick girls. How despicable. Wu Shuang pouted in dissatisfaction. Lang Wei laughed but did not say anything. Behind them, Wu Xie, who was standing not far from Shongguan Hong, said, This Zichen is really scheming. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Shongguan Hong, but found that the latter did not react at all. He could only smile bitterly. It's okay. I already had a plan. Dongqing obviously saw what was happening outside. Zichen gently patted Dongqing's back and comforted her. Don't work so hard in the future. Dongqing choked with sobs, unable to stop her tears. Zichen smiled and nodded. Seeing that Dongqing's tears were gradually stopping, Zichen said, Hurry up and open the castle door. Let's see what's inside. Dongqing was also very curious, but she did not immediately open the door. Instead, she repeatedly confirmed that Zichen's injuries were not fatal. Only then did she turn and walk towards the castle door. Her figure was slim and her steps were light. After placing her lily-white hand on the castle door, she gently pushed and the door opened. As the castle door opened, a desolate and simple aura spread out from the door. Zichen looked at the opened castle door and his expression froze. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside the gate, there were even more beast sculptures. After the gate was opened, almost all of them came to life. Their eyes shone brightly, and the shadows of the beasts appeared around them. Some were jumping, some were pacing back and forth, some were looking at the gate with cold eyes, and some were very curious. Let's go. Seeing this scene, Zichen stepped forward and pulled Dongqing. Dongqing shook her head. There were beast shadows everywhere. If a beast tamer was here, it would be easy for them to deal with this situation. However, Dongqing was not yet a beast tamer, so this place was very dangerous for her. Zichen hesitated for a moment and said, "This opportunity. It's better not to take it." He rarely backed down, and he did not want others to back down. However, the scene before them forced them to back down. Dongqing shook her head again. This time, she was not as stubborn as before. She said softly, "Although it's dangerous, there's a chance of survival. Because these beast shadows no longer test spiritual senses. Indeed, the 99 stone steps in the outside world were difficult for even ordinary beast tamers to pass. If this place also tested spiritual senses, then this place would no longer be a place of opportunity, but a place of death." Zichen wanted to say something, but Dongqing took a step forward. After stepping through the gate, she looked back at Zichen. Her eyes were calm and determined. She said to Zichen in a very gentle tone, "I don't want to be a burden to you in the future." After saying this, Dongqing turned around and entered the ancient castle. The gate slowly closed after Dongqing entered. Before the gate closed, Zichen saw many beast shadows rushing toward Dongqing. Zichen wanted to shout, but he found that his throat was blocked by something. He could not make a sound. His nose turned sour, and his eyes became misty. Only Zichen could hear the last sentence. Dongqing's meaning was clear. She did not want to be a burden to Zichen in the future, just like today. Therefore, she had to go for this opportunity that had a slim chance of survival. Either she could become stronger and become Zichen's partner in the future, or she could die without any regrets. The gate of the castle was tightly shut, and could not be opened again. Zichen walked back the way he came. Those beast eagles did not attack. Wu Shuang's mouth moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not open her mouth. She only patted Zichen's shoulder like a big sister to comfort him. She did not hear Dongqing's last words. But in the face of such a situation, Dongqing still wanted to go in. Her meaning was obvious. Lang Wei's expression became extremely complicated. He had only spent a short time with these people, but he felt many things that he had only heard about, but never experienced personally. For example, the friendship of sacrificing oneself for a friend. "Let's go," Zichen said indifferently as he walked up the stone steps to the front of the group. Dongqing had chosen her own path. Now, she could only walk it herself. As for these people, they still had a long way to go. Zichen walked forward with mixed feelings. He just wanted to help Dongqing, but he did not expect to make Dongqing feel pressured. If he had not tried so hard and walked up the stone steps, Dongqing might have quit halfway and not insisted in the end. Zichen felt very conflicted. He did not know whether he was right or wrong. "You are right. This is Dongqing's choice." Shong Guanhong seemed to have guessed Zichen's inner thoughts. She walked up to him and said. Zichen nodded and did not say anything. "If it were me, I would make the same choice," Shong Guanhong said. Zichen looked at her in surprise. She made this choice not because she tried too hard, but because she did not want to be a burden to you in the future. Although she has never expressed her thoughts, I know that she has always wanted to walk with you. Shong Guanhong smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in her beautiful smile. Just like me, it would be fine as long as she kept walking. But if she wanted to follow you, her strength would naturally increase. So, she probably did not want to be a burden to you. After walking forward, there was a moment of silence. The atmosphere was slightly stifling. Boom. Only when the energy fluctuations of the battle sounded did everyone regain their spirits. A few miles away, a giant appeared. The giant was shining all over, like a huge mountain peak. Many cultivators seemed very small in front of this giant. As the giant attacked, it caused the void energy to vibrate violently, and the cultivators' bodies directly exploded. What is that? A mountain giant. Seeing such a huge giant, Mansha's face was immediately filled with shock. Those cultivators rushed toward the mountain giant as if they had gone mad. However, all the cultivators who tried to get close to the mountain giant would explode in midair. Are these people crazy? They actually took the initiative to rush to their deaths. Wu Xie said angrily when he saw the cultivators die in groups.